Diddy has
Diddy Files.
okay.
All right, y'all. Check news. Breaking news. This is happening right now. Y'all lock in.
Again, I could probably quickly. I don't want to miss anything. If they start talking, we switch immediately back. Do they have weapons? I want to see if that's part of it. Well, they found weapons in the face, so
But they found weapons. Right? Oh Lord.
Firearms.
Man, Diddy. Can't you see?
Somewhere in this. Okay. We'll read through it. Here we go. These are rifles that have been clearly disassembled. Not too sure if this is either found it or the feds disassembled it. But there's a drum magazine. Clearly a rifle. You can see these are 223 or 556. Here we go.
What's good? What's good, Dirty Mac? Just watching some Diddy Files, man. They just look like they opened up the seal file that Diddy had sealed from the New York division, the Southwest New York division. So it looked like they finna show us the evidence. So I didn't know if everybody was watching. So we finna just tune in.
In the freak off, come pause. Here's your attorney. That's it.
It's breaking news. They My name is Damian Williams. They found some Diddy stuff, so they finna show us, and we finna see. 3-count indictment. Oh, 3-count indictment. Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. Oh, snap. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. Not bad. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used this empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking. Y'all let me know if it's too loud or anything. Kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Oh my God. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. You know, At gonna break it down. Planned He's gonna dumb it down first. Performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB. Oh my God. Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways. including by giving them drugs,
Bro, look at that.
by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that
Bro, I need those videos in the comments.
Risking their security,
You're describing casting line.
The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses.
That's the only reason they had them in the picture.
Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the free-ups. They built the hotel rooms
Jay-Z,
and
you're
stocked
done.
them with the supplies,
Bad boy for life.
including drugs, baby oil,
Nigga said Kid Cudi.
extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced.
Oh, shit.
And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims and leaving a location in order to hide her, and by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee.
Jadwal Wright, don't lie.
As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine.
Big
They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
KY, stop going up.
Be recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 50 rounds. I mentioned as well that we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
Murder weapons.
Now, I want to be clear 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that.
They are
cool. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City, Southern District, New York. We are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly.
You say we're not dumb?
Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP.
Snitching.
I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used and helped bring this criminal criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. Saying the dedicated case agents
Boy,
on the
Jaguar right
trafficking
in
and
the
person
half
squad in New York. They have
field.
been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this
Nah,
case.
not yet, bro. I'm
I'm
trying to
deeply
be.
grateful for their continued work. Finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case.
Not yet.
Buster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Missy Steiner.
I just
And
been
their
focusing on like
supervisors,
trying to
Jenny
get the
Backmuller.
Remember all those?
They are members of
Three,
the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S.
people
Attorney.
watching at a time.
I'm deeply
thing.
proud of their
I
work
forget
on
which one it's
this
called.
and so many
I'm
other
trying to do
cases.
that, but just also
I'll
streaming
now
at the
take some
same time.
questions. Eric Tursky, ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent.
Cook chat.
Wait,
All the
she
prosecutors
pregnant?
are white women. Diddy's cook chat.
Yeah, Diddy
These
cook.
are the prosecutors.
Oh,
Diddy's
he's
fucking
cooked.
rock.
How
Oh,
many
he
women were victimized
Look.
by film?
All white
How
women,
many
so-
others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julia Ainsley, ABC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off.
Chad Fisher, Newsday.
that's all he said. That was
The
it.
difference between me,
Oh, he
sex
coming
trafficking
smoke.
and promoting travel for purposes
He
of
coming for
prostitution.
straight
Well,
smoke,
there are different
bro.
crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking
You don't play with that shit.
conduct
Oh,
carries some
That's the
significant
Trump trying to
penalties.
stop.
And we gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercion than the other.
That's making the most money right now.
I'm not gonna be able to get into that, but you can look it up and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. Two questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in being multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention.
Wait,
letter that
somebody
we
tried to,
filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that.
Next call.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
that's that.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under
It's gonna be a
investigation?
long stream, guys.
And additionally, could he face any more charges?
We finna see what's going on, man.
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 10 Wins. Indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of those
But they wanted
impactful,
him to
sprawling,
come.
complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video, where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at hotel.
Matthew Lee, City Press. Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in ED and Y? Where's the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning. It contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise,
You have to go in early.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence.
Might get more time for this.
And the videos, where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to get a better picture of how this stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I haven't read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But
How are you doing it?
does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
We are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So I do not draw any sort of connection between
Someone I understand, someone I don't.
What may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pre-trial detention is warranted under the law based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that have been handling that, or that worked on the Max focus?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock. And they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News. Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally, with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and it no longer really bears any relation to what
Jay-Z and Bali
already
already.
when we use very specific context. So
Jay-Z watching this shit.
responding to lawful process and does not qualify as cooperation. We use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations.
He's talking about why did he come back?
Decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we alleged in the indictment. Part of the reason why the conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others
than necessarily feel comfortable
doing their job.
denying in its as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should be there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamson. Jacob Shamson, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that will bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bro might be cooked.
How he said it was, whenever we get this far, it's been success.
Human trafficking. Yeah, because they broke them apart. They were already broken down.
All right, people. Great. So
Lock in.
That is the official press conference. I do know there was an additional, area that was set up outside. Not too sure if maybe any other authorities will get to this spot that they'll be able to conduct something meaningful. Maybe some other questions can be asked. Yeah, I guess whoever the AP reporter is, they're just like, they only showed this one thing. Now, here's the thing, chat. I do have the documents here for you. It's actually slow to be updated, I guess, because he hasn't appeared in court yet, which I thought he actually did, but he hasn't. They kind of unsealed it, but not officially, where it's fully in the system where you can look up any federal case. So it's not in the site that I usually use, but the documents are available, right? I think directly through the clerk. We're gonna read the whole indictment. I do want to skip ahead, and this is kind of jumping ahead here because I think I'm going off my train of thought. The
it's literally just sitting there on the gun, bro.
There's certain things, more details that might not be in the indictment that's in the memo for detention. So essentially, there's a bunch of documents filed. Okay, here's the initial indictment.
Can y'all move from the gun?
File the memo for detention, hoping that the judge, or the magistrate,
United States
we're going to deny bond
versus Sean Combs, man.
Until I have that document. Before we do get into the indictment, can
you please?
I do want to explore the possibility of could Diddy get out on bail, right? And also, it's going to give us some more details about what they're using, and what you're going to realize is, I think by now, either Cassie or the feds with Cassie leaked that video, because that video of Diddy beating Cassie in that hotel is actually it's referenced in a detention memo and the indictment. Okay, so let's do the math here. Like, it's clear that the feds probably played a nasty game with Diddy. Probably was also trying to encourage more witnesses to come forward, right? Because when people see that video, everybody backed up off the like, oh shit, never mind, it's not a witch hunt. It's true. So it kind of looks like sorry. What else for you? Give me 1 second.
I'm glad I didn't do that.
So what I'm about to put up on screen is the detention.
This nigga here, you have so much money.
This detention.
Why?
He scratched the what's called
it's supplementary to the indictment.
The name
that essentially is going to spell out a few things
that
the
nigga
prosecutor should keep Diddy in jail. Right, here we go. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this to see if they go outside or there's more stuff. I'm pretty sure. Let's go to the outlet. Let's go to CNN or something like that. CNN.
Yeah, I know this.
Bro, I'm telling you, wicked going
on. Maybe not. I guess on the AP has it right now. Let me search Diddy. I just want to see if anyone else is doing some type of Yeah.
Seeing lit.
They on.
Oh,
I'll keep this going on in the background.
that nigga
I'm
on
hoping they
Telemundo.
get some more information. Here's the thing, though. So this was filed. This is a detention memo for Sean Combs, which means this is the prosecutors attempt to try to make sure he's denied bail. Now, we went over this last night. Factors in determining bail, federal court. We came up with a list, right? And the list was seen as the defendant's flight risk, defendant's criminal history, severity of the alleged crime, defendant's ties to community, employment status, financial resources, mental health and substance abuse history. There's other things that we're going to come into. The defendant's risk of reoffending, history of appearing in court, a lot of things. Okay, potential danger to the community or specific individuals. Okay. Now, let's read this letter. It's 16 pages. All right, it's actually longer than the indictment.
All right, let's get it.
So it says, "Dear Judge, the defendant Sean Diddy Combs was taken into custody this morning after a grand jury sitting in this district returned a 3-count indictment charging him with crimes related to decades-long pattern of physical and sexual violence against multiple victims. His use of force, threats, coercion to enact his will, protect his reputation, to fulfill his sexual desires." That's going to be the nastiest and creepiest part of it. They kind of literally to spell out Diddy as a guy using millions of dollars to get his fix sexually, like this deranged, decrepit type of creep who just needed by any means necessary to nut. You know what I mean? Which is, come on, right? The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before the court later today, and in support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. As set forth below, there's no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required for the safety of others and the community. Not to mention the integrity of the proceedings. As reflected by the gravity of the charges and the indictment, the defendant is dangerous and poses an ongoing threat to the safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious flight risk, despite the conditions offered by his counsel. By the way, clearly, they anticipate that Diddy's counsel offered. So we're going to try to find
he could pay any
Diddy's
bond.
counsel offered.
So they say,
or like maybe, I don't know if they would go with an official offering, but they probably just make a case that, yo, he's on a flight risk. He'll truck to court. He'll stay in New York or something like that, right? We'll simply find that document. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk to obstructing justice. Indeed, as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, which, by the way, we're going to get to that. I'll make a little note of it. I know a lot of people were saying, is he going to be charged for things he did in the 90s? By the way, one of these sex situations, right, with a 17-year-old, which I think a lot of people thought that was like the text. We talked about it last time in Myron. Textbook case of sex trafficking, right? You flew a 17-year-old underage girl from Pontiac, Michigan, to New York by your private jet, and supposedly she had sex with one of your employees there, and then you later on sex trafficking, right? Except we're going to read the indictment. The indictment actually says they only started the racketeering conspiracy from 2008. So what he did in the 90s, including maybe the murder of Tupac Shakur, if he was ever involved, doesn't seem to be part of this indictment.
Oh,
okay, so that's also very important to know for people who are, thinking about that, right? Okay, cool. This is going to be the thing that might keep him in jail. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation, repeatedly contacted victims and witnesses, feeding them false narratives of events, and as described in detail, there are simply no conditions that would ensure the defendant's efforts to obstruct and tamper witnesses will stop. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of the the court should order him detained. Okay?
Oh, he fried.
On September 17th, 2024, an indictment returned by the federal grand jury. Okay. Not trying to read the same thing twice. Okay, cool.
Sex trafficking.
Abuse. Okay, most of this is gonna be in the indictment. So we'll just go through the indictment for that. What we should probably care about, and here we see the firearms, right? I don't think that he was charged with a firearm crime, but the mere fact that there's illegal firearms around, while other criminal activities is alleged to have been going on. Big problem, which the judge might factor in, right? Basically saying this guy is having an arsenal of illegal weapons while he's doing illegal shit, right? 59 rounds of 223 ammunition seized from his LA home. Obviously, that would be illegal. I don't know what the magazine capacity is in LA, but definitely you can't have no 59 rounds. Okay, not no damn trouble. Okay. In addition, 6 legally. Okay, so he did have more guns. 6 legal purchased guns with serial numbers. Some were stored in gun safes, were recovered. So they're saying they were legal guns, but clearly they're not mentioning the legal guns. They only show the illegal guns.
That's right.
All of these particular guns, both the legal and illegal firearms, were seized. Their presence in the defendant's home demonstrates the defendant has access to them, surrounds himself with both guns and ammunition. Likewise, if the defendant were personally restrained by the court from obtaining new firearms himself, he could retain access to them through others.
He painting, bro.
In some, the defendant's regular use of violence, defensive violence, as well as coercion described above against the victims and others, foster a culture of fear in which these individuals believed they were unable to reject the defendant's demands.
Say hello to my little friend guy.
Abuse. Now, this is the important part.
Say hello to my little friend. Scarface.
Supposedly bribing witnesses.
That's what they just did as described.
Supposedly interfere, right? Throughout the time of the period charging the
Say hello to my little friend. He got guns everywhere.
Become public. The defendant and other members of the and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims to not report what they saw or heard to law enforcement, or to otherwise conceal the criminal conduct. For example, as noted in March 2016, that's the Cassie video we all seen. The defendant was captured on video surveillance, striking and kicking and dragging a woman in a public area of a hotel in an apparent attempt to prevent her from leaving a free card. Member of hotel security or security staff intervened. Defendant attempted to offer the security staff a stack of cash to ensure silence after the security guard refused the bribe, and after coordination between the defendant and his employees, the defendant's staff contacted other members of the hotel security. At the same time, the staff members were in close communication with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault to prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, surveillance video disappeared from the hotel's server. So who had if it disappeared from the server?
Somebody
had the video, because we see it now. Okay. Similarly, throughout the period charging the indictment, members of the associate of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report abuse. Most recently, in 2023, immediately following the public allegations of certain defendants' crimes, including physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendants and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses, during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crimes. So basically, last year, Diddy was ringing up the phone, calling people who could be victims. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls. Oh, wow. He recorded the calls on a co-conspirator. Ooh, this is going to be big. It says a co-conspirator. Now, when you hear co-conspirator in an indictment, it doesn't mean they're going to be charged, because sometimes there is unindicted co-conspirators. But they're basically saying whoever this person is was helping Diddy cover up crimes. They're not a victim, okay? Because everybody's gonna be like, I was only fucking them guys because Diddy told me to, or I only beat up that guy because Diddy told me to. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to. Diddy threatened me, he was gonna kill me, so I had to go kill it, or not kill them, but beat that person, right? But they're saying this person co-conspirator, so this person was cognizantly helping Diddy. Anyway, thereby attempting to obscure his involvement in the instruction. So the government is investigation is ongoing while the indictment against the defendant was until today. The investigation into his other co-conspirators' conduct is ongoing. As a result of that ongoing investigation, as well as the defendant's charged conduct outlined above, including obstruction of justice and witness tampering, the government is limited in its ability to fully set forth all known details of his criminal conduct, including details of certain witness testimony. So they're saying there's witnesses who have told them about methods and means that Diddy has taken to try to cover up his crimes that they don't want to put right now in this detention letter. Probably is still an active part of the investigation that got going on, and probably will be the case. Right?
Yeah, he could.
To the extent that the court has additional questions about the charged offenses or the charged offense conduct or any other information set forth herein, the government is prepared to proffer additional information on an ex parte basis. Wow, that's huge.
But you not know
We
that
gotta get a lawyer on
a lot
here.
more people.
I gotta hit a Brad from Cohen.
They're
We need the
they're
top
bringing
legal mind.
somebody from their side that's telling them information
down
on Diddy's side.
You know, I'm only limited in certain scope of what I could break down and interpret for you guys.
Yeah, think about it, bro. He's been doing it for so many years. Even his right hand man, he probably done been.
Now, we all know from the Young Thug YSL case, an ex parte hearing or communication means ex parte means without a party. And in the court system, you have the prosecutor, the defense, and the neutral arbiter, which is the judge. So any conversations or meetings that excludes one of those people is considered ex parte. So it's apparent that the prosecutor said, we have more information about some witness testimony that we know we're not gonna call anyone snitches here. Potential female victims, celebrities. Again, this ain't a gang case, so there's no snitches. Let's be honest, right? These victims, they're probably are saying shit, acting, and basically we'll tell you on the side what the depth, or if you have out, some of these things we're alleging, because we're not saying everything because our investigations are going. We'll say it in an ex parte context. Kind of way. And again, unlike the Woody case, the Thug case, this ex parte communication would not be seen and deemed as as something that it has some Brady element, which means you need to disclose to the other side, because this is about bail and the conditions of bail and what could be considered isn't the same level of transparency as what you would expect in a trial. Very different.
Well, I ain't give up, but it's just like
this is just. You want to know why? General shit. If you want to know the specifics, we'll come into your chambers or we'll do a sidebar. We'll tell you that. But don't tell Diddy, because that's probably crucial to our current investigation, and we probably got more charges or maybe superseded indictment. So that makes sense. So they start arguing some they're using the Bail Reform Act, 18 USC, whatever. And they're basically just outlining that there is a lot of case law that matches up and actually co-signs their idea that Diddy should not be let out on bond. So let's go back to last night. We're talking to Myron, and when we're talking to him, primarily we said, well, look like Diddy's cooperative. And I said, at what point do you think this become uncooperative? I mean, uncooperative, like he's like, I'm not gonna. And cooperative doesn't mean he's snitching, right? It just means they're communicating. Hey, we are you, just to let you know. Hey, don't go too far. Hey, this grand jury proceeding might be wrapping up soon. Don't make it hard for us to find you. We shouldn't have to dispatch the marshals to come look for you on the rock. He's like, no, I'm not running. I'll come to New York. I'll make myself readily available. Maybe they've sat in for an interview session or two. Who knows? Here's the thing: the cooperative he's been, the prosecutors are still taking the stance. Yeah, he came to New York. Yeah, he's been quote unquote cooperative, but we still don't think he should be let out on bail. Keep in mind, all these cooperative things were to probably kind of have the prosecutors say to the judge, like, hey, he has been cooperative. We're going to, of course, put up a motion to oppose. We're not going to go too hard. It looks like we're going pretty hard. And they're pretty much as hard to say, yo, he's trying to fuck up additional investigations we got going on. So definitely lock him up, right? So to go with dangerousness, they say he's charged with serious violent crimes. He's charged with indictment. I'm about to get some water.
What?
9 hours to go.
He said you got 9 hours to go. Holy.
So as charged in the indictment, the defendant has physical and sexually abused women and others for the better part of 2 decades. That's the interesting part because it's well,
not really.
The indictment starts in well, the RICO part of it starts in 2008. They're saying for a better part of 2 decades. Well, actually, that's the better part. 16 years, right? Yeah, better part. Okay. Better part of 2 decades. The sex trafficking charge based on the defendant's abusive conduct, count 2, carries with it a presumption of detention. And they're citing
At just 2.3.
And detention is particularly supported by the facts of the case, since at least 2008, the defendant has engaged in serious acts of violence, including forcing women to participate in sexual activity, including sex workers.
Nigga say Jay-Z hiding in El Chapo's tunnel.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm dead, bro.
You know, witnesses working, right? Like,
ain't nobody talking.
Yo, we're gonna testify like you need to pay us the fuck out. They could describe the room. The shit smelled like KY jelly and a honey pack. You know, there's no condoms. Niggas just had a cock ring, and the nigga was just in the corner with a fucking toothpick in his mouth, recording like he thought he was like on some, you know what I mean, Steven Spielberg shit, and was stroking his fucking cock.
Enterprise.
He wasn't looking at Cassie, he was looking at me.
Baby
I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some sex workers that probably gonna say some shit like that, right? All right. Commercial sex workers by use of physical force, financial pressure, emotional abuse, narcotics. These acts described above, there were freak-offs, among other names, involved orchestrated sexual performance facilitated through drug use that sometimes lasted days at a time. Also, you know, again, you know, you're going to realize that they also say, and I'm skipping ahead here, but I'm just giving you a little bit of notice. They will eventually say that Diddy is facing a mandatory minimum, right? A mandatory minimum. And give me 1 second here. I just want to click back on this to see what's going on. Diddy is facing a mandatory minimum. Okay, nothing's happened out here. Cool. Yeah. He's facing a mandatory minimum of 15 years all the way to life. So it is very, very much possible that Diddy, you know, I know last night people said I was trumping up, you know, what he's facing. But I'll even go to it in this detention memo, which, you know, again, that's part of why they're going to want to take someone saying, hey, yo, this guy is facing being incarcerated for the rest of his life. Like, I'll scroll down. It says 15 years, 15 years. Listen, look, the risk of flight. Nor can the defendant overcome the presumption that he's a risk of flight. The crime
I keep doing that because I can't show the guns.
Penalties, including a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years imprisonment and a statutory maximum of life imprisonment. Now, we all know how it works on a federal level. If you get convicted on a federal level, there's only like pretty much one way. You could go below what they have imposed as a mandatory minimum. You got to get that 5K1 letter. You got to be snitching, right? Now, granted, if we're thinking that, you know, well, they kind of levy and be the head of this enterprise. So who could he snitch on? So if he can't snitch, if he gets found guilty on these things, right? Even through a plea bargain deal, that's 15 years. Right? 15 years, right? And again, remember, this is a mandatory minimum, which is why people are definitely scared of the feds, right? Like they have imposed a lot of mandatory minimums that it doesn't really give to the judge discretion in what they think you should get. These are hardline mandatory minimums that could only be bypassed for a very small handful of reasons. One, the biggest and the most notable is which is if
he's 54 right now,
what's called a 5K1 letter.
Nigga gonna be in jail the rest of his life.
They tell the judge you cooperated, snitched, and that they could now bypass the mandatory minimum. Okay.
He just said.
Again, we don't think that's going to be applicable here for Diddy.
So if Diddy cooperated,
we're going to tell him like some other mogul, right? Like, come on, we don't even see that happening. But maybe it's possible. But you know, let's be realistic, right? So if Diddy's facing minimum 15 years, minimum.
Ain't no minimum, man.
How old is Diddy right now? I'm keeping an eye on this.
He green as fuck.
How old is Diddy?
49.
54.
Oh, he's
in
54.
50 years. He'd be, obviously you'd have to serve 85% federally.
Jay-Z 54.
So 85% of 15
Usher
years.
45. Kelly 56. Bruh.
Yeah, bro. Time flies.
Quarter. So it's about
Not really.
12,
You gotta tell
13,
they twins, huh?
13.
Jay-Z and Diddy.
So yeah, 85%, 13 years.
We both 54.
Yeah. So even if that's the case, look, again,
59.
obviously I'm going to worst case scenario. Because who knows? Maybe beats the case, right? Maybe beats the case. Anything happen. But if he gets a mandatory minimum, 15 years, he's 54. You get out in 13 years, he'll be 67, right? Like, could you get out at 67? Order another batch of baby oil and cock rings and
I'm going,
getting the free calls back popping. 69 or 67, maybe. I don't know if the money's gonna be hitting the same.
Hey,
I think the
bro, dummy.
I'm gonna see if I could. There's a few people I want to get on.
Now you gotta think about it.
I want to get on.
He's had time to put money up.
Make sure I have to get on today or maybe tomorrow. Brad,
had time to do that.
I would love for him. I know he's bogged down today, and also he's not like just a media guy. He's an actual attorney, so we got his own cases. But let me hit him up. I would love for him to kind of break it down.
We're gonna be like the
I would love for him to break this down. I would also like for maybe an attorney, or I don't know if it was a financial expert I should probably go to. We got to figure out how Diddy, what would be the advisable thing to do if you're Diddy, a guy with allegedly a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars, now facing life imprisonment. Also, you have your financial opportunities cut. Obviously, he's selling a couple of homes, he's liquidating a few things, but how does this work out financially? By the way, I'll show you this, which we'll get to it in the indictment. Where's the indictment? So this is the detention memo. We got the indictment here. Let me just keep looking over here to make sure nothing's going on. All right, so we see a little bit of movement here. These are the federal officers right here. So we're waiting for somebody to get on this mic. Pause, no Diddy. Here's the indictment. What you're going to see in the indictment, and I know I'm all over the place, but I hope you're following a little bit. The government is talking about forfeiture, and they're also talking about his assets, and they're talking about that, hey, he's probably going to owe some damages. And they're also pushing forth to say he could forfeit some assets if he can't pay it, or if he's transferred. I'll read it real quick. Forfeiture allegations. It says as a result of committing these offenses, they're saying according to he should forfeit to the United States pursuant to Title 18, right? Any interest that the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18, right? Which means any and all interest in securities of, claims against, and property or contractual rights of any affording a source of influence, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let me try to get to layman's terms. Okay. He should forfeit any, look, here we go. According to Title 18, forfeit any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used. So they're saying if you had a freak off at your $60 million crib, we want to put that for a Title 18 forfeiture clause that the judge can say you forfeit that property because you used it for illicit crimes. By the way, we see this obviously with drug dealing, right? So like if you got a car, you got a Charger, and you're using the fucking Charger to transfer, move coke around the US, you know what I mean? At times, if they feel like there's damages, or if you had a bando, right? Like you use your grandma's house as the stash house, they might go for forfeiture to get to own your grandma's house because that's where the drugs was being stored. And they're saying that place was being used as, a place to continue this either, criminal conspiracy or obviously to continue crime. So they are looking forward to possibly try to either, and you're going to see they're going to say, we want maybe some injunctive shit to stop any property sales, that he don't try to liquidate shit, or, Diddy might be like, yo, I'm about to put everything in my daughter's name or my mama's name. And they're trying to stop that too. Look, so real or personal involved in or using or intended for the use of committed, facilitated commission of said offenses, and any property traceable to such, any and all property traceable to such property, in all property, real and personal, blah blah blah. They said the same thing twice. Okay. Then they said, in and all property constituted or derived from the proceeds obtained. They're saying that if he made money from freak offs and bought a spot, they want that too. Right? They're using Title 18 a lot. Right? Cool. If you get to here, it says if any of the above forfeitable property, so they're going at for real estate, as an act of, if any of the above described forfeitable property, as a result of any act or omission of the defendant, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty, is in the intent of the United States to seek forfeiture of the property of the defendant up to the value of the forfeitable property. So basically, if they're like, you have a property that has 5 other people's names and then we can't really subdivide it and get whatever interest out of it we need, we can try to get that interest from somewhere else. Which shit, they're trying to cook this nigga, bro. God damn. Again, we're still waiting. This is live outside of the courthouse. I don't know exactly who we're waiting for, but we do see the mic set up here. I don't think the U.S. Attorney Office would be out here. No, not the office. I don't think the U.S. Attorney, Damian Williams, would come out here and do the same thing he just did in there. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, that's the top dog that just spoke. So he showed the women, and we all seen the women that was standing next to him, right? Some of these people supposedly are the prosecutors, and it's very important to know.
Okay.
If these are the people who are going to be working on the case, a bunch of white women coming out, with all due respect. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Once I see this shit, I said, damn. If you charge with sex trafficking, the last 6 people or 7 people, no, 6 people you want to see is a pregnant Becky, an old Karen, and these are the 4 people right here. These are the worst. You don't see them. Hell no. Cooked. Cooked. You got to realize, and he said it. So, by the way, if you think this U.S. attorney, just like Fonnie Willis, will not be in court, who you're going to see in court are these people. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, this nigga, he just came for the press conference, chuck his deuce up, you know what I mean, get his clout points and level up in his ascension to, hopefully he probably is trying to get to U.S. Attorney General or some shit, right? But yeah, he's like, all right, I'm gonna be the nigga who get Diddy. All right, nigga, see y'all. But these white women are gonna be prosecuted and be involved in dealing with this case. And these Caucasians right here spells nothing but fucking trouble, man. Okay? All right, still waiting. You're still setting the mics. We don't know for what. Do not know for what. But something clearly is gonna happen here. Okay? Wow. Wow. Give me 1 second, by the way. I was looking on the other screen at the Richard McQuam thing. It's actually about 30,000 people watching that. All right.
Nice.
Cool. Let me see if there's any more other live things before I kind of delve into the indictment. Once again, we do have the indictment. It's 14 pages. We're going to read through this, and then we're going to get back to the detention letter. Then hopefully I can bring on a few experts on here to help assist and just other people to react. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. My man Bradford Cohen just hit me. He said, yo, I was just on Law and Crimes talking about this. Pretty sure he'll come on here showing some love as well. But let's see what he just talked about on Law and Crimes. If that was a thing, let's see. Law and Crimes. An hour ago. I don't know if this was live. Was it live? Was it live? We gotta go see what Bradford. Okay. Give me a second. Live with it. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can phone in. that's just a stream.
Oh,
okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's a serious.
Here we go.
They've also highlighted how he allegedly obstructed justice and tried to influence witnesses who were coming forward during the course of this investigation. So there is clear.
Oh, actually, we're gonna go back. So this is my man Bradford Cohen here. Good, perfect. Let's see what he got going on. Sorry, check.
No.
All those places that don't have extradition.
No conditions that would ensure that the defendant's effort to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. The defendant, therefore, cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention. Now, one of the things they highlight later on, Bradford, is that he is facing charges. I was correct. A minimum of 15 years in prison to potentially life in prison. Your thoughts on the government's position here?
This is normally pretty common, and I called this a while ago that I don't think they would be agreeing to a bond. I knew that they wouldn't be agreeing to a bond because of the situation, even as it unfolded yesterday. When you have an individual that's arrested at his home.
By the way, I don't know who sent in that donation. Someone said check 50 Cent's page. I don't see him posting anything. I'll check his story. 50 is unusually quiet. I'm gonna be very honest. And matter of fact, 50 Cent just posted something has nothing to do with Diddy or the indictment. So he just, I don't think so, right? He posted picture and he says, "Here I am keeping good company with Drew Barrymore, and I don't." Oh my bad. Okay, never mind. And I don't have 100 bottles of lube at the house. But he's not really taking the biggest. Like this is the day you think he's the most happiest in the world. Diddy's got indicted. You know what I think it is? I think, and I could be wrong. We'll see how 50 plays this. Number two things. 50's going into a new, path in his career. He's getting showed a lot of love culturally, but even from like place like Louisiana, Shreveport, they're showing a lot of love. I don't think he want to go there on some petty, super toxic shit. I think he wants to show that he's a little bit mature, grown up, and maybe that's scaling back some of the Instagram antics. But still, 50 usually never changes, so I'm not banking on that being a thing. The other thing I would say why he hasn't made 20 posts about Diddy so far is potentially, especially after we seen last week, because he didn't comment on this either. His baby mama, who he was calling little sex worker, Daphne Joy, she was the subject of a subpoena with him for the same time period, 2008 till present, that Diddy's actually indicted in, 2008 till present. Dang. So maybe, who knows, maybe his baby mama is either a witness or is either going to be a listed co-conspirator. And I would imagine, at some point, 50 got to cut the bullshit, because no matter, even if you're getting petty with your baby moms for fucking Diddy, because we know that's the real thing, right? Like, you don't want your baby mom's fucking your op, right? You have to remember that's the mother of your child, and your son does care about that person. So maybe that's one of the reasons he hasn't gone completely crazy, because maybe the mom is tied up in this thing. Again, we don't know about any co-conspirators. They haven't been named, even though they have been just referenced, like co-conspirator, but we haven't seen the names. And we don't know if they'll be indicted or not. Okay? Anyway, let's get back to this real quick.
Home or arrest wherever he is at night, and they want to hold him overnight until the next day for a hearing. Generally speaking, you don't have an agreement for a bond. If you had an agreement for a bond, there's usually a surrender date. You have a quick hearing in front of a judge. There are things that take place that are very easy to do and easy to breeze through the system. And this isn't what happened yesterday. What happened yesterday was they picked him up, they held him overnight. I predicted that they were not going to agree to a bond. And I kind of knew the situation in terms of the danger to society, which is, I think, is going to be their biggest argument. The risk of flight, is a little bit more difficult to argue. They're going to say he's got a lot of money, he has access to jets, but that's what they said originally when they raided his home. So he didn't go anywhere. He could have flown to Morocco, he could have flown to Vietnam, all those places that don't have extradition. He didn't attempt to, he didn't do those things. Those are going to be the arguments that his lawyer is going to make about risk of flight. The more troublesome thing is whether or not he is a risk to society, danger to society, and whether or not his contact with these witnesses was ongoing obstruction thing. The judge could say, hey, if he was obstructing, why didn't you charge him with all these obstructing, charges? If he thought he was really obstructing these witnesses, it's a difficult argument to make, especially where the presumption falls on the defense to put forth why they feel he's not a danger to society. And if they do have evidence, which I think they do, I mean, this has been an ongoing investigation for the past 5 months with a grand jury meeting, a couple times a week. I think they're going to have, as they say in cards, I think they have the nuts. I think they're going to show exactly the individuals that they have that will testify that he attempted to give them money, or he attempted to tell them, they were part of this ongoing criminal enterprise.
And by the way, obstruction does make its way into this indictment, not specifically charged with it, but it's part of like one of the underlying predicate crimes for record. Look, I thought it was interesting. He showed up in New York in anticipation of these charges. My thought is he probably did that to say, I'm not flight risk. I never ran during the course of this. I came here voluntarily. But the idea that you're learning from this guy with the allegations that he might have been trying to influence witnesses is particularly problematic. Okay, so now
is that Chris Hansen?
What an indictment, okay? 14 pages. It's kind of what we expected, but it's also, to see it and hear the allegations and hear how comprehensive it is. What's your takeaway?
Well, it is very comprehensive and it's detailed. And we're talking about human trafficking. We're talking about racketeering. We're talking about serious charges.
By the way, also, we should mention, to be fair, and a lot of people thought there were going to be references to underage women, minors, right? Again, I know I haven't gone through the full indictment with you guys here. I know some of you guys are going through it independently, or you're seeing third-party reports about what's supposedly in there. It doesn't really make any mention of Diddy with underage women. It doesn't. It doesn't make any references of him having sex, putting into, forced sex labor, women who are underage. Not sure if that will come out later, but we should probably, just to be fair, we that was talked about heavily that, there's probably some 17 and 16-year-olds that blah, blah, but we didn't see it, or at least I didn't see it when I looked at it. I am going to go through it again on here, okay?
That all have to link together, and they result in potentially a very long prison sentence. The federal government, the Homeland Security agents, had the roadmap here. They had the civil suit by Cassidy. They had 11 other civil suits. It was almost as if there weren't an investigation, it would be dereliction of duty not to start looking into it. But once they did open a federal investigation, they had a pretty good roadmap to go to get the search warrants, which we saw. And it seems to me, and I've heard from people close to the investigation, that they were able to recover a treasure trove of evidence, video evidence, digital evidence in those raids that were so closely held back when they went down. I mean, there were agents on those raids who didn't know whose house they were going to raid until they pulled up on it. That's how closely held this was going into it. So, but the fact that they have this evidence that got
okay. Let me bring this also information to light. I just seen it. I have a different computer down here, so I'm looking at some stuff while I'm playing that. This is also interesting. And this is what the U.S. attorney was talking about when he said there's a little bit more info about, and I wrote notes on it, about the arson. Like, there's a statute of arson, or a crime of arson that's under the Racketeering Act, and it's actually addressed. It's not really detailed in the indictment, but on page what page is this? On page 4 of the detention letter. You'll see it here. The defendants is this? No, this isn't the. No, it's not it. I mean, I'm using 2 different computers. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is page 3. Okay, page 3, page 2, page 3. Sorry, chat. Cool. All right, so this was the. Oh, yeah, page 3 is here. I'm sorry. Okay. It says, for example, early in the morning. So this is about other violence. It says, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of his enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence, such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking, shoving others. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed and experienced violence from the defendant firsthand and sustained lasting trauma as a result. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped the individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual one. By the way, it's very important. It's they're giving a little bit more. So there's a person, individual one, that's going to be referred to multiple times. We'll find out who this person is eventually. But somebody got kidnapped. They kidnapped someone to get into the residence of individual one. Now, the importance of them calling the person individual one, this is, we don't know if that person victim. I don't know if they would normally call the person victim one, but individual. Like, okay, maybe somebody not a victim or a co-conspirator. Anyway, multiple witnesses will testify or would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in. The latter of which is corroborated by police reports and other records. Ooh, who got kidnapped? Chat, search the blogs. Everybody search the blogs right now. Well, obviously probably didn't make the blogs, but there's a police report. There's a police report, right? So December 22nd, 2011, we're gonna figure out who was he trying to break into that person's house. Let me go to, I know YouTube gonna have some information for me. They said Diddy was armed with was armed with 5 bottles of baby oil. No, I'm playing, that's a joke. Okay. Yeah, I think that's Kim Porter. Some people say that's Cassie. Now, well, here's the thing. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendants, that's Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi, chat. Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant co-conspirators set fire to individuals' vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire departments reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses will also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying the individual's car. Wow. You was about to kill that nigga Kid Cudi. Yo, Kid Cudi, niggas think you gay. Yeah, you can't be fucking my bitch. Get that. Let me not co-sign this action. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God. Yo, this is gonna be a movie. Now, let me read this once again. Multiple witnesses will testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in. So, is a witness maybe, because remember it says, look, the defendant, so Diddy and a co-conspirator. So they're saying Diddy was damn near there. So Diddy and somebody else. Oh, they call the person co-conspirator. Never mind. Yeah. So the person they stitch on Diddy, they call him a co-conspirator. Yeah. Well, we think they stitch because they can still be called a co-conspirator. It's still told, right? Individual one, chat, write this down. Individual one is Kid Cudi. Wow. Okay. So the arson, so basically he's getting charged, part of the RICO, and again, we're going to get to the indictment. Part of the RICO, as I mentioned, is one of the things under there is multiple acts of, not multiple acts, you're going to see arson. Where's arson? Arson. Oh, multiple acts of arson. Yes. So these are one of the things that are underneath the racketeering conspiracy, which means dumbass nigga Diddy is getting charged for trying to intimidate Diddy's side dude. Okay, cool. All right, so individual one is Kid Cudi. Approximately 2 weeks later, co-conspirator set fire to individual one's car by slicing open the convertible top, dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Fire and police departments extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Why didn't he get arrested then? Multiple witnesses also testified to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. Multiple witnesses would also testify. Now, here's the thing. They say multiple witnesses. You know who this reminds me of? Said Diddy set fire Kid Cudi car. A few people went on social media who said that. Not Kid Cudi. Who was it? Here we go.
One of the other allegations in the question is, could Diddy be under witness protection? I wonder if they're saying they want to build a case against someone bigger.
It's the internet. With Gene Deal, he will give an interview, and I think
Gene Deal said this, right? I wonder if Gene Deal will be some type of witness.
The allegations.
Well, actually, no, Gene Deal wasn't this. Like, who are the people who came out and said this? By the way, we're still waiting for this press conference outside of the thing.
I always go back to the line.
Who was the people who said this, chat? Who told the story?
Jaguar
of
Wright.
The Kid Cudi thing.
Jaguar Wright.
We know Cassie said it, right?
Jaguar Wright.
Cassie said it. Multiple witnesses could have been the multiple witnesses.
Jaguar Wright.
Roger Bonds, a former
Roger Bonds said it, right? Did he?
Diddy security guard, claims Diddy beat Cassie learning about her 2011 affair with Kid Cudi, which he discovered.
Yeah, Tiffany, thank you. Tiffany Red. Tiffany Red did say it, thank you. But Tiffany Red is a friend of Cassie. I know y'all say Jaguar Wright, but they say witnesses, so we got to think about people who are actually around. No disrespect to Jaguar Wright. Tiffany Red was like Cassie's best friend, so she may have been a witness. Cassie's clearly a witness, right? Who else would have either, Diddy, I'm wondering if Lil Rock comes in here, because remember they said that they have witnesses that will testify that Diddy bragged about it. So Diddy was going off, and remember Lil Rod has these videotapes of Diddy just in a room just running his mouth. So maybe Diddy was like, man, y'all niggas gotta stop fucking with me. I get niggas. Yo, remember that one video of Diddy saying, like he was with a barber and he was saying, oh, niggas get killed, like something like that. Diddy barber video. Let me see. I remember the video, right? When he was talking crazy shit. He was talking crazy shit. Like he was like, yo, Diddy threatening. It was like haircut. Like it was while he was getting a haircut, I remember. And I remember the barber just kind of watching, like, all right, brother. Y'all remember the video I'm talking about? He was talking crazy. I'm like, Diddy. Y'all know the video I'm talking about? Diddy makes video. Nigga said Fabulous booty hole is finally safe. Man, stop playing with Fabulous, man. Stop playing with FABLOUS. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Oh my God, I know that video, bro. Please, somebody help me find it. It was a video where like he's kind of sitting and like you could tell everybody kind of looking at him like, y'all know what video? Like you just start just talking crazy, like yo, niggas get fucked up.
You passed it.
Diddy. No, it wasn't Drink Champs. No, which one was it? Fuck. Bro, it's a video like it's like a nonchalant video. He's talking crazy in it though. He's talking, I think it was like around a barber. He wasn't in a club. It wasn't Drink Champs. It wasn't Drink Champs. He was like, God damn it. I said Freddie P. Art of Dialogue. No, Freddie P. has his own stories, but there's a video where like Diddy's like he's just talking crazy. Nah, fuck. Y'all definitely know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, I'm gonna find it. It's okay. I'm gonna find it. All right. Okay, so real quick, we now know one of the acts of this racketeering criminal enterprise is him blowing up Kid Cudi's car. Okay? So more broadly, at least since 2008, allegations of the defendant's physical abuse of women have been publicly reported in the media, including Hollywood blogs and on podcasts. Law enforcement reports corroborate. Police responded to several instances, including assaults against victims, blah, blah. More recently, there's been an outpour of public allegations against. Okay, cool. Let's go back to this. I'm going to try to find it on my other screen real quick.
That help them to go to the grand jury and get this indictment, and it's a big case.
It's interesting, Brad, they haven't, you tell me if it's commonplace, they haven't listed what the evidence is they have, right? They haven't said we have this digital evidence, we spoke to X, Y, and Z witnesses. They haven't even publicly specifically identified any of the cooperating witnesses. They mentioned it's not like you see George Neal's name or Rodney Jones' name. It's comprehensive, but it's broad. It doesn't go into the specifics that I think many of us were anticipating, but having said that, it's also just the first charging document. This is the indictment. Is it not surprising we're having that information? And when would we learn information and what evidence the prosecution has?
Sure, it's not surprising. Usually in a lot of detail in there when they do, and usually when they have detail, it's because there's some weakness in the case. There's something they're trying to cover up with all these allegations. In this case, the indictment is what's expected. It makes the allegations. It lists victim one, which we can assume is Cassie because of the way that they address it. But cooperating witnesses, all these things that normally happen in an indictment happened in this indictment. I've had many cases in the Southern District of New York, and these indictments are commonplace anywhere. Southern District of Florida, actually you don't find where there's an indictment with great detail as to individuals' names, individual places, different areas. Usually it's an area of time, so it gives you kind of a goalpost of looking at what time frame and the allegations that they're making during that time frame. Especially when it comes to RICO charges, you're not going to find something like the YSL case where the attorney went into great detail about all this RICO and racketeering and you're not going to find that in a federal case. This is a more streamlined type RICO case, and you're not going to find, like, again, the circus that's happening.
So a couple of things. One, at 11:30 a.m., we are waiting for a press conference to be held by Damian Williams, who's the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, who will go into more detail about this indictment and what the possible penalties are. We talked about it. I believe racketeering could be 20 years. You have another charge that could be 15 to life, another 10. So he's looking at very serious prison time if ultimately convicted. I do want to go over this with you, Chris. So this is a racketeering case. The first charge is the racketeering conspiracy to violate the racketeering. And you're talking about an agreement to violate. You're talking about a criminal enterprise. And there are all these underlying.
Yo, all right, my boy. Thank you for finding it. Yo, this shit was going to drive me mad. I know I'm not crazy, bro. Gotta remember an elephant, bro. Thank you so much, though. How do I get this? It says, all I got to type in is this. This was the clip. P. Diddy talking about throwing some out the window. Like, listen to this shit.
When I man, DJ, give me, man. I'm loved now, y'all. So back in the day, somebody may got going on for that shit, but not no more. When I was
back in the day, I would have threw a nigga out the door. Damn. Man, he said my name's Love now. I don't do that shit no more.
DJ, give me the money, man. I'm loved now, y'all. So, back in the day, somebody may got going on for that shit, but not no more.
Diddy was really running around here thinking Pac. Holy shit.
Crimes is part of what a criminal enterprise is. There is a section of this indictment that talks about the means and the methods of the enterprise, and I want your reaction to it. This is where they talk about the freak offs, right? These really disgusting sexual sections. Freak offs were introduced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, automatically electronically recorded. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines and internationally. This is why I get that name. Freak-offs sometimes lasted multiple days, often involved multiple sex workers, and the allegation was he would force women to have group sex with male, sometimes male sex workers. And during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of consumption, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And then it says this part, about how he had helped members and associates of the Combs enterprise, high-ranking security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees facilitated the freak-offs by, among other things, booking the hotel rooms, stocking the hotel rooms, including with controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs. It's really disgusting.
It is. And what you see here is the extreme level. Right? This is the extreme level. These investigations are takedown investigations on True Blue with, predators who come into our sayings. I is the ultimate groomer, according to this indictment, allegedly.
Wait, is True Blue like Blue True? Hell no.
A fantasy. He couldn't resist. He had to fulfill it, and he had the means and the contacts, the power and the money, the access to pull all this together. Now, mega music producer. A lot of people depend on him for their celebrity, their success, everything else. So he holds a lot of this power over their heads. Then you introduce the alcohol, the drugs, the notion that if you go along with this, you're going to be someone. The notion that this is just part of this out there extreme lifestyle that we have in this business. And it became acceptable in his mind. And so the fantasy becomes reality. And then you have this major event that is likely videotaped. So the predator, being Combs in this case, can relive it and show it's so typical of a predator.
Now, look, these are very disturbing.
Okay. I got another part. Again, obviously my voice is a little bit limited here because we would just read every single word of every single thing, but especially since we're still at the top of the broadcast, I want to get to the most interesting things that's at the top of our list. So I'm kind of like parsing. Anytime I play a video, I'm looking through some shit to read you some more interesting shit. Page 10 of the detention letter shows how they said Diddy allegedly went to try to, right after the Cassie, because he knew basically the house was coming down. For example, let me start reading here. Okay, so this is the Cassie here. More recently, the defendant has directly or through intermediaries, engaged in obstructed conduct related to the matters under investigation in this case. Specifically, following the November 2023 lawsuit, that's Cassie lawsuit, the defendants and intermediaries acting on his behalf reached out to potential victims and witnesses to the alleged conduct, including individuals he did not speak to regularly and had not spoken to in years, to attempt to feed those victims and witnesses false narratives about the defendant's criminal conduct. With respect to at least two of these individuals, the defendant's co-conspirators assisted in efforts to protect the defendant. For example, on or about November 19th, just 3 days after the filing of the lawsuit, so Cassie lawsuit, so that's after he settled, because he settled basically, pretty much he settled by Friday, right? And it was filed like on Friday. The defendant made multiple calls to another victim of a sexual abuse and recorded certain of those calls using a cell phone of a co-conspirator. Who's that co-conspirator that was trying to help him cover shit up? I wonder if this woman is going to be called the co-conspirator. As people keep saying, the real Ghislaine Maxwell, they're accusing this woman. I know I'm putting her name up here, and I'm not trying to disparage her, but they're saying that this is like an assistant, like his chief of staff, Diddy Core, his person here.
Might be.
This woman here that you've seen right here was supposedly the woman who is like was trying to help, make sure things were on the up. So, they kind of describe her as Diddy right-hand woman, and potentially she would be the person to do some of the things to try to cover. Look, he's in a fetal position. She's sending out the text, trying to make shit, okay. And it's always good when like either your personal assistant or is in a bathrobe at your crib. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, maybe this is the person who was helping Diddy, right? Anyway, so multiple calls were made to another victim using a cell phone of a co-conspirator. During the calls, the defendant. So, if this means the phone calls were tapped, that's also very interesting to know. We're not going to know these things at this moment, but clearly, actually, it wasn't tapped because they said it was being recorded. So it was being recorded on that person's phone, right? And so during the calls, the defendant repeatedly asked for the victim's support and friendship and attempted to convince the victims that she had willingly engaged in acts constituting sexual abuse. The defendants also assured the victim that if she needed the defendant to, she ain't got nothing, or she ain't got to worry about nothing else. A thinly veiled attempt to coerce the victim to adopting and supporting the defendant's false version of the events to protect the defendant. Basically saying, yo, I'm going to take care of you if you hold me down. I mean, that's essentially what's done, right? Even more concerned, and since learning about the criminal investigation, so by the way, that criminal investigation, that was only a civil suit, said since learning about the criminal investigation, including following the execution of the search warrant, Combs contacted other witnesses on multiple occasions, including witnesses who had received grand jury subpoenas. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is fuck. His recent conduct is similar to that in United States versus LaFontaine, which the Second Circuit affirmed the district court's revocation of pre-trial release after the defendant in that case engaged. His lawyers are going to have something to say, basically saying, well, Diddy didn't know these people were witnesses, and in his opinion, these people are victims. So witness tampering is I would believe, and obviously it's not lawyer, but still, that would assume he has some knowledge that these people are witnesses or potential witnesses, and maybe they could somehow explain and say, nah, he was just reaching out to friends, right? Whatever. Specifically, the defendant who was charged with multiple counts of fraud in connection with the false claims first, all the witness to remind the witness that the particular received surgeries that the patient had not received, in fact, received. The Second Circuit affirmed the district that the patient, blah, blah, okay. So they're saying, based on another case, Diddy has done worse. He's hitting up people who got subpoenaed. What's not clear is if he knew and was trying to like, yo, remember, they do ask you about the freak off we had at the W. Just remember you was the one who said, yeah, if I got 3 bottles of Ciroc, 15 bottles of Baby World, and two long dick niggas that were gigolos, you said you were down. Remember, that was your idea, girl. Just trying to make sure you know what it is. Who knows what the fuck you probably said, but I'm just making that up, right? Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, here we go. The government is aware through electronic evidence, toll records, conversations with witnesses, and other evidence that the defendant has contacted witnesses, including subpoenaed witness prior to the dates on which the witnesses were to appear before the jury. In addition, the defendant has recorded calls with at least one victim and provided, either directly or through intermediaries, false narrative of events that transpired so that the witnesses would have that false testimony. Moreover, the defendant's obstructive conduct is made even more alarming by the manner in which he carried it out to evade detection. In some instances, by having intermediary make calls on his behalf and recording certain calls on another individual's device. These deliberate actions show that the defendant was aware that he was doing was obstructive, and that his aim was to evade detection. Even the most stringent conditions, including monitoring court-authorized electronic, failed to ensure that the defendant would not engage in this kind of obstruction from his home. So they're saying, fuck house arrest, keep his ass in jail. including by acting through internet and using other devices. Given this history of obstruction as well as violent nature of the charges, the defendant cannot overcome the presumption that no condition or combination of condition can ensure the safety of the community. Wow. Still waiting on this, chat. Still waiting. No update yet.
Bradford, that's clear. How do you defend?
Okay. Oh.
Again, I said this before. There are eerie similarities between this and the R. Kelly indictment, which was also out in New York. It was also a federal case. There was racketeering charges. There was in front of a jury.
So there's a couple different ways. Number one is because of the other individuals that were involved, I'm sure you're going to have multiple flipping witnesses. Generally, approaches these individuals. They say, hey, listen, you can either be on, the defendant side of the case. We're more than happy to add you to this racketeering charge, or you can be on the state side or government side of the case. And we why you saw different things coming about Cassie and like that video that was leaked. And I said this at the time. The video was being leaked. My belief is that the video was being leaked to show that Cassie was a victim and should not be a defendant in the case. I'm sure Cassie was, according to reports, according to other have talked about it, and according to individuals that I've spoken to, Cassie engaged in some of these allegations that are going to be going on against Sean Combs. I think they wanted to make sure that she was labeled as a victim and not as a conspirator, because I think very easily a lot of individuals could be conspirators with Diddy. My understanding is there were a lot of individuals that were involved, and I think by looking at the indictment and seeing that only Sean Combs is the only defendant currently, who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs and some sort of immunity. You find it.
Wow, we just talked about that. I said, this is a racketeering fucking case. There's only one person, but I would say maybe a supersede, right? And you hear Bradford Cohen say this.
Is the only defendant currently. Who knows if that increases and it gets superseded with a different indictment. But currently there's only one defendant. My guess is that all of those individuals that could have been co-defendants or could have been co-conspirators or could have been involved in a RICO case have flipped on Sean Combs and they're getting some sort of immunity. You find it's usually very unusual to have a RICO case with one individual as a defendant.
I was curious.
Interesting. By the way, I'm also getting told I might be incorrect here. I'm also getting told I might be incorrect. This is the indictment. We didn't go through it completely yet, but apparently there is mention of children. And I can't hit the search button there. Variety just ran an article. Variety.com. They ran an article basically saying children. It says, wait, hold on. According to their tweet, they have a tweet out. Let me just go to the tweet and then I'll find it. Again, we're going to read this for ourselves, but my computer freezing up. Come on. Variety. Here we go. Here we go, Chad. This is the wait. Yeah, we're gonna find it in a second. Give me a second, we're gonna get to it. By the way, Kevin Lyles just left Warner Music Group. I think it's a cash out option, I think. But today's not the day, we'll get to that really. I gotta talk about a whole lot of shit going on in Atlantic, a lot of moving parts. Music industry drama, there's a lot of shit going on there. I can spend like 2 hours on that. Just not important right now. Okay, look. It says Sean Combs has been charged with 3 counts: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking of children, See, children by force. Wow, I didn't see the children part. But let me look at their article and then see if I can find it in there. Children. Doesn't say. Hopefully this indictment is certain. Yeah, I think it is. No, it isn't. No, they just scan this in. Let me scan through the ABC on time. So let me just play a little bit more of this. I'm gonna find what aspects they mention children. Okay.
Because you're right, he's the only one charged, and you're seeing that he allegedly had a lot of coordination and cooperation. I want to read you something here, Chris. So this letter that I mentioned from to the judge requesting that no, they said in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed towards the employees and his others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, physical violence such as throwing objects at people, throwing to the ground, hitting, dragging, choking. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees, observed or experienced violence. For example, in the morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another. Which one? Multiple witnesses would testify at trial. The events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, which was corroborated by police reports.
Once again, Kid Cudi.
Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirator set fire to individual one's vehicle by slicing open the car's convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses were also testified to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. I think that this is Kid Cudi.
Yeah.
So if we go back to the Cassandra Ventura lawsuit, she made an allegation that it blew up his car because she was talking to him or whatever it was. When you hear this, this is a whole separate component of this case as well.
Well, it goes to the power, the enforcement, the thought that you are too big to be busted. You get away with things enough times in your life at this level, you think you're invincible. And you're not, because at some point, people are going to see the Cassie video, see the brutality of it. This wasn't an argument or just a domestic violence case in a hotel lobby. This was an all-out ass whooping of an innocent, vulnerable woman. And he did not give up. And that video, although that the case is probably beyond the statute of limitations in terms of charging crime, that was significant for the reasons Bradford said it. And in the back of the minds of the federal investigators, because they're thinking, we can't let this guy get away with this. Mm-hmm. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. You talk about the allegations in the indictment. You're talking about arson. You know, this can't be allowed in society, no matter who you are. And there are a lot of allegations here. And I think going back to him making himself available in New York, knowing this was coming, clearly that's an attempt to bargain for his short-term freedom as his report system. But it's going to be very tough when the judge takes a look at this and sees the potential danger, the potential witness tampering, the things that have already happened. What, suddenly he's going to change? It's going to be a tough argument for his lawyer.
And it says that the government's investigation is ongoing in this letter. You know, while the indictment against the defendant was unsealed today, the investigation into his and other co-conspirators' conduct is active and ongoing.
And you have to wonder how many of these events were somehow videotaped or captured to show other people, to encourage this is what's going to happen. It doesn't matter how big you think you are, I'm bigger and I'll crush you. Mm-hmm. So, was some of that taken from one of the raids?
So now I'm curious, Bradford, once we knew that he was arrested last night, and we knew this indictment was coming, I went back and I looked at all of the lawsuits. I looked at all of the lawsuits that he's facing, from April Lampros, to Rodney Jones, to even Sandra Ventura one that was settled, to Dawn Richard, There's the Grace O'Markey one that lists as defendant, but his son is the one who's the main defendant. There's Troy Dickerson Neal. Do you have a sense from these papers, these indictments, how much of these witnesses, their accounts are made up in the criminal charges? How much of their cooperating witnesses? How much are their accounts part of these criminal charges? Do you have a sense of that?
I think that, yeah, I mean, when I read some of these lawsuits, some of them I think are so fantastical that I don't think they would make great witnesses. I think Kathy's is the most credible in terms of looking at the other lawsuits. I think that those witnesses can provide some backup and some confirmation of some allegations, but I don't think they're going to be the star witness. I think there's probably going to be 5 main core witnesses, and those are going to be the 5 individuals that were closest to Sean Combs. I'm sure he needed assistant or personal assistant.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This is incredibly horrible for Diddy. I mean, again, this is the indictment. You know, obviously they spell out his. I mean, I guess we can kind of go through it. Let's go through it. Once again, this is the 14-page indictment. This is the first document. I'm actually, let me look it up to see if it's in the as yet. Diddy hasn't appeared in court from what I've been told. I do believe that his attorney after the court hearing, that's what that's for. It said this afternoon. We don't know what time. But if you're wondering what this for, this is most likely for after the attorney is walking into court and out of court, that they could possibly have a press conference. I don't know if Diddy's attorney will address the press again. I don't even think it was a need for him to address the press. You know, with an armed militia around there 24/7, but at least you're in a mansion. You know, you'd rather be in a $10 million crib rather than be in some New York City rat hole jail, right? You know, I mean, you don't want to be bunkies with Taxstone. You get what I'm saying? So, of course, we're going to see what happens there. Let me see. I actually don't think it's going to be still in the system yet. I'm searching it right now. Because we're going to see a bunch of documents fly off, including what's going to be important is, you know, maybe if there is a premeditated motion or pre-trial release, that's also submitted, but that might be, you know, submitted after court, even though I think they would want to have him have the judge consider it in court today. I'm looking at some shit right here. Because right now we only have 2 documents: the indictment and the detention memo, which is both from the prosecutor.
Getting wicked.
Yeah, and yeah, I still don't see it here yet. It's probably gonna take some while. They'll probably officially file it. The clerk will file it to the government website after the court hearing is done. But regardless, we don't know what time. Let me see if I can Google it, figure out. Diddy is scheduled to appear in court. We don't know what time though. What time? Don't know what time. but apparently it's supposed to be in the afternoon. Oh, yeah, here we go. Diddy's gonna appear in court at 2:30 p.m. From what I'm hearing, I've talked to a few people who are like legal experts. They think it's gonna be quick. They think they're gonna have him in there and out. Probably 30-minute hearing. There will be no video. This is federal court, so we're not gonna see no video. And obviously, there's gonna be reporters in there. So I'm pretty sure someone's gonna be there trying to get a drawing of Diddy. I'm guessing he'll probably be in cuffs. Even though I still can't even like imagine Diddy in cuffs, but they're gonna come out with a description of his demeanor, the proceedings, and obviously we're gonna see the documents fly off afterwards with the results of that. But 2:30 today was about another hour and 15 minutes until Diddy goes to court or Diddy sees that judge. Again, his indictment was unsealed, which means that his lawyers know what charges he has. They're going to be read to him at his first appearance. They're going to apparently try to get bond, but there's already a memo filed to heavily oppose bond. Like this is a pretty, again, the memo to oppose bond is 16 pages. The indictment is 14 pages. You get what I'm saying? This is the memo to oppose bond. This is the indictment, right? Okay. Let me a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna. Oh no, this is what I wanted to get to. This is how disgusting they kind of set the shit up in terms of when they start describing freak off. Keep in mind, I've never heard Diddy say the word freak off, but like, god damn it, it's such like a disgusting thing. You even think about it now. Here we go. They're gonna describe a freak off. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Among the means and methods by which Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, Diddy, PD, Love, the defendant and other members of the associates of Combs Enterprise conducted and participated in the conduct and affairs include the following, right? They wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at his businesses to intimidate, threaten, lure females into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship, even use force, threats of force, coercion, to engage in extended sex acts. Now, this is a disgusting extended sex acts. You're gonna hear them described as the freak offs. Sometimes lasted days. I'm like, what type of level of horny that you gotta fuck for 3 days straight? Like this is some. Okay, so freak offs were elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. In arranging these freak offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates, of its enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial sex workers across state lines internationally. Damn, you was bringing it overseas. God damn. Freak offs occurred regularly. Sometimes it lasted multiple days. I see why this nigga need 1,000 bottles of lube. Because if nigga, you must have found Aqua. He could stay wet for fucking 3 days. Like, what the fuck? No wonder he needed lube. Lasted multiple days and often involved multiple commercial sex workers. During freak offs, he distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep them obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to victims, and kept videos he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts. Members and associates of Combs Enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated freak offs by, among other things, booking hotel for the freak off, stocking hotel rooms in advance with lube and freak off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms. Oh my God. Yo, chat, how much would you need to get paid if you work for Combs Enterprise and your job is to clean up after the freak off? You're running into all type of like fluid. You see something that's like gooey, it could be semen. Between 50 niggas semen, because apparently it was mad niggas in this shit. You don't know what type of semen that was. Vaginal discharge, saliva, lube. God damn it. Yo, whose job it is yo, I could see why Fonzra Bentley said, I'm getting the fuck on out of here. It looked good when Fonzra Bentley was just holding the fucking umbrella. Imagine Be like, all right, nigga, ain't no fucking rain going on in here, nigga. The only thing raining down is semen. Nigga, clean up after this goddamn freak off. Scrub all the cum off the wall. All the ejaculation stains. Yo, I kid you not, man. If I was the fence and I raided Diddy's cribs, the first thing I'm scouring the crib through is with a, what's it called? A black light? You know the light they used to, I remember the show? Raid my room. Room raiders, black light. And they'd be like, yo, that's the cum stain. That's the cum stain right there. That's the cum stain right there. Yeah. Imagine when they do this at Diddy's mansion.
Y'all remember that show, Room Raiders? Well, it's time for the bed check.
Yes. Oh my God, you do this at Diddy's mansion, it's over. It's fucking over.
I'm over bed. All right, so we have the
nigga. Just go.
Down here, do it to myself and see some hairs. See some hairs. Pillows clean.
Nah, on the shit. Diddy's house is gonna be that. How much you think the nigga who's cleaning up the lube, oil, vaginal discharge, semen is getting paid? It's gotta be a good gig, right? Like you gotta get 6 figures for that, right? I'm not saying I don't do that shit. I'm not saying. If that was the job you had to do, like how much you want to get paid for that? You walk into the room, that shit smell like Badussy. Diddy was just getting his ass eaten by some dude, some buff Negro.
Bro, this man here wicked.
Cassie was just in a bukkake. Some other little chick was having a mukbang with just mad random assortment of semen, piss. Remember, this is P. Diddy. P. I want to pee on you. All of that. You're cleaning pee, maybe some fecal matter. The only thing you won't find, no condoms. No fucking condoms. Ain't that a bitch? You know this shit gotta be nasty. They found 1,000 bottles of lube, not one condom. Diddy's freak off room, it's like a slip and slide up in that. Oh my God. It's a slip and slide. Nigga, you show up to clean up after the freak off. You know what you gonna sound like? You gonna sound like this.
One nigga got that nigga up out of there. Thank God. Yeah, I had to fight some nigga in the bathroom. No homo. We slipping on semen.
Y'all slipping on semen. You gotta be slipping on semen when you enter the freak off room. This nigga's all lube. It's lube everywhere. You slip on semen at the scene of cleaning up the freak off.
But niggas was jerking off in the bathroom, nigga.
Jerking off in the corner.
Fight some nigga in the bathroom, no homo. We slipping on semen. Niggas was jerking off in the bathroom, nigga. We got that nigga up out of there, all that shit. You know, this is parts of the story that I don't.
Yo, I know this ain't funny. We gotta make the shit. We gotta stop laughing. Fucked up shit. Fucked up shit.
Not crazy work.
Okay. Combs to and from free off resupplying. Oh my God. Imagine you had to be the person to go bring some extra lube in the room while Diddy and 10 other niggas and Cassie are having a freak off. Resupplying Combs with requested supplies. Delivering large stacks or sums of cash to Combs to pay the sex workers. And then, yo, this is when I realized, nigga, how much fucking you gotta be doing that you fucking for days? If your fuck session lasts days, god damn it. Nigga, even in the jungle, you know they say the lion, when the lion has sex, it only lasts a minute. It takes the lion a minute to nut. The most fucking powerful creature in the jungle. But for Diddy, it was taking him days? What? What type of deranged thing is this? What type of engine was he on? Chat, keep it a beat. Well, y'all niggas have like, I know, no homo. Feel me? But how long is the longest y'all even jacked? All right, so you open up Pornhub. You don't got to bitch around. You open up Pornhub. You rubbing one out. You know what I mean? We all do it. Come on, let's not act like, you know. What's the longest you jacked off for?
Nigga said.
Imagine Diddy is jacking off to this shit for days. I see why this nigga need lubricant and baby oil. Nigga, you will chafe your dick. Nigga, at some point, your palm gotta feel like sandpaper. What the fuck? This nigga was jacking off for days.
Nah.
Nah, if you jerk off to Pornhub for an hour, something wrong with you, bro. Something wrong with you. 3 hours, you're wilding. You niggas jerked off for 3 hours to Pornhub? I'm sending U.S. attorney to your house next. Who said 3 hours?
That's crazy. Crazy fucking work.
Nah, 5 minutes too short. Like maybe you know, between 10 and 30. You know what I mean? 10 and 30. Now, we're not counting the parts where like you're on the 89th page looking for the right porno. Like, that's how it works. Like you're on the 89th, like you're like next. That's cool. We're talking about jerk off time. But fuck all that. Even if you went, yeah, Diddy's going 3 days. In or about March 24, during the search of his cribs in Miami, Florida, Los Angeles, California, they seized freak-off supplies, including narcotics and a house of bottles. Baby oil and lubricant. Oh my God. This is. Now, here's the thing, too. Doesn't make it any better that we've seen Diddy with this IV fluid shit. Remember during the pandemic, I used to see that nigga have the IV thing. Did Diddy get these videos scrubbed from the internet, bro? Diddy IV recovery. There's some videos of him with IV in, bro. It was like during pandemic times. It's not pandemic. Never took that IV shit, but now I'm associating the IV shit to freak off shit. Somebody was trying to say, yo, Act, you be drinking a lot. You know what you should do? In the morning, just get an IV. It just replenishes you. And I'm like, oh no. I mean, I'm drinking, but I ain't drinking that hard. Like, what type of shit you gotta be doing to stick a needle and just have to pump fluids into yourself? Apparently, this was a post, nigga, this was his post freak off ritual. Let me see what I can find. IV fluids. Let's see if we can find it. I know I've seen it before. Definitely seen it before. Back in the day. Now, they might have some people scrub some shit. I can't find this bitch. Oh, here we go. Look. Right. Thank you, Diddy. What the fuck is this? This is the drip bar? The fuck is the drip bar? The hell? This was during 2021. But yeah, this was a. Oh yeah, this was after a freak off. Yeah, that was after a freak off. Facts. Let me see. Diddy drip bar. Trying to see. I can't find it right now. I'll find it later. Something. What's this though?
Let's go ahead and
we listened to that already.
not being off the table.
Here we go.
Charges racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He called what Sean Diddy Combs organized a business empire that he said he controlled using kidnapping, bribery, saying that he exploited people, used force, threats. And when you really understand where all of this comes from, you have to go back to the lawsuit, that civil lawsuit that was fired by Combs's longtime ex-girlfriend. Mr. Williams mentioned that video that after he settled with her in that civil case, when she was claiming that he sexually assaulted her and beat her. And then we saw evidence of that months later in a 2016 video in a hotel where she is hit and dragged. Those were the exact words that he used in this criminal case. Something else worth noting, Lindsay, is what he talked about when referencing what they were able to find when searching the home. He said that they searched and seized evidence, 3 defaced AR-15s, evidence of free thoughts. Again, this was a term used in the civil suit, but now talking about it in the criminal form. He said also that this is not done, that there could be more people that are prosecuted as a result of this. But today, of course, the focus being on Sean Diddy Combs.
And Jerika, many reporters were quick to ask whether any more charges could be coming, because this indictment says that he did not do this alone. He was essentially enabled by the people around him, the apparatus that he built, according to prosecutors, as part of this criminal enterprise, again, according to the indictment, that essentially enabled this behavior and led to a pattern of coercion and intimidation.
Yeah, I mean, he said it again by saying we are not done. Gave a phone number for people to call if they have any tips, because this is an ongoing investigation, as he said a couple of times. He also talked about other charges not being off the table. One of the first questions, though, I think that many people have had, this is someone who's been so well known, a business entrepreneur, mogul for 30 years. And the question is, why did this take so long, and are there any other victims? He would not specify about how many victims there are allegedly, only say that there's multiple based on that indictment. When it comes to why it took so long, he said the better focus should be that we are here today.
I mean, that is the question. He just got the key to New York City in 2023. He was asked to give it back. He did give it back, and yet here we are. Prosecutors saying that this behavior went on for decades. Jerika, we are expecting to learn more from this detention document that Williams kept mentioning, that they will be trying to seek pre-trial detention. What do we know about what that document will contain and when we might get it?
Right now, what I can tell you is that we're hearing that Combs is expected to appear in court now just after 2:30 this afternoon. So we're, of course, going to keep a close eye on that. As for the pre-trial detention, essentially Williams is saying we want him to remain behind bars. We'll look at that document and get back to you in terms of the reasons, but they obviously feel that he's a threat to the public. When asked about his cooperation, he also mentioned that he said the word cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and that responding to the law in their eyes is not necessarily cooperating. So we know that he's going to be in custody, but we do know that they're not going to get into, at least Damian Williams saying, they're not going to get into the why and when they took him into custody the way that they did as far as that investigation is concerned. But a lot came out of this. Also, I thought worth mentioning, having covered R. Kelly several times in both trials, he said that he was not going to compare or sort of contrast the two. But we,
by the way, there bill package. I'm looking to get that for you immediately. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up in a second. So there's a proposed bill package.
Do know that Homeland Security Investigations is the same group that really took on a bulk of the responsibility when it came to R. Kelly. Same group began looking at these charges that are similar in nature when you think about sexual assault and sex trafficking.
Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. We'll be joining me right now is celebrity attorney Chris Melcher. Chris, obviously, we just heard that press conference. We were talking to you on the front end. Did not think that the U.S. attorney was going to get as graphic as he did, because this is so disturbing, but he did. The nature of the allegations are disturbing. Your thoughts after that press conference?
Well, they certainly took their time, and that was a very well-crafted press conference where they were laying out a little bit more detail than we saw in the charging time. And I do have that detention. That's a letter to the judge saying that Diddy should, or Mr. Combs should remain in custody pending trial. So that's pretty unusual. Many times somebody's going to be released on a bond. His attorney, according to that detention letter, had offered a $50 million bond to secure Mr. Combs' attendance at trial and also electronic monitoring. The government's saying that's not sufficient. That's not enough money to really dissuade Diddy from fleeing. And more importantly, it's alleged that he is a danger to the community, that he could dissuade witnesses from testifying. So what they're asking is that he be held in custody. He's in custody right now and they don't want him released. The judge will have to decide that, or magistrate, I should say, will decide that later today. But these are I mean, the conduct is depraved, multiple victims. And what is most significant to me is that these events were allegedly recorded and the government has those recordings. That's going to make it extremely difficult if
okay, I'll get back to what that gentleman is saying. Let me read through this, which is important. So this is what the government detention letter was trying to counteract. Okay, so this is a letter from the lawyer, Filio, in Trotter, which that might be another lawyer or it might be a joint one for him. Anyway, it says, Dear Judge Tafornsky, Mr. Sean Combs, to his counsel, submits this letter to the court for release on certain specific or specified conditions. Yesterday evening, he was arrested on an indictment charging him with the following offenses. For these reasons set forth below, we ask this court to release Mr. Combs pursuant to our proposed bail package. This letter will walk the court through a series of actions taken by Mr. Combs over the past 6 months that will prove he's not a flight risk or a danger to anyone in the community. These actions will prove that Mr. Combs is eminently trustworthy, that he's demonstrably committed to show his innocence in court in the context of this case, and that he should be released on the condition proposed in order to do so. The first thing the court should know is that when it became apparent to his counsel that Mr. Combs would be at some point formally charged, he did something extraordinary. Oh, wow. Extraordinary. Let's hear the extraordinary thing. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, the very location of where the prosecutors and agents were investigating. Through counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily come to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, and offered to turn himself in at an appropriate time. Even though Mr. Combs came to New York, authorized his lawyers to tell the government of his location, and offered to self-surrender, the government effected an arrest last evening. This, we know, is the government's right. However, that he traveled to New York to self-surrender is also something the court shall consider. This was not the first action Mr. Combs took to show his trustworthiness and lack of flight risk. Indeed, it is part of his pattern since even before the March 25th, 2024 searches on his residence. Mr. Combs and his counsel have been fully aware that the United States attorney for the Southern District of New York has been conducting an investigation involving allegations concerning racketeering, sex trafficking, and other offenses, knowing for these many months that he would be indicted. Wow, so basically they're admitting that he knew he would be indicted. Wow. Man. Mr. Combs has done everything, as will be set out below, to work with prosecutors in ways that are unusual, if not unprecedented. Okay. In light of these circumstances, he can rebut presumption of detention here due to his extraordinary actions taken in this investigation. He should be released on the conditions proposed so that he can fight the case in court effectively. By the way, let me see. Okay. All right. So we'll get to the extraordinary actions he took, but this is the proposed package. A $50 million bond, which clearly makes sense now. He was clearly liquidating some assets. One of the main things, securing a cash bond or a potential part of a cash bond, or being able to free up assets that he could possibly put up, right? They don't mention if the $50 million would be in a cash bond or maybe could use a property or something of the sort. But yeah, $50 million bond, co-signed by Sean Combs' his mother, his sister, the mother of his oldest daughter, and his 3 adult sons. Okay. So I guess it's a bond co-signed by them. Secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' residence located at 2 West Star Island in Miami, Florida. The appraised value of the home is about $48 million. The home is unencumbered. In anticipation of the bail hearing on August 20th, 2024, he paid off the mortgage. Oh, wow. He paid off the mortgage, which is $18 million. Wow. So now he finally owns the house outright. And that's just sitting equities in the value of the house. But there isn't a lien on the house, meaning a mortgage, that a mortgage company will control some interest in the house. So basically saying, yo, I'll give y'all, I'll put the title up, right? Like shit, if I plead, that's $48 million. So that home could be used to secure a bond and be free of the mortgage. Cool. Secured by the equity of Combs' mother's house. Wow, they gave her. Oh, yeah. I wish this was blurred out, but this is where his mom lives. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida and the Southern District of New York to attend court.
They done dropped the low to Big Diddy mom
and attend medical appointments, which we will address the court in a separate sealed submission. Yes, they're probably going to do a sealed submission saying that Diddy is suffering from. Again, you got to make this look good. He's suffering from some illness that cannot be cured if he's in a detention facility. He needs to be free. He needs to see the best specialist in the world. He needs to be able to go to his doctor's appointments every day, that he could be healthy, right? Typical, I think they did that with Harvey Weinstein as well. I mean, shit, they've been trying to do it with YNW Melly, saying he has some grave disease and he needs to be let out. And they keep saying, well, the niggas he allegedly killed can't get out of the casket, so you're not getting out. That's what they've told YNW Melly. Don't know if that worked, but they'll work. But clearly, they're going to do a sealed submission that obviously the public don't know what that is, but the court or the judge could consider it. As well as the Eastern District of New York and the District of New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel from New York involves an airport in those districts. The airport in New York, as in Jersey, would mean that he'll be flying via private jet. Teterboro Airport is a place that Jay-Z, Beyonce, anybody, when they come to New York, they land at Teterboro with their private jet. Okay, that's usually where Jay-Z's rap about the Clearport. That's where that is, right? Teterboro, New Jersey. So he's trying to carve out places that I'll only be in Jersey to be at that, to be at the fucking Clearport. That my private jet to land there. I'm gonna go right to New York to go to court. I'm gonna be in Southern District of Florida, which is basically he said he was gonna stay in Star. He's basically kind of outlining house arrest, but not saying house arrest, because his residence in Southern District of Florida is at 2 Star Island. You know what I'm saying? His passport, now we get to find out, his passport was surrendered to his counsel. So he gave his passport to his lawyers, and his lawyers advised the prosecutor of this fact in an email dated the same day, and the counsel is now saying, please take his passport. He ain't going nowhere. Take his passport. So interesting to note, they didn't turn over his passport then, but he did turn it over to his lawyers. Okay, cool. The passports of the following family members who have already surrendered their passports to counsel after the raids. Oh, wow. Whoa. They're saying they're down to surrender. Janice is his mom, I believe. Janice Combs. Chance Combs. Who's Chance Combs? Jesse Combs. Delilah Combs and Love Combs. I think this is the baby. Ain't this is the baby? Love Combs is the baby. Let's see. Love Combs. Yeah, I think that's the baby. Yeah, that's the new baby he had. Oh, wow. So he's down to even give up the baby passport. Yo, not getting my family out of here. I'm not dipping out of here. You can have their passports, my passports. Take it all. Just, who's Chance Combs? I don't know who that is. Janice is his mom, I believe. Let me use this. Who's Chance Combs? Oh, that's his daughter. Okay. Jesse Combs, is that the other daughter? I don't know who Jesse Combs is. Who's Jesse Combs? Jesse Combs. Oh, it's Diddy. Yeah, Diddy's daughter. Yeah. Jesse James Combs. Okay, cool. So that's the mom, the 2 daughters, Who's Delilah Combs? Does the Suns not have passports, or did they already surrender their passports? Because they're not mentioned. Delilah Combs. There's another daughter he has. Okay. Okay, Jesse and Delilah are twins. And then there's Chance Combs. Who's Chance Combs? Oh, she's not one of the twins. Oh, so there's a daughter that's not a twin. And the parents are Sarah Chapman and Diddy. Okay, cool.
Well, this
And then
is
Love Combs. So basically,
interesting.
all of the women, all of the from the Combs family are here. By the way, we're gonna get down to exhibits. The exhibits are gonna show the appraisals. Is the exhibits attached? No, but there are exhibits supposedly. Look, the written appraisal. So the appraisal that property is worth 48 million is exhibit 1. The satisfactory of the mortgage, which means he paid it off, is exhibit 2. And the letter to the prosecutor, as mentioned, that he offered his passport up, is exhibit 3. Or he didn't offer his passport up. He said he has turned his passport over to counsel, right? Yeah. They emailed on the first saying that they turned the passport over to counsel. Cool. All right. H, since at least 2024, April, Mr. Combs has been making efforts to sell his airplane. Oh my God. Damn, shit is going down. If y'all buy that plane, man, make sure y'all scrub the whole interior, black light and everything. If he was having freak offs on the ground, imagine what he was doing in the air, nigga. Trust me. He's been making efforts to sell his airplane. We informed the government of these efforts in May 2024 and explained further below. Just this weekend, Mr. Combs entered a letter of intent with the party to sell it. Oh, wow. Understands he is not to travel in Los Angeles, where the plane had been located this week. Oh, wow. He's been staying away from his own plane. I still think he's going to fly by private if they do give him this bail. But I guess he's trying to say, if you own a private jet, you probably have more leeway with what you could do with it. So he's like, no, I'm giving up my private jet. I guess he probably just charter one. Damn. And further, the plane is not to be brought into any district where he is. Oh, okay. That's why we could look it up now. Love Air LLC. That's Diddy's plane jet. We can find the tail number. This is Diddy's plane right here. Yeah, Love Air. Love Air. Yep. And what's the tail number? Is where's the tail number? Tail number. Come on. I can't find the fucking tail number. Am I slow? Is it N119? N11969C? I think this is it. I think this is Diddy's jet. Yeah. Diddy's jet. Yep. Yeah, flight aware. Okay, cool. Yes, it's owned by Diddy. Sorry, chat. I'm just like looking this shit up. Yeah. And yeah, that's registration history. Let's see if we can look where it's at. We could. This is how it looks. Beautiful jet still. Let's see if we could. We could track it. Tracker. Flight radar. History of flights. Yeah, wait, there's no recent flights. Yeah, that shit is parked. Holy shit. Okay, this is. You look how they tracking Jay-Z's. Yeah, having a jet is just having people get business. Look, they're tracking Jay-Z's jet. Flight history. Okay, here we go. Department information. It looked like it is flying around somewhere, but at some point it was in LA. Yeah, that jet's moving, but apparently it was in LA for a while. All right. Anyway, let me play a little bit more of this.
For Diddy to defend himself if those recordings show coercion or violence.
Important point there. Chris, according to the indictment, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers and a drum magazine. How will that play in? We know as part of the allegations, they say that Combs regularly carried and even brandished weapons to create an atmosphere of intimidation.
Not looking good.
Well, that is part of this allegation that these women unfortunately became part of his orbit.
Okay. Yeah, this is taken care of. Okay, perfect. Let me go back. Okay, so yeah, so I guess it was the time of that letter. You know, they're still saying, I guess, like ever since they wrote that letter to the prosecutors, they kept the jet away from wherever Diddy's at. So the jet's still moving, but you know, they kept like it in Van Nuys. Yeah, it was in Van Nuys bunch. San Jose. It wasn't LA. It was definitely in California for a while. And I guess they were saying they made sure that the jet wasn't anywhere where Diddy was at, that the police could think that Diddy it has access to his jet. They're saying it's on the other side of the country. And they're saying they're down to keep it on the other side of the country or make sure the jet doesn't go anywhere where Diddy's at until it gets sold, which is, I mean, my boy's definitely trying to make sure he's free, right? Okay, understand that to travel to LA where it's been located this week. Oh, this week. He said this week. Has it been located in LA this week? Well, it went to Indianapolis. Last week it was in Jersey, Teterboro. It went to Indianapolis. I'm guessing it probably is in LA, right? This isn't all the way accurate. This is just summer flights. Cool, all right, bet. Then, now they finally say home detention. Home detention. So they're down for home detention. They're not going to say what crib, but come on, you know he wants to give him a Star Island crib, right? All other standard conditions of pretrial release, right? The history of the investigation showed a great degree of collaboration between the government, Mr. Combs, and his counsel, which should be weighed heavily in this court when releasing on the conditions proposed. By the way, 30 minutes until Diddy goes to court. Once again, we're not going to have a live stream of that, but we expect to maybe hear a word or two from the lawyer as they enter or leave court. Okay. On March 13th, counsel for Mr. Combs emailed the assigned assistant U.S. attorney in this introductory mail. Counsel identified himself as counsel for Combs and stated he wished to speak with the prosecutors and share information about Mr. Combs and the matters under investigation. After not hearing that, oh wow. First, AUSA's agent responded. Counsel again emailed 5 days later, on March 18th. Counsel did not get a response. Oh yeah, they don't give a fuck about Diddy. So this 2 emails sent to the prosecutor, deaf ears. Third time. This is before the search. Wait, so why did they email before the search? Oh, it was being heard that there was an investigation. So I guess they just wanted to get ahead of it. This is before the search. March 25th, search warrants were executed at Mr. Combs' place of residence in Miami and LA. In addition, he was removed from his airplane and searched. The searches of his residence were unusually public and particularly heavy-handed. The agents had assault rifles trained on the heads and chests of his children, who were then handcuffed, brought before news cameras in a press helicopter. On the day of the searches, counsel called prosecutor and they spoke for the very first time. Counsel indicated that they would accept service of 2 grand jury subpoena to Mr. Combs' businesses. Counsel took possession of Mr. Combs' passport on April 1st. About a week following the searches on April 1st, counsel took his passport. As noted on the same day, they advised the AUSA of the fact that counsel had Mr. Combs' passport and we would not return it to him, and that he would not be allowed to leave the country during the pendency of the investigation. We have, in fact, maintained passports, and Mr. Combs has not, in fact, left the country. Despite knowing the investigation was ongoing, despite having a plane at his disposal, despite not being charged with any crime. So as of this morning, the plane is in Teterboro for a charter flight as of this morning. It says four. Where is 4? Is that 4 is somewhere here? All right, here. Yeah. Okay. So the Teterboro thing was right. As of this, well, this is 9/12, so it's probably a return flight. Whatever. Cool. Council agreed to advise government on all domestic travel. Myron said this. Bradford Cohen said this. I agreed. Vlad, please stop saying the bullshit you've been saying. And I love you, Vlad. You know, you're a peer, colleague, and a friend of mine. But you've been saying that dumb shit like too long, saying Diddy should have fled the country. It's very clear they could have arrested this guy a long time ago. He surrendered his passport. He was telling the government everywhere where he was at, because he was preparing for this moment. He was saying, I'm not going to be in the same city as my plane. He was never going to leave the country. That was never. I don't even know why Vlad's the only person I've seen like say this shit. Like, I don't know why you didn't go to Russia. Like, what the fuck is Vlad talking about? I love you, Vlad, you know, but come on, bro. Like, you know, you're too smart to be saying this type of nonsense. He says, I've been saying this last month, couple months of my interviews. Diddy should have fled to Russia. Vlad, you're too smart for this, okay? Like, this is some shit that dumb rappers you interview would say, right? Instead, he spent his time hanging around in Harlem and Miami. No, he spent his time trying to not look guilty and knowing he's under federal surveillance. What can he do? He can't do anything else. Anyway, I'm glad this letter came out. Now we know all the things that clearly was being done, right? These two promises, okay. Moreover, council advised government that Mr. Combs intended to travel domestically. Council will inform the USA. Me, Bradford Cohen, Myron Gaines, former HSI agent, we all predicted this. You're telling the government where you're going, right? Like, you want him to feel very comfortable, right? I heard that through sources that he's telling them anytime he's going to get on a plane. They know before he went to LA, and went to LA, those random places, they knew before he came to New York, okay? These two promises have been kept. For example, June 9th, Council advised the USA that Mr. Combs was traveling from Miami to go on a road trip with his children. In addition, we provided AUSA with information about the flight, when his flight departed, when it will land. On June 29th, Council emailed the prosecutors that Mr. Combs will be flying to Wyoming. And by the way, he did go to Wyoming. People see him White River rafting. You ever see this? Here we go. Diddy, Wyoming, White River rafting. Right here. Boy, Diddy. By the way, chat, apparently we got 23,000 people watching on YouTube, only like 2K likes. Please, could you guys just hit the like button? If you guys haven't subscribed as well, please subscribe to whatever platform you're watching. It's greatly appreciated. I do this for y'all, clearly. But just please hit the like button, hit the follow button. That's all I ask for, okay? That looks fun. I can imagine this is the way to do. You know, you gotta imagine Diddy's mind is probably going absolutely bonkers, right? Like, this is the worst scenario ever. He has to, you know, have some time. Ooh, almost bit my lip. Did actually. He has to have some time to unwind. He has to try to, like, you know, kind of, you know, distract himself a bit, because that could be very mentally tolling. And I'm not saying we feel bad for Diddy, but you're constantly thinking about a potential prosecution for arrest for months. Yeah, you know, he has to unwind. And I guess that was what that trip was. Okay, so cool. That was the Wyoming trip. Okay, cool. So he was flying to Wyoming. He told them that via a chartered aircraft. On July 5th, the council emailed the prosecutor that he was traveling back to Los Angeles. 2 days later, July 7th, when he traveled back to Miami via chartered aircraft, they once again emailed the AUSA. In addition, when Mr. Combs planned travel, but did not take those trips, they notified the prosecutors as well. Okay, they notified the government of Mr. Combs' efforts to sell the plane. On May 21st, counsel advised the AUSA during the phone call that Mr. Combe had commenced efforts to sell his airplane. We followed up with that conversation the next day on May 22nd, 24, with a letter to the AUSA that the efforts were on the way to sell the aircraft. Remind the AUSAs that the counsel continued to be in possession of his passport. Over the past several months, there have been several potential buyers for the airplane. At least 2 buyers have signed a letter of intent to purchase the aircraft.
You want the
Just
plane?
this weekend, a buyer for the aircraft and representatives for Mr. Combs executed a letter of intent due to the nature of this asset. The amount of inspection and due diligence that's required for this purchase is just not a simple asset to offload. In advance of the plane being sold, which it eventually will be, we have agreed to keep the airplane in Los Angeles while Mr. Combs resides in his home in Florida. It's not being chartered. It's not being chartered. So again, they do charter rentals on the plane. Coincidentally, and not at Mr. Combs' request, last night the airplane was chartered. Oh wow. Maybe that's why he got arrested. They've been keeping the plane away from Diddy. They've been telling the government, like, hey, we're keeping the plane away. Remember I told you? They're tracking that fucking plane. They're tracking it, right? Diddy is in New York. The private jet location that everybody flies into is in Jersey. And all of a sudden, Diddy's plane shows up in Jersey. Yeah, I could imagine somebody says, before Diddy get on his jet, let's lock his ass up right fucking now. Before, maybe he's trying to, let's lock his ass up. So this is probably why, right? So now his team is saying this is coincidentally. They're saying there was a chartered flight from Los Angeles to Teterboro. He had no advanced knowledge of the flight, nor did he possess any control over its movement last night. Obviously, Mr. Combs agrees to not go to any state, in this case, New Jersey, in which his plane is located pending its sale, which is being actively pursued, and I get it. New Jersey is not New York, but the place that people in New York usually go to board a private jet is in New Jersey, Teterboro. It's like from Manhattan, it's, let's see, we're talking about 10 to 15 minutes. So it's really in close proximity, even though technically it's not within New York State. All right, Mr. Combs voluntarily relocated to New York in advance of his arrest. Once it became apparent to counsel that Mr. Combs' arrest was imminent, he promptly relocated to New York City. On September 5th, 2024, he arrived in New York, and counsel immediately informed the government of Mr. Combs' whereabouts. By the way, here's the thing. I'll read this. It said, pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, a private jet may be available to the general public for use. That's about chartering. Part 135 pertains to Mr. Combs' airplane, and therefore can be chartered by the general public. Many people who own a private jet, they'll allow other people. And by the way, this is why I look at Rick Ross's private jet, and I'm like, I don't know if people are chartering a private jet that just says Rick Ross, right? Like it's so branded. You know, Diddy's private jet, at least, it's a distinct private jet, dark colored one, but it doesn't say Diddy. It doesn't say Diddy all over the shit. So, you know what I mean? It would probably say, let's get another jet. So he probably was chartering, and it's probably a good way to make money. A flight, I could price it out now. A flight from LA to Teterboro, that's cross country, 5 hours in flight time. How much, like, how many people? I won't get too much into it, but how many people? Let me see. Diddy's jet. Let me see. Love Air. What type of plane is it? It's a Gulfstream 550. They get a holes between. How many? There's a hole. And by the way, look. There's this website you can literally book this jet. Those are our empty leg flights to see if you can literally book Diddy's jet. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm pretty sure many other brokers or websites allow you to book the jet. Anyway, it's probably gonna be 60,000, around 60,000, 50, 60,000. For a one-way, right? So if you want to have 8 to maybe 12 people on Diddy's jet, and you want to afford the $60,000 fee, that's a one-way. Pay flight crew. They'll probably have at least one stewardess, 2 pilots. Diddy gets the rest, and probably a broker fee for whoever is doing the booking. But that's a way to generate some money, because jets are expensive. You got to park them, you got to service them, you got to maintain them. All right, cool. This says, council offered to continually share Mr. Combs' location. Okay. This is like when your bitch catch you cheat, then you're like, yo, I'm gonna share my location. All right, so they're saying that Mr. Combs was down to share his location with government constantly, right? Since arriving in New York on September 5th, Mr. Combs has been at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Okay, cool. We'll try to see if I can hit up a work over there to see if they got one of them workers got a little security footage. They're gonna try to sell it to TMC. Let's see if we can get it from them. There's no video of Diddy being you're wrong. Somebody just trying to sell that bitch. So we stayed at the Park Hyatt Hotel. Let me Google that bitch. Let's see. It's a luxury 5-star hotel. I don't expect Diddy to stay in anything else. Let's look at the suites. I can imagine he was staying at the big boy. They got a presidential on here now. Where's the presidential? Oh, here we go. 1-bedroom presidential suite. If there's a 2-bedroom, I imagine that they didn't get it. And probably his are listed on here for you to publicly book. You know what I'm saying? If we were to book it, let me see how much this is costing. Yo, I'm such a pocket one, right? Oh, don't let you can book these ones. It says you got to call. Yeah, you got to call for this. You can book these. Let me see what the price is looking for, though. Let's look next month. A 1-night stay. Let's see what we're looking at, chat. Chat, I'm such a pocket watcher, right? I know. Pray for me, chat. What? And this is just a 1-bedroom. $2,000. $2,000. Oh, nah. And so if this is $2,000, the presidential is like $6,000, nigga. $7,000 for the night. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah. Damn. So Diddy probably shelling out $7,000 a night for this spot. $2K a night for a 1-bedroom. This is the minimum room you can get there. Look, all right, so this is the room. Oh, here's the suites. Here's the suites. Okay, $2,500 for a 2 double bed suite. Let's keep going. Oh. Okay, so I don't even think the presidential is listed on here. Show more. All right, never mind this. Oh yeah, so Diddy's staying in the presidential. So yeah, 10,000. Yeah, exactly. So 10,000 a night. You know Diddy, Diddy money. Like, come on. 10,000 a night. Fuck. God damn. The shit right there. You look in this room. 10,000 a night for this shit. This shit better be. This shit got. Oh, I'm gonna call Whack 100 in a second too. Whack 100 in a second.
Whack 100 on.
Got to get Whack 100 on the line. Okay. Man, I mean, it's a sweet, nice suite, but 10,000. Oh, let's do a 3D tour. Okay, here we go, chat. Ooh, okay. Chat, if you were Diddy, no pun intended, and you won the last freak off before the feds came in, which part in this presidential suite would you fucking stage the freak off at, chat? Let's get to it. Let's get to that. Ooh, nice closets. Ooh, now this is a big ass 1-bedroom. Ooh, look at the closet. I like this. Oh, that was the room. Ooh, I like this closet. This closet looks nice. Ooh. Okay, got the mirrors. Okay. Here's the room. Okay. Chat, where would you stage a freak off? Ooh, this goes into another place. This is another bathroom? No, it's a bathroom. This is the master bathroom. This is the master bedroom, I'm thinking. Okay. Got this little, almost like a little vanity area. Nice little closet over here. Go over to the hallway. Next to the living room. Nice living room. Okay. Has like a little kitchen area, right? Little kitchen area. Actually, it's a full kitchen. No, is it full kitchen? We see a sink, probably a microwave in one of these. It's clearly a fridge, right?
Hey, John. They finna put that man under the dang on bridge, my boy.
Where you put, you know what I mean? The freak off supplies. Bottles of lube could go right here. You got to get the tons of lube all over here. Okay. See what's going on. Okay. The last freak off, bro. Chad, who do you invite to the last freak off? And I guess this is, this is another little entranceway. Oh, wow. And if this goes to here, is this a closet or a connecting door? I think this is the outside of the suite. Yeah, okay, a nice little hallway. What is this connected to? Look like this is a closet, maybe like a coat closet. Okay, nice little mirror leading up here. Pretty cool. What type of this? Nice. The feng shui is kind of good. Yeah, the energy in here, like, you know what I mean? Freak off energy. I ain't gonna lie. It's not bad at all. Not bad at all. But $10,000. $10,000. Like, oh man. $10,000 a night. All right, pocket watcher and me just got to. I'm sorry, chat. He was there. He was there from the 5th. So that's 12 days. That's $120,000. Yo, chat, I ain't gonna lie. I spent $120,000. I deserve a freak off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. I spent $120,000 for 12 days. Freak off. What? 120. Now, here's the thing. Look what they say. They say, due to bookings made at the Park Hyatt prior to Mr. Combs' reservation, after today, September 17th, he will no longer be able to stay at the Park Hyatt. Accordingly, he had a reservation to stay at the Carlisle Hotel starting today. Let's go over there and go pop watch. Why do I like this so much? I'm not saying I like some weird freak off shit. I'm saying I just love seeing how much money niggas have. I'm sorry. Oh, this is it. Carlisle. This looks good. Yeah. Give you like a little intro video, drone type video. Okay. All right, let's check the rates. Let's go 16 to 17. Whatever. Just check rates. Let's see. Is this 5-star? What the fuck? 3,000 a night? What? Yo, I love looking at shit like this. It makes me feel broke. Sometimes you need that humbling. 3,000 a night? You know we gotta find a presidential. Where's the presidential? The Central Park Suite is 5,000. The Premier 2-bedroom suite is 5,000. Nah, you gotta have a presidential. It's probably not listed. A lot of times they don't list their presidential suite. They usually you gotta call. You gotta call to go get that shit. Because that's really meant for like special people, not only people that got money. All right, but anyway, still minimum 5,000 a night, or if we're saying he's gonna stay in the best suite here, that's listed. Let me see how this place looks. Maybe this is like freak off ready. This is a Central Park suite. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, this doesn't get proper freak off energy, man. How's the gigolos gonna be on this type of floor, getting their backs blown out, and Diddy's gonna be in this type of chair jerky? This doesn't get freak off. The room too small. How 50 people gonna fit in this fucking bed? Hell no. You only got 3. Nah, hell no. You only got 3 pictures? Hell no. Let me see this one. A little bit more. They not big on pictures. This nah. Diddy, this ain't gonna work. Whatever. Anyway, they're saying that he'll be staying at the Carlisle if he gets out. Since Mr. Cole relocated to New York early this month, council has been looking for a 1-month rental for Combs in New York City. Despite counsel's persistence, it has been challenging to find a rental for many reasons, including because numerous events occurring in New York City in September: US Open, Fashion Week, UN Summit. And some landlords have discomfort having Mr. Combs as a tenant given the investigation. Last night, counsel had scheduled a viewing of a potential apartment. However, because of Mr. Combs' arrest, counsel and Mr. Combs obviously were not able to see the rental. Combs advised the government that it was in his possession of the past. Counsel advised the government that it was in their possession the passports of members of Combs' family. On June 13th, counsel advised the government that we possess Mr. Combs' mother's passport. We also informed the government we possessed the passport of his 4 daughters, all who were minors at the time we took their passports. And wait, does Justin, Quincy, and Christian not have passports? Why are y'all only taking the daughters' passports? I don't know why that's a thing. Anyway, counsel's assistance to the government concerns, as stated above, counsel accepted service of 2 subpoenas directed at his businesses in March of 2024. Separate counsel for the entities filed a motion to quash the subpoena in April of 2024 and May 2024 upon becoming the sole counsel in connection with the criminal investigation of Mr. Combs. So somebody got fired. Like, actually, didn't that make news? Lady
Yeah, I think
Gaga,
I remember watching that.
criminal counsel, Diddy, like somebody had stopped. Yeah, Diddy was dumped by a law firm after Lady Gaga told them, if y'all represent Diddy, I'm done with y'all. Right? Look, here we go. But we don't know if that was SIP. Maybe that was SIP, right?
Okay, so there's been some rumors floating around about Diddy and Lady Gaga, but we have the latest update on the situation. Manhattan law firm Grubman, Shire, Mysilas, and Sachs, known for representing top figures in music industry, has cut ties with Sean Diddy Combs. A spokesperson for the firm confirmed that the decision to part ways with Diddy was made proactively by the partners months ago.
Okay, that might be it. So it appears that Mr. Aguafilo, I might be fucking up his name. There was a co-counsel, means lawyers, and that law firm dropped out, which, by the way, if you got Lady Gaga from them saying, yo, I'm not using you as a law firm no more if you represent Diddy. Diddy's a creep. And yeah, they're putting Diddy in a vice grip. Pause. Okay, upon becoming the sole counsel for Diddy, we advised the court that we would withdraw the motion to quash the subpoena, and instead the parties would meet and confer with the government to minimize the number of requests of which the parties disagreed. Counsel agreed to begin gathering documents in response to the subpoena. For several months, counsel for Mr. Combs and the AUSAs have had a regular discussion about what documents we have, what we didn't have, and in regards to the documents we didn't have, what the governments may be able to find such documents. We did this for 2 reasons. First, there was nothing in counsel's estimation that will constitute evidence Mr. Combs being involved in any federal crime. Second, we wanted to appropriately be helpful to the government in the investigation. To that end, the Combs entities have produced over what? My bad, I can't see. I'm sorry. Well, retarded. 144,000 pages. Damn, they gave the government 144 pages of documents to the SDNY, Southern District of New York, in compliance with the subpoena. Whoa. Let's take a breather, y'all. By the way, did he schedule to be in court? He probably is in court currently. As he waits for the proceedings to start, we don't know if it started exactly at 2:30, but it is scheduled for 2:30. Let me quickly looking at this. Still no action here. Still no action here. Still no. Okay, we won't get action. Right. So the next thing is paying off the mortgage at 2 West Star Island in Miami. As noted in the discussion about the bail package on August 20th, 2024, Mr. Combs caused the outstanding mortgage to be paid on his primary residence in Miami. This payment of about $18 million was was for one reason alone. So it would be able to have the $48 million residence free and clear of any encumbrances so that it could be used to secure a bond. We submit this truly extraordinary measure that shows resoundingly that Mr. Combs is appropriately focused on defending this case on the merits in this court. Legal standard. Mr. Combs is presumed to be innocent. The Supreme Court has observed that the liberty is the norm. Detention is prior to trial or without trial is the carefully limited exception, U.S. versus Salerno. As the Supreme Court recognizes, the function of bail is limited. Stack v. Boyle. The underlying goal is securing the presence of the defendant rather than the sum of bail. So basically saying this shouldn't be about the amount of money he could put up. It should be securing him showing up to court. U.S. versus Nabia. Of course, bear in mind that there's only a limited group of offenders who should be denied bail pending trial. U.S. versus Shakur. Is this what I think it is? Nah, that's not very enough. Okay. Anyway, who cares about this legal mumbo jumbo? Let me just move on. While there's a presumption of detention, so this is, I think, the biggest molehill they're going to have to climb. I didn't know there was a presumption of detention in sex trafficking case, but apparently there is, and his own attorneys admit that, right? So while there is a presumption of detention in sex trafficking cases, this presumption is rebuttable. The presumption imposes on the defendant a burden of production, while the burden of persuasion remains with the government. U.S. versus Mercedes. Although this burden is not heavy, the defendant must introduce some evidence contrary to the presumed fact. U.S. versus Rodriguez. A defendant can satisfy this burden by coming forward with evidence that he does not pose a danger to the community, or risk of flight. Even if the defendant presents some evidence satisfying his or her burden, the presumption favoring detention does not disappear entirely, but remains a factor to be considered among those weighed by the district court. The benchmark case here is blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. All right. All right, this is more mumbo jumbo here. We don't have the rest of the documents regarding or relating to the exhibits, but I'll see if I can get them. All right. Let me go here to finish playing this, then we'll get back to law and crime, and then I'm trying to pull some more documents for that.
Because he's famous, and that was his way of kind of preying on these folks. And then when they realized what was going on and wanted to escape, that he used threats and intimidation. And the allegation is weapons were displayed. And so we did see some weapons. Of course, it can be legal to own weapons in the U.S., but these were high-capacity magazines or defaced serial numbers. So depending on where those weapons were possessed, that could make it illegal and kind of demonstrate the intimidation or fear that allegedly was used against these women. We definitely saw that in the Cassie video, the 2016 hotel surveillance video. And I would note that Diddy initially denied that. He said she was looking for a payday, and that and then when we saw that video, we know that was untrue. So he is in a very difficult spot.
Okay. Back to the law and crime video, which is here.
Distance, calendars, anyone that keeps those calendars. And what the government does is essentially they just put a story together. And those are the best cases, is that when you can put a story together where you're not relying on one individual witness, where if that witness gets crushed on the stand, your case is kind of over. What you do is you build up a case through, like I said, 5 or 10 core witnesses that all can verify what the other one is saying. Even if it's not the exact same story, it is confirmation that this is how it happened to me, or this is how this happened, or if Cassie was present during one of the other witnesses and something happened to that other witness, they would be like, yeah, Cassie was there. And then Cassie obviously testifies, I was there.
Well, Bradford, just one follow-up question to that. The allegations from the 90s, so there have been people who have accused Sean Combs in law.
By the way, we also do have the email that was sent to the government. The email that was sent to the government essentially alerting them of Diddy going to Wyoming. Here's the letter in question. It says from, Teddy Bragos, okay, which is, obviously somebody who works at the law firm for this person. It says, dear all, and by the way, they sent it to the USA Department of Justice, Gov, right? So this is the AUSAs and pretty much prosecutors. All Mr. Combs will be departing from Miami tomorrow at 6 p.m. tomorrow on his plane for Los Angeles, Tuesday. He and his family will depart on their road trip. They will go to Sedona, the Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, Zion, and Death Valley. What? I don't know place these. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're gonna go to these places. We'll be in touch with his flight information back to Miami. We hope you all had a nice week. So Diddy's lawyers were trying to play ball, man. They were trying to, we'll give you anything you want. Anything you want to make you feel comfortable. Like, we're trying to work with
I don't think that's gonna work this time, buddy.
Assault back in the 90s. Now, some of them are able to bring their lawsuits because of this particular law in New York that allowed people to look back window 1 year to file sexual assault claims. I don't know if the 90s claims are a part of this. If they would be, if something was time barred under state law, could it still be used as evidence or in a federal case?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question. Feds always have a way of bootstrapping in stuff that you feel is outside the scope or outside the statute of limitations by saying it's an ongoing criminal enterprise. And this was something that was continually going through the years, 2002, 2003. And in your head, you're like, wow, these are 20-year-old allegations. These are 25-year-old allegations. But when you're talking about an allegation that is part of an ongoing criminal enterprise, that's how they kind of bring it in. It's the same thing with co-defendants, right? If you're a co-defendant and you guys are robbing banks and you don't technically get out, you say like, hey, I'm out, I'm done with this, and that co-defendant continues to rob banks, they can try and say, hey, we're still looping you into all these other bank robberies because you were part of the original conspiracy. And I've seen that happen before. So it's time will tell what they will bring in, but they always bring in different allegations to show motive or to show, something else that they're saying, oh, it's not technically charged, but look, he used baby oil in this case. He used baby oil in this case. I use the example of the wet bandits from Home Alone. It's like they could have done something in 2000 where they got caught by flooding someone's house, and then in 2020, all of a sudden it's the same thing. They can say, hey, look, this is their MO. So a lot of ways those things come in, not necessarily as an individual charge, but as something to prove something else.
So I want to let everybody know in about 8 minutes, we are anticipating this press conference, presumably held by federal authorities, but more specifically, Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. You see a live shot outside the courthouse right there. Elizabeth Millman, our reporter, is there as well. So hopefully when that gets going, we will be able to go live. Chris, I'll go back to you on something. So in this letter, again, from from the government to the judge, presumably overseeing this part of the case, asking that there be no bail set. They talk about how Combs is in danger because he has allegedly bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. I want your thoughts on this. So it talks about the 2016 Cassandra Ventura video, and at the same time, staff members were in close communications with the victim of the assault as well. all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault, prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel server. Again, this is exactly the allegations from Cassandra Ventura that she made in her lawsuit. Then it talks about how throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 20.
Let me see if I can get Whack 100 on here.
Whack. Talk to him, Whack.
Whack is probably busy. I know Whack on Clubhouse getting it lit right now. Hello? My man, Whack 100, man.
What's up, bro?
What's going on with you, man? Did you see the news?
Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. R&B, go give me the baby on you.
Yo, hey.
Yo, listen. You know what's fucked up? There's no law against having baby oil, bro.
By the way, you're in the wrong business. You in the baby diaper business. You should get in the baby oil business. You could have been wholesaling to.
But what I'm saying is, why people take? How do you know the baby oil company didn't just ship him a bunch of goddamn boxes of shit just because maybe they hoping one day when he's preparing himself, he shows that. Why everybody got to look at that shit like it's about shit, bro? This shit is crazy. That's illegal about baby oil. Now we got to kill the nigga because we be doing it to our own people, bro.
Well, they also said lubricant, so we're thinking KY jelly too.
Yeah, but they never say. You notice that they never. It could have been one thing, a lubricant, which majority of people have some form of lubricant for whatever reason, right? They never said how many bottles of lubricant, how many tubes of lubricant, right? You know, they never said that. They said it was 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. They never said how many things of lubricant, bro. But end of the day, I sent Jason Lee 8,000 pieces of diapers, bro.
Oh, all right,
right?
But come on.
Yeah, no, I sent him that shit, bro. So he ain't got no babies.
Well, hey, if the feds came in, they would probably think he's doing something else.
Yeah, but see, that's where the bullshit is at. There's nothing illegal about having baby oil unless the baby oil is diluted with some type of drug or some type of shit, man. Let's kill the motherfucking baby oil thing, bro. Come on, man. God damn that shit.
Okay. I think that's the reason. I do think that they put the baby oil to jump off the page to make him look like a freaky sexual deviant that constantly had sexually. You know, again, you're right. Baby oil isn't necessarily like an item that could be used. Always,
wait, bro, because they keep using this word "freak off," right?
Yeah.
And I'm getting tired of that word too, right?
Why?
Because okay, I went to Google. The definition of freak off, right? It says African American vernacular to masturbate or ejaculate or to have wild or unorthodox sex. So that's 4 things. I'm guilty of 3 of them.
Wait, hold on.
I'm definitely masturbated and ejaculated. And definitely had wild sex with my woman. Now, I don't know what unorthodox sex is. I didn't look at it. What is that?
Well, I think that is the.
You're not guilty of freak off yet, because I mean,
I've had a threesome. I've had a threesome. I don't think that's a freak off though. Nah, freak off ain't no. A freak off ain't a threesome. A freak off. All right, pull at this. This is what I think a freak off.
That ain't what the definition says.
Yeah, some nigga made that up. We know what a freak off means for Diddy.
No,
he's in the cup chair. He's in the cup chair, and he has sex workers plowing his woman.
Hold on, listen to me. Okay, so we're gonna say Adam 22 has freak off. Him and his wife fuck bitches every week.
Yeah, but it's contractual. If they were doing that recreationally and let them chill.
What do you mean?
Let me ask you a question. You know the whole T.I. and Tiger thing.
Nobody that was in those rooms naked was forced to do shit.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't think a freak off is inherently illegal, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If you have a sex worker, I think that's like the basis of a freak off. Like, come on, you hired a sex worker.
Okay, hold on. Now, see, tread lightly. Tread lightly. Because you yourself have said, I was over at the bar, the bitch was entertaining bad. I gave the bitch a couple hundred and asked if she wanted to come back with me.
No.
You said that.
Hell no. Hell no. Y'all like Bobby Schmurder. We not paying for vagina.
Nope. Yo, listen, we all pay for pussy in some way.
Well, okay.
You take a chick to the movie, to the dinner, and you pay for the room, you pay for some pussy.
Okay. Well,
so are we establishing that you have to know or be with somebody for a certain amount of time? So when you have sex, it's not considered that? How many motherfuckers, bro, bro, you done went to the club, they come back from the club to the room, and you hit it.
Whack. I'm not gonna lie. You're in right now, you should be on the defense team. Let me ask you a question. So are you trying to say nothing sounds odd about the description you heard that a woman who, by the way, we've seen her on camera running away from him, supposedly she was running from the freak off. She was Cassie. He beat her ass, dragged her back to the room.
Listen, they did that to establish character. No, that is an assault. That is a domestic abuse. That's violence, right? We didn't see no sexual shit happening right there. It wasn't like, I didn't see no other chicks. I didn't see him forcing her head down. No, I seen her trying to leave. He came out and did some crazy shit. That's one thing. That's an assault. I don't see him charged with, I think maybe, they probably put that up to establish character and it's going to fuck you up in the long run. But what I will say, the things that he probably did wrong, because niggas, they get so much money, they live a life now so long, they don't understand. Just because this is your house, your mansion, right? You still just can't do anything in your house in your mansion. If you have a train, and I'm speaking hypothetically, going around with cocaine, pills, and drugs on, right around the party, right? At that point in time, you setting yourself up, because if any users of these things that you are providing end up in one of those rooms and things happen, and then they wake up the next morning or the next day and say, yo, what the fuck was I thinking? I was high, I wasn't in my right mind to make the right decision. You just fucked yourself.
Let me ask you this question, because you said you don't think that they were unwilling participants in those rooms.
No.
So do you think that basically he's getting charged for being too freaky?
He's getting charged for what they all wanted to do, but because certain things were incorporated, it's gonna make it look like they shouldn't have been doing it. The drug, if they could eliminate the drug factor, right? And you come to my house, right? And you get naked, and you locking lips and tongues with this other broad, right? And I'm hitting the other broad, and y'all switch positions, and I'm hitting you. There's no struggles nowhere. Nah, bro, I don't see him doing nothing wrong. I don't give a fuck if it's a man, a woman, whoever he's doing it with. That's his preference. Bro, unless I see a struggle or I see somebody laying there and moving and shit like that.
So what you're describing is like sexual assault. All right, so let me give you an example, because they're saying sex trafficking by coercion. Number one, there's a power dynamic, right?
Because they're saying because he's famous.
Yeah, what they're saying.
Well, he showed up to his party because he's famous, and it's his fault that she wanted to give him some head.
No. Basically, they're saying, well, like for example, Cassie would go hire, or supposedly he would tell Cassie.
Go right there. I'm glad you said that.
Go ahead.
Cassie would what?
Cassie would hire the sex workers, but supposedly Diddy would instruct her to saying get the ones with the biggest dick, and it felt like maybe she, it's one of those things where
So are you saying that she didn't want to do none of these things?
Well, that's what she's claiming. Again, I don't know. That's what she's claiming. That is the basis of
15 years.
That's what she's claiming. Maybe she just loved the lifestyle, so she was doing it against her will to maintain the lifestyle. They still look at that.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Who told Cassie to go suck the dick of the trainer Diddy was paying for? Did Diddy do that too? We're talking about character, right?
Okay.
We're talking character. Did Diddy tell his girl, go suck the trainer's dick that I'm paying to keep you in shape and behind my back and don't tell me about it?
Maybe that was trauma.
We're talking character, right?
Maybe that's the post-freak-off trauma.
Did you just hear what you said?
Yeah, maybe that's true. You never heard a girl say that? You never heard a girl say that? You never came up.
When she fucked your homies in the backyard without you knowing, was ex-post pre-call trouble.
You said what?
Your ex-bitch, while you was in your room sleep, who went back there voluntarily on camera, fucked them two dudes in your backyard, is ex-post pre-call trouble. Or is that just a freak bitch? In our world, let's be real.
I mean, I don't know what she got going on. I was just keeping it being when it comes to that.
So you telling me he doesn't establish character?
No, hold on. I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate because this is how this is looked at. Right? I'm playing devil's advocate. By the way, you got to realize you got indicted, right? So, like, clearly the grand jury's seen, you know, and by the way, there's a shit ton of evidence, right? So,
is he in trouble? He's definitely in trouble because some of the shit that we think is in nothing is actually something. See, we're all dumb to the law once we start to think we're above the law. You get what I'm saying? Once you start to think, what?
Wait, my phone's died. My phone.
Of course your phone died. Hey, you so retarded.
Why the new iPhone died the quickest ever, bro? My bad, chat. This new iPhone died, man. All right, it'll be back on. But this is like a debate, right? I actually like that whack call. He's giving a different perspective. Obviously, you know, here's the thing. I guess he's saying Diddy's in trouble. And not to rephrase what he said. He said, yeah, Diddy's in trouble. Like, did he do some fuck shit? Yeah. But he's staying very steadfast on the idea that these freak-offs that were happening were all consensual, right? Obviously, I wasn't there. I can't tell you if it was or wasn't. But, you know, Wack is using to his point to say, well, who does, if you don't want to do it, who does an act for 15 years before not criminally going to get some retribution, you go civil, whatever. Obviously the prosecutor looking at different. They're saying, well, this guy is supporting her lifestyle. This guy controls her career. This guy controls her lifestyle. He controls her career. And by the mere description of what sex trafficking is, you know, even if you look at the Andrew Tate case, it's not necessary for you to hold a knife at somebody's throat to have them do something that is outside of their will, right? So, you know, Cassie essentially is claiming, I ain't never want to do it. I think that's going to be a conversation that,
interesting.
You know, the only thing with what Wack is saying, there's potential of like
what
maybe
do kind of sound retarded,
you're having locker room talk, you could
but
throw that in the air.
Perspective sound good.
Video of him
might not be good, but it sounds good.
My nigga, if she wanted to, like, again, we don't know what was happening.
And the fact that he looked up for the freak off is
if you gotta knock her out and drag her back to the freak off, maybe she ain't want to be the freak off, right? Like, if you gotta knock her out and drag her back to the freak off, you know what I mean? Fuck. My phone fucking died.
What y'all think? She wanted it too?
Ever since they changed to this new fucking like USB-C, like all my old chargers like don't work for this new fucking. The phone will turn back on. I'll call. Yeah, like, you know, Wack's making a point that, you know, as a defense attorney, I think you're gonna argue that the human in you is like hard to really like take that point too serious because you've seen the video. Like that video is very impactful. That video of allegedly, you know, and again, you know, couples fight. Not saying that this is, you know, we're gonna co-sign and we're not gonna act like couples don't get to it. But that alleged video supposedly is from a freak off. She's trying to tiptoe out the door and escape the freak off. He runs out with a towel around himself, clobbers her, knocks her out, and drags her ass back to the freak off. Yeah, it's kind of easy to sell the narrative that she ain't want to do that shit. You know what I mean? Right? That, like, again, I'm sorry. Now, here's the thing, and this is the thing we got to be very careful in, like, like, we're not saying any woman who makes an allegation is just automatically right? Obviously this is the court of public opinion to a certain extent, but I don't think when it comes to Diddy and what we've just seen a lot of evidence that he's capable of doing some of these things. We've heard a lot of accusations. We've seen some proof of some of these things that he's been accused of. You got to be like this man's to be like, nah, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Right? For me, I'm going into his potential criminal proceeding with an open mind. Like, okay, cool. If he's innocent, hopefully he'll be found innocent. But I don't know if I'll go as far as to, like, say and echo what Wack has said. Wack is saying, everything was on the up and up. I don't. Oh. Over here. All right. Let me get a little bit more juice on his phone. I'll call him back. Diddy should be in court right now, chat. They're showing a barricaded a entrance. By the way, this is all at the federal court building. It's very possible that Diddy's in court right now listening to these charges, and we should find out pretty much within the next 30 minutes or so about if he'll be detained or not. One thing I'll point out, we go to Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone has a headline describing an incident that happened outside of the courtroom today. Listen to this. It's outside the courthouse. Combs has a smattering of support, so people are showing up in support of Diddy. So one man screamed, "Fuck y'all," while wearing a Combs shirt, while a black Cadillac rolled slowly past, blasting Combs' 1997 hit, "I'll Be Missing You." So it looked like, Diddy's having some supporters. And by the way, a lot of people have had supporters in these situations, including, including, what do you call it? R. Kelly, Michael Jackson, OJ had some supporters as well, during these cases. So again, these guys are celebrities. So no matter, even if you think they're guilty, they're gonna have their fair share of supporters. And again, I hope my coverage of this, I'm not here to defend Diddy, and I'm not here to also biasly just take the popular road of like, oh, he's automatically guilty. I'm hoping I could be a little bit impartial, but not being completely inhumane, right? Like there are people, and we have seen some proof. It's not just these wild allegations being seen proof. So hopefully I could be a little bit unbiased when it comes to that. All right, let me see if I can get Watt back online. I think White think I hung up on it. Oh, right there, I can play it. White is a whole. Yeah, I'm that one friend. My phone always dying, bro. Always. Let me call Wack. And my phone is down. I think you think I really love him. I did not hang up on you, Wack. My phone died.
Hey, Triple Rainwater just called me too. He gave me some content. Him and Yellow Beezy Crew just got at it down there at the courthouse. Somebody got a problem. Put it up a little later. What's up, though?
Wait, what? Hold on, no.
You know, Rainwater and Yellow Beezy, you know, they've been in that goddamn civil suit, right, for a couple years. So they've been going to civil court. They got that outside part of the court. Yellow Beezy
outside the courtroom?
Swabbing like a motherfucker.
No way.
Yeah, it was a one-on-one. Yellow Beezy looked like he tried to rush up, but he slipped.
Wack.
I'm gonna put it up on the motherfucking Honey Show YouTube channel, man. I done told YouTube channel what's going on.
By the way, man, hold on real quick. Just because I know they played you dirty recently. Yo, what's your Instagram? By the way, everybody, y'all go to Wack 100. I think I low-key felt you got snubbed from that top media person list, because I ain't gonna lie. I'm on Clubhouse listening to you. Well, I'm on YouTube listening to your Clubhouse clips every day. What's your new Instagram? Because your Instagram got taken out. What is it?
_ the 100 show _ the 100 show.
Okay, everybody, please go show my man Wack 100 some love. This is his backup page until his big face gets back up. Please go show him some love on one of these posts. Or, if a lot of people disagree with what you just said, Wack, yeah, get on his Instagram. Go get at Wack. He don't give a fuck. He looks like his comments off. He looks like his
In the meantime, go subscribe to Echo ECCO. If you are sick and tired of going to all Prime and fucking Tubi and Netflix and trying to figure out what to watch, Echo is a new company. Watch with my man Jeremy Green and motherfucking goddamn Nick Cannon. It combines everything so you can just see everything, and when you hit it, then it'll send you to the network where you gotta watch.
Perfect.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. Hey, listen, by the way, that's the very least I can do. My man Wack always gives us amazing content. He always shows with us.
What they don't agree with, huh?
Nah, they don't agree with you saying everything was consensual. They feel like, they're not saying everything was non-consensual. And also, let me ask you this question. Because you said, well, why would somebody be 15 years, right? Is it possible, do you believe that it's possible that there could be non-consensual sex at times during maybe what's considered a relationship?
Yes, because there's a such thing called marital rape. No is no. I don't give a fuck when you marry. There's a such thing called marital rape. Whether you with her, your girlfriend, 20 years, 30 years, or you married, if she says no and you keep going, that's rape. I definitely believe it. Do I believe that that was the only physical altercation that we saw in that hotel hallway? No. I don't believe. I don't believe that. I'm not gonna sit here and say.
Expound on that.
Because the severity of what we saw. See, things always progress, just like things regress. You know what I'm saying? If you're alcoholic, you're not gonna just quit cold turkey overnight. You know what I mean? You're reduced. You get to a point where you're not doing that at all. What we saw was an extreme. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So in order for it to get to that extreme, that means it started someplace. It may have started with a shove, started with a slap, and then went to a shove and a slap, and then went to a pin down and a slap. So what we saw on that videotape, that was an extreme. At least I would hope that was an extreme. I would hope that wasn't a start.
And you're making sense there. The only thing that I think defeats a lot of the points with Diddy is like we just hear too many acts of violence where like he was trying to intimidate people. So like the Kid Cudi situation, they put in the indictment. They said
we don't. That's based upon some hearsay. Somebody said what he said, and let me tell you what I know. A lot of industry cats do, and you know this shit. Some shit beating like a dude being got into it with a dude, right? Yeah. And then he's with a chick, and they know this dude and went on Instagram and like, you bitch ass nigga, told this dude that, right? And then the shit comes out on the blog. Such and such just got rushed. He will act like in front of that chick like that was him. See what's up. You see what's up.
Okay.
Just to, right? Knowing damn well it's probably never going to come out who really sent these dudes or what it was really about, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think Diddy is really guilty of that, though. Claiming some shit to try to save face of whatever because dude took his role or whatever, and it's backfiring on him. Everybody know motherfuckers be at home, especially niggas that ain't about that life, claiming shit that can happen, so it makes them look good.
Hey, I don't know if you've read this. And by the way, I got all the paperwork. If you need me to send it to you for the, you know, 100 trenches, I got you. But I know you're probably gonna get it yourself. Anyway, Diddy's lawyers put together a bail package. In the bail package, they offered $50 million. They paid off the whole mortgage for the Star Island property. It was $8 million left on the mortgage. They paid it off, and essentially, they offered $50 million home confinement. It appears that the reason why he got taken into custody last night is that his lawyers were communicating with the AUSA office like all along. By the way, did he surrender his passport after the raid to his lawyers, not to the feds, but to his lawyers? His lawyers told the feds all the kids' passports, the girls, and the mom passport is surrendered. Anyway, the reason why it looks like they might have taken him last night, they were telling the feds, Diddy will not be in the same city as his plane. He has no access to it. Guess what happens? He's in New York. His plane last night comes to Teterboro. What happens? They take him into custody. I don't know if that's fully the reason, but it looks like if they were communicating with the feds.
But who came in? Here goes the thing. Diddy rent that plane out.
Yeah, he
so did somebody come in on it? It could have been a company.
Yeah, well, that's what his lawyers are saying. But who knows? The feds might be like, shit.
No, because you know when you get on those planes, they have to packages tied to those tail numbers. So if you look on there and see that this plane left Miami, went to Houston, and then sat there, then it picked up, 7 passengers coming to Peterborough, who was gonna be there overnight and fly back to LA. That means that plane was booked out. Right now, with Diddy probably not knowing that his fucking plane that he's making money off of is restricted from being in the, it ain't even the city. Well, that's where we fly into if we go to New York. But he's probably not thinking that wherever I'm at, the plane can't fly in there, because I'm pretty sure it had set down at Opalaka many days while he was at home in Miami.
Yeah,
Opalaka. And it wasn't no big deal. Probably set in bad eyes while he was in LA, right? That doesn't mean he's getting on it. Hey, who's to say he can't get on the plane right within the USA?
Yeah, well, they were going as far as detailing every place he was going to be. So they would tell him he went to Wyoming. He told him how long he was going to be there. He told him when he went to LA. He told him when he was coming to New York. Hey, by the way, if he doesn't get out on bond, he offered $50 million home detention.
I don't think he's going to be able to handle it. I don't think if Diddy don't get out, bro, he's Diddy's 54, bro. He's been living a different type of life, bro. Hey, I don't think Diddy gonna be able to handle that shit, bro.
Hey, by the way, speaking of which, my pocket watching ass, they said what hotel he was staying at. I looked up the presidential suite for the hotel he was staying at since September 5th, 10 grand a night. Like, this guy's used to luxury. He's not used to his jail cell. You know what I mean?
No, he's not used to that shit. He's not used to, you can't move around and do this and do that and do this. He ain't used to that shit, bro.
Okay. You give me your expertise, dealing, at least with law enforcement. What do you think Diddy's going through? They picked him up last night. I can't even see Diddy in a cell. Do you think he's in a cell?
He's in high power by himself, but nobody talks to him. Got to factor that in too, bro. Yeah, he's in high power. Like, yeah, that's a whole nother mental. You know what I'm saying?
How do you think Diddy prepares himself for this? Like, how could you prepare yourself?
He can't because he was prepared to bail out. He thought they was going to allow him to bail out. Right? But they're going to claim he's a motherfucking flight risk and all kind of other shit like that. Right? He can't prepare himself for it. I'm going to be real. It's not. And I'm prepared for it because I started doing time at 12. And I did a lot of time, and nigga 5 years old and so forth. At 54 years old, living the type of life he lived, there's no way he could prepare himself for that.
Now,
no way, bro.
Okay, all right. Let's extrapolate. You think a federal trial looks like for him? How long you think he's gonna have to be, like in jail?
Unless he takes a cop out plea, they gonna stretch him out. What we in 2024?
By the way, box 15 on that. And you know that's.
Yeah, you're right about that. So I would say we'll be watching this case till probably like late 26, top of 27, 2 to 3 years.
Okay, I hate to even ask it, but Diddy has to stay incarcerated the whole time. Do you think he makes it?
I think if Diddy could get over the 100-day threshold, if he gets over that 100-day threshold and he believes he can beat it, I think he can make it. If we start seeing suicide attempts and attacks before the 100-day threshold, I don't see him make it.
Okay, why you say 100 days?
100 days, right? I don't give a fuck what situation you in. You start to normalize it.
Really? Okay.
You get what I'm saying? If they took you, right? Mm-hmm. And all you had was that camera to go on, right?
Yeah.
For the people to see you to talk to. I'm not being out that cell phone, you ain't gonna give a fuck about it. You're gonna be used to being without it.
When you were incarcerated, obviously,
it took me probably my first time I was 12. It took me 21. Yeah, I called it assault. But I shot a man 32,000 in the face with a pellet gun for calling my mama a bitch. I see in my rap sheet, it'll say 245, assault with a deadly weapon, 9 firearms. That's all I had on me at the time, so I gave it to him. He had to go have like surgery and shit for them to dig them shits out. So it took me about 21 days for me to get used to that shit. Now, after that, like right now, it takes me like 3 to 5 days. And it'll be like I never left here.
Damn.
What was like about 3 to 5 days because I didn't get so much time. I've been home 25 years. But I can sit here and tell you what's inside of the jail, what the hallways look like, what intake gonna be like, and tell you everything about it, because I've been there so many times, right? But he's a 54-year-old guy that at least 30 of those years, like 30, he's been a multi-millionaire. Jets having his way, mentioning he's, jump up, let's go over here, let's do that. We all been kind of watching his life, the parts he let us see, right? So to take all that away, strip him down, a jumpsuit, some boxers, and some socks, right? And tell you we're gonna shower you every other day, and you going in this cell with nothing to do, nobody to talk to. He gonna start talking to the fucking guards like they work for Bad Boys.
And by the way,
you don't know no better.
By the way, breaking news: Diddy is currently in court as we speak. It just got announced via TMZ. The hearing is not even.
45-day return date. Okay.
Well, initially they pled not guilty to all charges. They're going through the bail portion of it now. We're gonna get an update whenever the court proceedings is over. Wow, man, do you feel bad for Diddy or not? Yes.
Do I feel bad for him? Well, I feel bad for him. I know he got a little kid. I a little girl. He got like a 1-year-old little twin. You know what I mean? That aspect of it. But this, unfortunately, this should be like lesson for those motherfuckers who start thinking they're above and they bigger than the program, bro. It is rules. This is the United States of America. Although people are with it today, that don't mean they can't line you up for the mob. And there's some shit you can't do. And if you do it, you have to protect yourself. You understand what I'm saying? If you do it, like it has to be known that you guys are this. This is what we do. You gotta, damn it should be a consensual act, bro. and the motherfucker on video screenshot you sign it, let them know you read it, and then y'all do what you gonna do. Because when it comes to these sexual acts, shit is such a setup. Whoever you dealing with, you gotta trust them. You go to the club, you at a strip club, right? You hot and she hot. Y'all go back to the room. Earlier that day, we on South Beach, you met her at the fucking pool party. Right? Yo, we going to the club, and now you want to go? She ain't got no shit. Cool. Fuck it. You like, let me take you get something to wear. You take her get her something to wear, drop her off. She meets you at the club, come in the VIP, y'all going up, y'all bottling up. She doing her thing, you doing yours. She jumps in your motherfucking Lambo, your rental Lambo. You go back to the Fountain Blue. You got the 1,100 square foot suite on the motherfucking owner side over there, right? You go in there, y'all having some wild sex. Watch this, act. You start having anal sex. She tells you, put it here, and you do just that. She wakes up the next morning, her phone going off. Look, it's her fucking husband or boyfriend. She ain't answered, she ain't nothing. She gets dressed while you sleep, go out to the hallway, you wake up, she gone, you don't give a fuck, it was just a night. She on the phone crying, said, somebody put something in my brief. I think they sodomized me. What? Yeah, I'm going to the police station now. Go to the station, go to the hospital. They check him. She was sodomized, right? Yeah, who was it? This guy. You get up in the morning by 1 o'clock, you out rolling around, you get to the lobby, see a bunch of police, you like, God damn, somebody in trouble. Sir, is your name such and such? Yeah, come pick up you. And see what I'm trying to tell you is, some shit that you're doing is really against the law, but you're trusting that whoever you're doing this with, right? It's cool. Sometimes you can't line yourself up. Hey, bro, ain't no female, I'm just meeting them up, getting in my car, coming back nowhere. I don't give a fuck. Get you a Uber. You're not coming back with me, bro.
Now, even then, like, I think you're mentioning like an isolated, like, event. Like, this shit would get you.
Not at house. You ever been to Diddy party? You been to Diddy party?
Hell no. I was never cool.
You never been? Okay, well,
I never lived it.
Okay, well, listen. You show up to a Diddy party. Personally, a lot of us do the backyard thing, and about 1:30 we leave. We don't go in the house. Right? And he ain't the only one we do like that. It's another motherfucker they do the same way. Right? Shout out to him. What I'm saying is this, bro. People show up. People go in, they indulge, they get involved. A lot of people go to these parties because it was offered, was for free, and then one thing leads to another. But then they get caught up in some shit because maybe they weren't supposed to be there, or maybe whatever, and then they say what they say. I'm saying how it happened because of the distribution of drugs inside his home, inside his party. That's illegal. And they're going to say, based upon that, this person wasn't in control. They didn't really know what they were doing. You get what I'm saying? And when that shit starts to happen, it's an uphill battle fighting the law, bro. Because you're not supposed to offer or distribute drugs to anybody unless you're a pharmacy. And even then, it has to be to a person that has the right prescription. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where he's going to run into problems. Oh, we were just having fun. Yeah, but you weren't supposed to offer these things. And because she was under the influence of this, we got the camera right here. And that camera shit, I'm going to be real, bro. When they went through all them tapes and they went back to some of them people who probably didn't know they was being recorded, right?
Well, let me ask you this, though. Like, for me,
the embarrassment, it's just,
wait a minute. For me, I'm going to be honest, like, historically, like, I'm talking about for many different situations. Like, shit, sometimes I found out motherfuckers stole from me from using a camera. Cameras around me has always helped me. Because you know what? I know I'm not doing nothing wrong, so I like everything to be recorded. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I just learned, you know, at least in Jersey law, because there was a time I didn't have cameras, like, in my bedroom, because I thought that was illegal. Now I get to find out.
I'm saying, what? You don't have them in my bedroom.
No, my attorneys tell me The only place you can't have it, and actually you can have it everywhere, you just can't use footage from the bathroom. You can't, yeah, but you can technically do it, like supposedly. Not really.
Everywhere you can get into my bedroom is the camera.
Yeah, okay.
Every hallway, door entrance, the staircase, the back, whatever the fuck, anywhere you can access my bedroom, there's a camera there to show who's coming into my bedroom.
I'm not gonna lie, Whack. Now in my master bedroom, I have 3 different cameras. I got a Ring, I got a CCTV, and I got some other shit. Like every single, like I'm sorry, if we do something, it's gonna be on candid camera. I tell everybody, there's no hidden cameras. Hey, just let you know, this is for, just clarity and for everybody protection. You get what I'm saying? It's stored on 50 different clouds, nothing to hide. We got nothing.
Yeah, well, you might need to.
Why do you think Diddy would afford this stuff if supposedly?
Well, that's part of his free.
What do you mean part of his free?
That's part of his free shit, bro. Record. I'm gonna be real, bro. I got recordings of me. Having sex with my motherfucking girl. I sent it to her.
Okay.
She know I got it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why? Again, these are allegations. We know that came out via a civil case, but if the Cassie case said that he would threaten her with it, like he was blackmailing her, like, hey, remember I got this video of you. You better act right. Like, Diddy had to know that's illegal, right? Like, yeah.
I mean, you know what? I ain't finna say she lied. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say she lied.
So why would you that Diddy thought it was above the law? I guess you've been around. Really?
You know that? Hell yeah.
I mean, I've never seen the level of power and money that Diddy got, but I've seen certain rappers who they clearly don't give 2 fucks about it. They definitely.
Okay, watch this. You see how Diddy be talking crazy to the people on the show?
Yeah.
That ain't no motherfucking act.
Really?
Yeah, that ain't no motherfucking act. Right? Not no act, bro.
Yeah.
It's not an act, so you got no.
You know what's funny, because the whole thing with Diddy, a lot of people used to say, especially when you go back to the 90s, they used to say, nah, Suge had Diddy shook. Like Diddy was a punk.
He did, but this is not the same Diddy of back then. This Diddy that we know in the last 15 years would have told Suge suck his dick.
So you saying the more powerful he got, the more gangster he got.
Yeah, you motherfucking right, because he felt he had more resources. He had to build, he could shut shit down. It's real shit. So, I feel like a lot of people do that. When they start doing shit, instead of like, well, who should do something, and they start thinking everybody around them really fuck with it. And you put that, you understand everybody around you don't fuck with you, so you cut the back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But, I think what Diddy went wrong is he disregarded his handler. You know what I'm saying? And, what they give it, they feel they're going to take it away.
Hey, listen, I don't even know if this is possible, because 2 things that came up, and I see some attorney shout to my man Bradford Cohen. He pointed that out. He said, you usually don't see a RICO case with only one person charged.
It's more to come. I think it's more to come.
Okay.
I think it's more to come. Yeah.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. If you're Diddy,
Jay-Z,
right? Do you explore the possibility of maybe rolling on somebody else?
That's definitely going on.
So you think if he got somebody to offer up, he probably gonna lean towards doing it?
He got other people to offer up. He definitely doing it. It's gonna be some pretty big people.
That's popular. Like, I think he's the tip of the iceberg. Like I don't think he can offer up.
It's gonna be. Oh, they sending me pictures of his parties. I can see they might us talking. Parties at his house. And this is security guy sending me this shit. I said to you, this is my boy. Who is this dude? He got this Juggalot security. Yeah, he do a lot of people's security. Young like, oh yeah, definitely. Did you know Diddy don't serve him up? He's 54 years old. Let's be real. These days, don't nothing happen to you. Diddy ain't no street dude. Who gonna do something to him? Nobody cares no more. You tell, you get thicker. Let's be real, bro. Right now today, telling nothing happens. We looking at little booty. Shout out to booty, living his best life. I got nothing against him, dude. But from him telling, he got famous.
Nah, he's a star. He's a star.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so you think if they say, yo, we'll let you go or we'll let you out 90 days, 12 months in a day, if you can give us this, you got the footage on that, what do you think he gonna do?
Well, here's the thing. People are saying the only person that, there are two names. They're saying either Clive Davis or Jay-Z. I don't think he got none on either of them. I mean, anybody else that he probably was around, like he was always.
I don't think he got nothing on Clive. Whatever he has on Clive is some personal shit that they did that ain't against the law. Now, the other name, only thing I know is ever since Diddy shit got raided and shit got hot, shit been quiet.
Well, here's the thing, though. You see what prosecutors are saying about Diddy. They say he was continuing them free calls all the way to last year. At least with Jay-Z, if he used to do some shit, he got out of Dodge and got married and said, yo, I'm done with that big pimping shit. I'm done with all of that. I'm now a businessman. Diddy was still having free calls, peeing on Carisha, allegedly.
When it comes to Carisha Young Miami, I don't think she's saying Diddy did anything about it.
No, she didn't. But like, again, part of the freak off is the extra freaky behavior, insatiable, like, yo, your thirst for sex can't be quenched shit. You know what I mean? Which that leads to, all right, when you come up with something.
I mean anything, bro. Like sometimes I lock up for a whole weekend, bro. And it ain't nothing but nigga, we watching movies, ordering room service, and we having sex.
Yo, if you run through 1,000 miles of baby oil and they said they were having free calls for days at a time.
Yeah, but bro, that's the whole household over there, bro.
You ever had a multi-day free call?
Well, I've had a weekend of just me and my woman ain't getting dressed, ain't moving no nothing. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that's not. Well, I'm still saying that's not what it means. The free call sounds like you got sex work.
For 4 or 5 days, Troy was with us out there. Shit, Troy, he was there. Like, we was, what you think? I'm gonna put him in different rooms? We all in the same room.
Man,
that's my woman and her sister watch. So, shit, what you mean?
Oh, you got
video footage? Of course I got video footage. It's great video footage.
You got a little finesse 2 times shit going on. Look at you. You see finesse 2 times?
Nah, mine is bad though. Mine is bad. With no other books. I'm just saying. I mean, do I think that, bro, okay, our man, the one who kicked a lot of this shit off, he's telling us Diddy grabbed his ass, Diddy groped him, Diddy did this, Diddy did that, but the nigga got on the check, went to the red carpet, went to the premiere. So it's like, but when Diddy didn't pay him, now you did this. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm not saying everybody is like on some bullshit, but I think a lot of them on some bullshit because they couldn't get something out of the man or some shit like that. So now people on the fake whistle. Hey, this probably happened. He might have grabbed his ass, probably so. But if the nigga smiled at him like it's cool when he rubbed his ear and he had him a drink and he took a shot and let him grab his ass again yesterday, then you came back the next day and then he grabbed the ass and then he grabbed it and it's cool. He was smiling about it. At what point in time you're leaving and coming back? But then when you say you didn't get paid, now he did this, I'm gonna scratch my head about this shit, bro.
No, I agree with you. Hey, what do you think the kids are going through now? Like, I mean, as of a couple of days ago, they were partying. Like, they've done a good job of, not looking that bothered, right?
She's the one who handle it. Those girls with a 1-year-old, she's not gonna understand what's going on. But those 2 twins, brother, and not to say that his son hasn't been anything, in the last decade or so, 5 years, whatever, they lost their mother, right, to death. and then now to lose their father. You know, those, I believe they're like maybe 14, 15. I don't believe they're 18 yet. So yeah, bro, that's at this point in time, I really feel for those two. You know what I mean? It's a sad thing, bro. You know what I mean?
How much you think the lifestyle is going to change, like even for the kids? By the way, so in the letter they wrote to the judge, they announced that Diddy been trying to sell the jet. They said they finally have a letter of intent to purchase. They executed it, and they're saying that they're going through a lot of inspections because the jet got a lot of inspections. But essentially they're selling the jet. That's more money to be liquidated. They sold. They're trying to sell the property in LA. They paid off the property in Miami. He's clearly liquidating. How much you think in the money wise he's probably?
Well, this was Foxy. This was Foxy. He can't sell whatever he sells. It's the dude in prison who just hit him for $100 million. They gotta pay him.
Yeah, but that's a default judgment. They're gonna get that shit overturned, right?
No, I mean we don't necessarily true because they did go see that dude in prison. They can't claim they didn't know about it because once they got the letter, they went and visited that dude in prison on the books and offered him a deal for like $2.3 million. He didn't take it. So if you never got served and you didn't know nothing about it, why did you go visit this dude after the date that they say you served him, bro? It's gonna be an uphill battle, my guy. Yeah, and they're gonna tie up those properties and everything. They're gonna lean on everything. It's leaned on. Hey, you can't just ignore that.
Hey, by the way, so in the indictment, when you go down, once it's getting to the bottom of the indictment, probably on 12 pages or so, they start talking about forfeiture. And according to what the prosecutors are saying, they're saying where all this criminal activity is happening, and they want to exercise a Title 18 forfeiture law that would give them, have Diddy forfeit these places because he was doing criminal acts in them. We see that in drug cases a lot. Like, what I mean? If, you was using your grandma's house as a trap house.
Yeah, but he didn't purchase those with criminal money. Not usually when you're selling drugs out of a home, they can come take it, right? He wasn't. These parties cost him money. He wasn't fucking, having orgy parties and charging people to come in and do these things. Right? Nothing done in a home was used to generate income. He spent money on these parties. It's for his own personal pleasure, for his own fun, to entertain his people. If he wasn't dipping into the Ciroc budget or whatever else he was doing. But usually if somebody's selling drugs out of home that's tied to a family member, yeah, they can come pay all day long.
Yeah, but of course they even, remember the little Rod dude was trying to paint a RICO racketeering conspiracy. They were saying, well, these parties may have not gained the money, but it added to the mystique and the brand, which gained the money. So it made him a bigger star.
Who a bigger star?
Did he? Like, because he was having this reputation of doing these crazy parties, it made it more known.
Come on, bro. Let's not ignore the Ciroc boys. That was a nationwide thing with all the DJs and shit like that. Let's not ignore the DUI commercials, you know what I mean, how to drive home thing. This was the movement. Let's not ignore all these clubs, right, that was promoting the shit out of it. French Montana with the French Vanilla Ciroc. It's a lot of things that went in that. You can't say Diddy's personal parties, right, is what made Ciroc big. Come on. That's a reach.
Well, I'm just going off what they're saying.
The Ciroc boys, it was DJs in every city and state who had a car, and wherever they went, they had to order Ciroc.
Yeah.
Now they play had one. It was on the radio. Ciroc boys in the building, pumping Ciroc. I think that I'm the tip. I don't think it'll work. Do I think they're gonna let him out? No. I think they're gonna try to break you. We've seen this with a little different case. They didn't let Thug out. He's on the state level. Do I think he's a flight? No. He's too noticeable. Do I think they'll give him a
By the way, they found guns.
Yes.
They found guns. They found guns with shaved off serial numbers. And what was Diddy? They found the two AR. Yeah, so they're looking at it and they're saying that Diddy might be using these guns because apparently he was threatening violence. And they're saying if we find illegal guns, because they're illegal ones, the serial numbers to face. They're saying
the serial numbers being called. Here's the problem. Where's the charges at?
There's no charges for that. But they're presenting they're presenting it that the prosecutor presented that a judge could consider. I mean, the judge might be like, well, file charges on it. But it looked like they're trying to just put it in the air. The judge says no bond.
No, yeah, that's a problem. Those guns with the shaved off serial numbers is a problem. That's the problem. That's a brand new problem. If nobody in that house doesn't own those guns, that's the problem.
How much money do you think he running through the lawyers? I heard $2 million.
I think he's gonna be in the ballpark of these lawyers. He's probably gonna hire at least 2 teams and PIs and all this shit. He's gonna be within $50 to $150 million if it screams out 3 years.
Damn.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he's gonna probably have 2 different teams. Right? Because the last law firm he was with dropped him because of
Lady
Gaga. So now once another law firm sees that, okay, it's more value in this because they dropped it, it's a problem of where he can go and who wants to take on the case. That just boosts his shit up 20-30%. Alone.
Do you think that, so this whole thing about him being a billionaire, apparently they're saying his net worth and liquid, especially at the Diageo deal with De Leon and Ciroc, they're saying it's
$50 million a year long.
Yeah, they're saying it's a couple $100 million that he supposedly got. Do you think that this case, like Paul's, dries him out? Like he goes broke off? How is he making money? Like we gotta imagine it's only off catalog. Like he
catalog and whatever. You never know what Diddy could be invested in hotels overseas.
Oh, by the way, Diddy's a part owner of Twitter. That's what they found out in a file. Diddy is one of the investors in Twitter. When Elon Musk went private with it, he got a few people. One of Diddy's holding companies, sent a few million in. So Diddy's
I'm saying, you never know where the money's spread out. I mean, he definitely needs to downsize. Need to be down one house. I understand the security of the house needs to be in the right gated community, whatever. He's out there, the kids are there. All the cars and jets and all that shit, maybe downsize to a couple SUVs and whatever your little get around train is. All that definitely needs to happen. The shopping sprees and all that crazy shit, all that shit gotta come to a halt. He should take care of his legal. He don't want to be like Suge Knight. You don't remember? Suge Knight legal will start walking out the courtroom. He wasn't paying.
Really?
Hell yeah. This is why when I came on board, that was the number one thing was to get him legal. And I got Alex Kessel to go down to the scene and take on the case.
Wait, Suge Knight's lawyer walked out the courtroom.
He had a lawyer go to jail, and the rest of them was leaving. So they wouldn't get paid. He didn't have no means to pay them. He was broke, bro.
How much?
He was drunk.
How much was the legal fees?
When Kessel went and took the meeting, it was going to take us, I believe, the bottom number was like 150,000 was the bottom. And I think because I had a relationship with him, we had a top of 250 no matter what it was. And I was even with the appeal, so he was showing me some love. I've been paying Mr. Kessel for many years, spent a lot of money with him. But all this was tied up into the $30 million deal I had for the like rights to do the series. And once the hedge fund came back and said, yo, he did deals with 5 or 6 other people, that's when it fell apart. And that's when he went in there and took his deal. He had no legal when he took that deal for 28 years, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I was the last one. Yeah.
But obviously Suge Knight has never been close to being up like Diddy. Diddy got that.
Diddy had another 24 and 4, another 28-year run on top of Suge shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're right. Suge was up at one time. The niggas was doing 100 million a year. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely go pull it up, bro. Go pull it up. Hey, he was up at one time, but he did close to 10 years, 8 to 10 years, bro. Deals and footing the bills and trying to put out acts and finance and acts and lawsuits. It has a wear on you.
Wow. Hey, by the way, all right. So that's the Suge situation. Could you compare this to the the R. Kelly situation? A lot of people have argued, well, if R. Kelly had that Diddy money, maybe R. Kelly's free. What similarities you've seen? By the way, I'm going to look at the prosecutors. I don't know if you've seen the press conference. 6 white women who will be working this case. One's pregnant. It just looked like Diddy's cooked. 6 white women who's going to be working from the AUSA's office to get you convicted, and you accused of sex trafficking. Oh my God!
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I hate to say it. I hate to say this. If they came at Diddy with 5 to 10, he should take it.
You think it's pop?
I've been against music.
He ain't gonna do it. He ain't gonna do it because even on the 10, that means he gonna do 7, 8. That puts him with damn near 61, 62. That sounds like a life sentence to him. The 5, the reason why the 5 sounds right. I'm gonna tell you why the 5. I don't think you would. I'm gonna tell you why the 5 years sounds good, right? It's because whether you take it or not, you're gonna fight this case at least 2, 3 years, which you'll be ready to come home. You gotta get, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You fight the case and say, okay, what are they gonna do with me versus the time it's gonna take me to fight the case, I can be paroled.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? It's how you gotta look at it. It's kind of like, remember we had our discussion when it comes down, okay, he's suing me for $80,000. My attorney says it's gonna cost me $150,000 to fight it. What do? We pay $80.
Yeah.
Right. So Diddy, okay, listen, 5 years, right, in the fence, so you can fight it for the next 3.5. If you fight it, we might give you 20 years, 15 years. Or you take the 5 today and be home at 3.5. Halfway house, you know, get off doing some other shit or whatever in there. Some milestones, which one do you do? He's not gonna hear pay the $80,000 and keep him paying the $150. He's just gonna hear, oh, I know my hope is gone. No, your hope is you got a closer date. You get what I'm saying? That's your hope.
Okay, is it a possibility Diddy ends up like R. Kelly? What's the difference?
Strong possibility. The R. Kelly's in there for one female, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think it's the one that got him. The one that told him he was 19 when she was really 17. The one who the mother and father was texting R. Kelly as if she was as if he was talking to her, but really was talking to the parents. The guy that worked at the concert hall who did all the lights. I think that's the one that they let hear all the phone calls and messages he was sending other women and shit. And she kind of went across the street and testified against him. I believe that's the one that got it. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's maybe 1, maybe 2. Diddy, his criminal shit, we don't even know how many of them it is, bro. Because remember, a lot of the other shit is civil. The shit with the producer, that's the civil thing. Did he go criminal? Well, that's civil, right?
Well, I mean, the only criminal thing is this indictment. There is no other criminal charges. This indictment. We don't know who's the victims. It appears Cassie's one of them. But we don't know if Lil Rob.
I don't know if Cassie do. I thought she signed some.
Hey, by the way,
she signed something.
Yeah, but that don't matter in a criminal case, right? Because she signed an NDA, but every NDA is gonna say the only way you can speak about this is if you are legally required by a subpoena to talk about what happened
Now, speaking about it and being charged for it, two different things. That is she coming in as a character witness? I don't know if when she accepted that money, there was something in there that said could not come or whatever that was.
Well, you gotta remember that's simple. This criminal thing, she's definitely a victim. I think she's even.
Yeah, but bro, majority of the time when people do this kind of shit, after know that type of footage has come out, it's stipulations in that paperwork to be paid out if they agree.
Yeah, no, she probably definitely wrote it at the end, right? But Diddy's gonna look crazy trying to sue her. But
no, I think she can come as a character witness against it, but I don't think they're gonna bring any of those charges are related to her. I don't think none of the criminal.
You don't think none of the criminal charges on Diddy's related to Cassie? She's numero uno as the victim. She's the only one whose story seems the most true. You think about that producer you talking about, Lil Rob. Yo,
got your limitations on the hotel, right?
Well, for assault. Just for assault.
Yeah, we got statute limitations on that.
Oh no, and also here's the thing with a RICO case, right? Because that's what Bradford Cole was saying.
I don't think it's a RICO.
Yes, it's a RICO. They said, put it like this: if they have you on tape selling drugs in, say the 80s, you were selling drugs in the 80s, the statute of limitations is past. But if you kept selling drugs from the 80s up till 5 years ago, the statute of limitations usually is around like 5 years or so, right? If it was continued, so in a RICO, they usually prove it's continued. So it started before the statute of limitations and continued up until the point where statute of limitations exists. So yeah, that assault from 2016 would not be able to count. But if say that they could prove that it was a pattern of consistent abuse, physical abuse, they could use that. And by the way, they reference that thing in the indictment. They reference the videotape in the indictment, even though that's outside of statute of limitations.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it could be used for character, and it's gonna eat him up. That don't mean they're charging him for those acts. You gotta see that. You gotta go through it. I think when she signed off, whatever she signed off on, I'm pretty sure Diddy put everything in there for whatever money he paid.
Okay,
I could be wrong.
Okay, all right. Let me tell you that there was 3 counts, right? Count one is. Give me a second. Scroll down. I have to hold it down on the screen. Count one is the racketeering, right? And then under racketeering, these are the offenses they have, right? They have kidnapping, arson, bribery. They have witness tampering. They have forced labor, sex trafficking. They have a transportation for purposes of prostitution, and they have possession with intent to distribute narcotics. And then we get to count 2. Count 2 is just sex traffic. It's not sex traffic underneath RICO. It's sex traffic by force, fraud, or coercion. And this is where they list what they call victim 1. They say victim 1. Now, the reason why that is people think that's Cassie, it says from at least, because no act in this whole indictment is before 2008. So there was a 17-year-old supposedly in the 90s that got flown from Detroit, Michigan to a studio in New York. That's not listed at all in the indictment, right? But what is listed, it says from at least 2009 up until 2018. That matches with the time that Cassie was with him in the Southern District of New York. Diddy basically recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, solicited by any means. I'm skipping some words here. A person to and cause the person to engage in a commercial sex act, aided and abetted, willfully caused the same to wit, and blah 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 blah. A person named victim 1 and attempted to aid and abet, willfully cause victim 1 to engage in commercial sex acts in reckless disregard of the fact that victim 1 was engaging in the sex act as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. So that's the second. So the second count is all about
what I'm saying. This is what I'm telling you. The things that people think they're doing just to have their own personal fun, a lot of this shit be in violation of the law. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think it's cool, but it ain't cool because if the other people involved choose to go this route, your ass is in trouble. He can't get up there. Let me tell you what's gonna fuck him up. You're gonna say under oath. Did you provide or did you ever provide drugs? He can't say no. How many videos they got this shit? You get what I'm saying? You can't say no. The minute you say yeah, everything after that, bro, I was under the influence. He gave us drugs. Even though you voluntarily took them, if I didn't take them, he was going to put me out. He coerced me. I felt threatened. All this shit. And then I woke up in the morning and I never knew it was a tape. And when he asked me to do something, I said no. He threatened me with this tape that he says he has. And now the feds and raiding actually got the tape. It's bad, bro. This ain't a thing about what's cool for you to do or what some bitch ass nigga shit if somebody do to you. This is about the things that you did is in violation of the law. If the person you did it with is saying they were violating. And on those terms, I think he in trouble. Personally, do I think people was willingly in there too and popping pills and taking their drinks? Fuck yeah.
You think that Cassie was ever at a point into this freak off idea, or do you think that maybe she was just trying to do it for her man? Like, I want
to submit it. I think there was a period of time where she got used to it and submitted. Do I think Cassie had opportunity to leave, to call the police, to blow the whistle? Yes. Do I think it got to a point, there was ever a point where he might have said, no, I don't want to, and he like, fuck that, you this, that, you gonna this, that, bring your ass in here? Yes. Do I think there was times where she was willingly, like, maybe suggested it? Yes. I think all of the above. Some of those above is a violation of the law. Some of those above is a violation of the law.
I'm gonna look up to see. I know she's not gonna post anything. Cassie's lawyer, every time there was a search warrant ran, every time there was a major important news, he always made a statement. I'm waiting for him to make a statement today. Cassie's not gonna post anything. What do you think Cassie's husband, is probably, thinking? Because obviously they got the payday already. But it looks like, they're definitely hell-bent to make sure Diddy spends his time in jail.
Well, end of the day, bro, you don't forget Cassie had go fund me up, went that shit up for $5,000 trying to raise money to help her husband at one time.
No, she didn't. What?
Yes, she did. That's a fact. That's a fact.
You think things got low a little bit?
Bro, dude was a personal trainer. When Diddy announced that the personal trainer he hired was fucking his girlfriend, what do you think all his clients did? That was female driven with a
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, honey, you crippled him.
Yeah, the trainer who fucked.
Let's look at Cassie.
Yeah, it's good.
Cassie wasn't fucking Beyonce or SZA, or she wasn't running around. That wasn't happening for her. I mean, she's a great artist. I love her music, but let's be real, that wasn't performance for her. So you got her, she's out, she ain't got no kids by it, he ain't paid nothing. Dude's the fucking trainer, personal trainer, who everybody probably let go because of the situation. She ain't got no real means of it. I think they got on hard times. Like, when he heard about it, he like, fuck it, go get it. He was all with it.
God damn, man. So, chat room, we're still waiting to see if he's going to be denied. I think we all believe he's going to be. I mean, the hearing's still going on. Supposedly, the prosecutor, as of about 20 minutes ago, they're still laying out their case why the bail should be denied. They're saying that they're worrying that Diddy will intimidate witnesses. By the way, I don't know if you see this part. They wrote a detention letter, which is a memo to the judge, hopefully to convince them that Diddy shouldn't be let out. Apparently, they said after Diddy got hit with a lawsuit from Cassie and he settled, he called two other victims. And he was trying to tell them, hey, anybody reach out to you, remember this is what happened. So he was trying to like, here we go. The feds say that witnesses, witnesses they interviewed have universally expressed fear, and prosecutors claim Diddy called former artist Kalina Harper, which, by the way, Kalina Harper just stuck up for Diddy recently when her group member, Dawn Richards of Danity Kane, filed a lawsuit against him. So the Danity Kane girl filed a lawsuit, and the group member of that group said, hey, I can't speak for her, but everything with me and Diddy was good. Some people point out that Kalina Harper, she was married at the time when she was in the group Danity Kane, and her husband still supposedly does business with Diddy. So she's going to protect Diddy because Diddy and her husband are cool. But they say Diddy called her 54 times. 54 times the day before she made a statement about a recent lawsuit they were named. So apparently, so she made the statement last week. So they said Diddy called her 54 times. Wow.
Yeah, that's bad. And see, they'll use that to say that he may try to tamper with the victims.
Ooh. Oh, shit. And here's more. Prosecutors say that Diddy's got the money and the means to be a flight risk, and the feds say that what appeared to be narcotics was in his hotel room in this New York spot when he was arrested. They said they found a pink powder. What's a pink powder? What's that?
Oh, that's that pink cocaine. See, that's bad business.
And they said that previously tested positive for ecstasy was found in Diddy's room as well as other drugs. Why the hell, if you think you're gonna get locked up, would you still have drugs in your room?
Bro, I keep telling you, bro, some of our people, listen, there's few people out there, right? Listen, there's a few people out there that have did it in reverse. Went to jail, did all this shit, got out, came up, they're well off. They know what not to do. You get what I'm saying? You hear Top Dog having wild TDE parties, take it to the penitentiary, to the project. He know what comes of that. He know what not to do. QCP the same way, right? You got Diddy ain't never been in the beast of the belly. So in his mind, shit don't stink. His shit don't stink. He still think it ain't that serious.
So everybody, I don't know too much about this drug. Some people say this is what they call 2C. I don't know what that is.
That's what they said, and I think it's a drug trafficking case still coming. The white boy they caught with the backpack full of drugs, trying to get on Diddy's plane. That's what they said was provided to a certain individual to fly on Diddy's jet to a studio in Virginia. Was that shit? And then go ahead. Then they catch the white boy. The white boy threw a couple of days get out on some whatever shit. You think that white boy ain't cooperated and told them people any transactions he may have did with that man or whoever, whatever?
I would agree. By the way, they're saying, they also tell me that this 2C thing is ecstasy mixed with cocaine, and it has a pink tint to it.
Yeah, I just saw an article on it last night, pink cocaine. But that's the first time I heard about it was when they mentioned it with Diddy, with somebody at a studio in Virginia or something, said Diddy got on the phone, put an individual on the plane to bring fly some in, right? So now you got the white dude a week or two later after that, they catch trying to get on the plane, right? So now they get this white dude, take him in as they did, and they ask him, did you ever provide this to this person? And he says yes, and he says, was it on this date? And they go on the phone and see any type of lineup. Then they got the person at the other end in BA talking about, did he call this in and this person got on the plane and brought this drug? And now they got that drug in New York. I think there's more charges to come. We don't see the gun cases there. We don't see the drug trafficking there. I think there's more cases, more charges to come.
There is a drug charge under the RICO, but we don't see the guns. Hey, hold on. So what people are telling me, again, I don't know too much about this drug, but they're saying this is a drug you take to turn up the party. Why the hell would Diddy, if you're facing sex trafficking charges, I would think this is some, like some people be drinking, or taking Xanax to kind of drown themselves out or whatever going on. I would think he want that because he got a lot on his mind. Why he got party drugs? That's freak off drugs. The freak off is over. Why would he have that?
Bro, listen, bro. You never know what extreme people would do, bro. And you know, people that do drugs, a lot of drugs, they talk like this all the time. It takes more and more and more and more, bro, to get them to where they trying to go.
You think he had one last freak off in New York? In no way. It's like that sounds.
No, I think that was just his personal shit. I would hope the only freak offs he had was personal, whatever woman he was with. You know, and I'm a little confused. I thought I seen him get married, but then I seen him in the room with somebody else. I don't know what Diddy got going on, but he's his own. You know, if they with it and they agree with it, shit, there ain't no law against it. But I'm just saying that the things he did, I think there was some things going on. Why he was doing these things, that was in violation of the law. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they're gonna use against him. Him had fun. Your fun was in violation of the law. You know what I'm saying? You can't be in the house and whip out your illegal gun and in the backyard and say, nobody better not leave this motherfucker or now put the music on. Because you can have one motherfucking point just to say, well, I did everything because he fired the gun in the air. They say, well, we better not do. Everybody else gonna be like, yo, he was just prowling around, bullshit. No, for one, you can't fire a gun in the air like that. Two, the gun illegal, you ain't supposed to have. Three, if this person saying they were in sustained fear or in fear or whatever, and because of that, this is why they did that, you're done.
Yeah, like even a kidnapping charge, you don't have to necessarily physically bar them. If they feel like they're in threat, that they can't leave without violence, that's kidnapping. Hey, if Diddy's an addict, how does the arrest, like he gotta come off some withdrawals. You gotta have withdrawals immediately, right? Like if he's locked up,
definitely gonna have withdrawals. If he's doing something every day, keep him up, yeah, definitely gonna have some withdrawals.
Okay, so how does this work? Do they hit up his dealer to make sure he get a little bit more and then wean him off of it, or what?
What do you mean he in jail? What the fuck you mean? He got to go through what he got to go through.
He's gonna go through the withdrawals?
Hell yeah. What you mean? You think they're gonna come bring him a little drug?
Bring him a little bit of Tootsie, like just give him a little.
No, you gotta kick. We all seen the kick process. You gotta go through his kick process.
Or are there like maybe drugs they could give him to help him with the withdrawals?
Yeah, they can definitely do that too.
Like prescription drugs, yeah.
They can definitely do that too, but then they'll have him addicted to something else.
Hey, I know you said he's going to be on a different type of restriction, and obviously he's a high-powered person. But what do you think incarceration is looking like for him? Is he going to be near any inmates? Does he got to worry about trouble?
Nah, they don't every time. The only time they gonna give to him unless the police gonna give it. It's always gonna give it. So they're gonna have Diddy ass locked away and keep away. You know what I'm saying? When he go to court, he gonna go on his little caddy way. He gonna be single man felon, all that. Whenever he moves, the hallway gonna be clear. He gonna be shackled down. They gonna take him to the showers every day and back to his fit. You know what I'm saying? He gonna have his home time, but other than that, he ain't gonna be around nobody. Because if something happens to him, their family gonna own New York.
Really?
Hell yeah.
I'm wondering if his time as a prisoner is going to be different than anybody.
They have Blueface on keep away hot power. Good night, when he used to have to go to the phone, they took him to the room and put him in a cage.
They did what?
Put him in a cage.
They put him in a cage?
Put him in a cage for the phone, yeah.
Why? Like this?
Power keep away. Drug kingpins, yeah. It's really attack. If you go to jail, you gonna be high power keep away. That's a fact.
Well, good. Wait, hold on. Do they still got bars on your cell, or it looks like a regular room?
You know, depending on what institution you're at. Most of the time is, most of the time is sometimes it's bar, sometimes it's a solid door with a window.
Now, this is gonna sound crazy, and if it sounds mad square, it's cool. But do you think the level of privilege did he, or his, status? Do you think that he's ordering meals in there, or he's eating the same thing as a regular person? You think, he's getting, a little extra honey bun. He got a little gourmet meal. my dude is used to whining and dining pretty good. I mean, like, I don't know if he's down for the
That's
Bill
gonna
Cosby.
come down to what little hookup he can have going on off the record. You know what I'm saying?
But no special treatment usually for like this.
Nah, you ain't finna just because you in this area we get nothing. Nah, you know, you get you got somebody want to bring you something in because you making something happen. You know, shit happens.
Jesus Christ, man. This is, yo, chat. I'm in disbelief that Diddy would have drugs in his room. Come on, bro. Like, come the hell on. Like, even if you're still on the drugs, you gotta have it in your assistant's room down the hall, your homie's room. You can't have your drugs at your room. No. Like, this just seems like almost thinking you're above the problem.
Bro, end of the day, if a motherfucker's an addict and he's addicted to something and he's free, it's a good chance he's gonna do his thing. You know what I'm saying? You know that.
By the way, 50 Cent hasn't really filed on yet. Why do you think that's the case? Do you think it's because,
I don't think 50 was, he's from the streets. We don't wish jail on nobody. He made trolling while he was out.
Nah, he definitely did with Preem. Preem, definitely did. I remember that thing was on New York City radio laughing. He said, Preem, when you hear this, I know you're going to be in your cell, nigga. I hope you die. I remember you said that.
But we talking about some, some real personal shit. You know what I'm saying? Every time a motherfucker look in the mirror, he got to remind you what really happened. You get what I'm saying? So I get that, but I don't think Diddy did nothing to 50 that serious to where he gon'
messing with Diddy.
Well, I mean, 50 didn't mess with a bunch of motherfuckers. What the fuck are we talking about? I get it. I don't think he was with her, right? And they don't have a relationship. You know what I'm saying?
No. I mean, 50 wasn't with her anymore, but clearly, these two had a little feud going on. So I think he always thought that he was trying to get to her. I mean, 50 thought he was, always
I would think so too. I would think it was intentional. I can't front. I mean, ain't no telling what 50 might do. 50 might. But he was putting together a little series or something, and that series gonna hurt Diddy. But that survival on R. Kelly definitely affected R. Kelly.
Yeah, well, a lot of people believe that's the reason why they went so hard, right? By the way,
R. Kelly?
Yeah, by the way, chat, they're saying Diddy appeared in court. He was sitting wearing a black shirt at the defense table with two U.S. Marshals standing behind him. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm reading again. In federal court, they don't allow cameras. So you got to go from the reporters. They said his lawyer's Mark Agnafilo. You ever heard of his lawyer?
Nah, but I'm pretty sure every guy is top notch.
Okay. Apparently, the judge says you have a right to be represented by a lawyer for this proceeding and question, blah, blah. The indictment is 3 counts: racketeering, conspiracy, including sex trafficking, forced labor, bribery, arson, obstruction of justice. And victim 1 was forced to engage in sex acts. You're charged with knowingly transporting an individual to engage in prostitution. You have a copy of the indictment. Apparently, his lawyer said yes. He said, Mr. Combs, how do you plead? And Diddy said, not guilty. The judge said, have we set a conference date? They said the conference date is September 24th at 10 a.m. Do you know what that means? The conference date?
I don't know. I don't know what that date is. I know this. They gonna start stretching them court dates out. I think the same way they do everybody else.
Oh, wow. Hey, by the way, this is what the AUSA says. These crimes carry a maximum sentence of life imprisonment or death. Wow. There's a risk of flight and that the person will obstruct justice or attempt to intimidate a witness. This is a presumption case based on sex trafficking.
See, and that's what's bad right now, bro, because that sex trafficking is bad. Mel Gibson had that movie that came out that everybody should go see. it's a real thing that's happening in our world. You know, I'm gonna be real, like, I don't think Diddy's intent was to be sex trafficking, bro. I don't think he was like bringing people in and making you do this and keeping you hostage over here doing this. But whatever the definition is of that law, if he's within those parameters, that's how they gonna come at you, bro.
You know, I was explaining last night, and you know,
I mean, I don't think Diddy's a sex trafficker. By how we know it to be, but the parameters in that law.
Well, that's the thing. I think some of these charges are ones that it's like even the RICO charge. We can even talk about, let's say, the YSL thing. They wanted to get Thug, couldn't get Thug, but then they used this gang charge to be like, well, all we got to prove is that y'all are a criminal street organization, that y'all are tied to each other. We have this guy for this shooting, this guy for that shooting, and we know you're the guy at the top because you've given this guy this money, you paid for this. Now they create an organization that you didn't do anything in actuality in terms of what they have you physically doing, but you're now the head of some criminal organization and you just get RICO, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's how they came.
So it's like,
they haven't been able to prove that.
What do you think? Oh, wow. Oh, shit. By the way, chat. Okay. This is what the AUSA. So the AUSA spoke, then Diddy's lawyer spoke, and the AUSA, you know, Diddy's lawyer was saying, hey, we've been working with these guys, sending emails. We were down to surrender passports. We stay away from the jet. We've been trying to show that Diddy is someone who's looking forward to trial because we knew this was coming. The AUSA comes out and says this in response. It says the defendant poses danger to these proceedings through obstruction. He should be detained pending trial. Okay? It says the government spoken to over 50 witnesses. We have sworn out warrants for cloud accounts. I don't know what that means. The search yielded 90 cell phones and 30 other devices, including surveillance systems. The freak-offs are corroborated. Now, I don't know if that means it's on video, but probably means. It says 300 grand subpoenas have been sent out. And he says also, Diddy had appeared to be what seemingly is narcotics in his hotel room last night, the pink powder that previously tested positive for ecstasy and other drugs. This is a Heartland detention case. His package is woefully inadequate. They're saying that the package that he offered, the $50 million, they're saying fuck all that. They say only focuses on flight risk. He says the defendant is a wealthy man. It allows him to flee quickly without detection. His counsel have taken steps to minimize his flight risk, to set him up for an argument to be made today, but then his incentives were entirely different. He flew to New York weeks ago. To compare, R. Kelly was detained, Jeffrey Epstein was detained on conduct going much farther back in time. Keith Rainier detained on all three grounds, even though the violence was committed by others. It says his incentive to flee changed when he was arrested last night. Wow.
They saw that jet land was fucked up. If the person that the company that's renting the jet out, he don't know what the fuck the jet's at, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right? It gets rented to somebody who, you know, fly to New York, you come to Peterborough or Jersey or Connecticut, right? Mm-hmm. If somebody just came in there, that's fucked up. If they didn't have Diddy or wiretap going, saying he headed over there or headed in that rock, it'd be one thing if they cornered him out, put him into the spot. But just because the motherfucking jet landed over there, bro, you don't know if those passengers booked that flight. He's not going to be strict. You know, hey, yo, they want to fly from here to New York. Okay, rent him the jet. It got nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was fucked up.
By the way, he fucked up by making that apology video after the Cassie video came out because the prosecutors used that. They said, we fast forward to the video being publicized. They talking about the Cassie video. It says the defendant admitted he was involved in the assault. It's clear you can't believe him because he previously denied doing any of the things he was accused of. It's a mistake. March 5th, and I guess that's what he apologized. It's just one example there's numerous assaults, choking, and what else they talking about? Jesus Christ. I ain't gonna lie. The prosecutors are giving this guy the business in court, man. This is bad.
They're gonna use all that against him, bro. Everything. That's what I'm saying. And we still don't see the drugs or the guns in it. Bro he got some problems, bro.
Man, this is hella sad.
I remember saying, you know, your wife, all the money that he got, man, fuck all that, bro. That shit don't mean nothing. Not dealing with the feds.
No, you're right.
No.
You're right. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. He thought he's at the heights of being above not necessarily prosecution or getting charged, but when you have so much power, you can make things happen. Like, for example, Jeffrey Epstein, when they first caught him, I think it was like a Palm Beach case. They had a secret court hearing that they gave him some special plea, and basically just got on probation for being a pedophile, and they let him off. And he still was able. They didn't publicize. He was still able to do all his businesses. Apparently, he got like a halfway house thing, but he was allowed to leave for half the day to go to work. So he would still do everything he had to do. He just had to check it once a day. And everyone was saying no one ever seen this type of plea. You know why? He's powerful. When you see powerful men who have reached, like, Diddy used to do the election stuff. Remember, voted out. So we don't know what politicians he might have. He might have up his sleeve, or maybe he brought them to a freak off. He got some information on them.
Yeah, but bro, you're right. But at the end of the day, none of that shit gonna matter. All that's gonna do is expose the fact that he may be dating or persuading. You get what I'm saying? That don't work in his favor, bro. I don't think they're gonna let him out.
Wow.
I don't think they're gonna let him out, bro.
Wow.
They're gonna say the flight risk, he's too influential. You may intimidate witnesses, all that kind of shit.
Yeah. This is definitely sad. Do you think this is gonna change up how everybody moves?
It already has. You think people ain't like, oh no, that's over with. We can't do that no more.
Yeah. Wow.
It already has, bro. Only thing people could do, the fans out there writing, if you can get his address, that'll be, you want to look out for his address where he's at. That letter, that mail will help give him something to do, something to read, something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Fans to write him. He ain't gonna need no money on his book. He don't have that problem. And shit, say a few prayers on the ones that he's deserving of. But on the flip side, we got victims out there too. So we can't say because Diddy gets the popularity vote, right? It ain't nothing on. You just got it.
With all due respect, that's his son's job to do. They should. By the way, something you just said came up in court. Let me read this. It says, okay, Diddy's camp has argued that victim one. Remember, I told you victim one is Cassie. It says, okay. So basically, all right. Let me read this update. Diddy's attorneys taking on the narrative that the rap mogul is a brute and a bully, seemingly hinting there's more to the story regarding the 2016 hotel hallway incident involving Combs and the girlfriend, because the prosecutor is mentioning in this video, Diddy's attorneys now trying to rebut it. So it says Diddy's camp has argued that victim one, which everybody's assuming to be Cassie, was looking through his phone and discovered he had more than one girlfriend, hitting the rapper in the head with a cell phone and taking off his clothing, which explains why he was in the hallway with a towel. It says his lawyer claims Diddy and the unnamed victim, which everybody assumes is Cassie, were very much in love until the woman in question cheated for years with the trainer the A-lister provided for her. Now they've reached out to Cassie for comment, because this is what Diddy's lawyer's going at. Cassie, wow. Cassie notably married physical trainer Alex Fine in 2019, September, they shared 2 children together. Diddy's lawyer claims his client is not a perfect person, though found himself in toxic relationships, but claimed they were mutual. However, early in court, it was suggested that Diddy wrote a large check to an ex for 10 years. It's unclear who received the payment and for what reason, but even that is assumed to be for Cassie. I didn't know she cheated on Diddy for years.
That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Not that
it should look like it's super deep, right? It looks super deep, right? Bro, we ain't seen shit. You let us see 25% of really what it is, bro. We ain't seen shit, bro. I'm gonna be real. And one thing for sure, he was out 6 months to the day from the time of the raid. Them folks, the alphabet boys, they don't come tap you on your shoulder unless they know they got something to hold you on. They ain't doing it. That's why they run around for 6 months. And let's think about it. How long they investigate them prior to the 6 months? Prior to the raid, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? So right now, look, man, I don't wish nothing on it, but it's victims out there. So, justice should be served on their side. I wish they could all sit down with him. I don't know if people was hurt, literally fucked up, and maybe just work something out, but evidently they didn't take that route. But where we stand right now, if dude got a problem, he got a situation, I will tell you this. To all my people, black entrepreneurs in the music game, our moguls are falling. Suge Knight failed. We got Biggie failed. Kevin Loud just resigned. Don't know if he's retired. I hear my main man Mike Tyson is no longer at Atlantic.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people. Atlantic clean house. Atlantic clean house.
A lot of people that we have leaned on, a lot of people that open up doors for opportunities for people that look like us being removed and erased. Pay attention. We gotta, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying this is the people's fault, but this is real shit. We will never ever get back to where we were if they keep knocking them down. Russell Simmons, Suge Knight, Puffy right now. Some in there I'm missing. Our man, Ray Reed, remember he got caught in the Me Too shit. You know what I'm saying? Where he was a big factor in those deals. There's a lot of people, bro, over the last decade been getting removed, erased, and there's less people out there you know. That's why you so important. I'm so important. You know what I'm saying? The QTPs are so important. The top dog is so important. Because if a motherfucker can't get to you, there's a lot of people that can get to me. And if I hear something, I'm like, you know what? Bro may be interested in that. Let me make a call for you. Those things are very important, bro, for the things that we were doing.
Hey, no, you're making a lot of sense. But let me also ask you this too: is this a warning that maybe having too much power? Obviously, I get you with like a lot of these guys who have built, and have been really instrumental in hip hop. We're seeing a lot of them fall. But do you think that when maybe these individuals they got corrupted by just having too much power and thinking that they're above everything? You know what I mean? Again,
they getting away with a lot. Let's be real. Let's talk about it. I'm finna give you my 100 side of the trenches shit. Let's get real. DJ K like my big brother. Like me. Whatever you put in the universe, come back. 360. Am I right? Let's talk about a few games we know. Okay? You got the accusations of what went on in Vegas and who motherfuckers was powerful. Who got the shit, right? Boom, accusations. Then we got our man over here. We got the lady in the club clearly saying, I see who shot me. But another motherfucker took it to hit and went and laid down and did 9-10. And now he's speaking saying what it really was, right? We got other females, who saying maybe it was some things going on, a little roughing up or whatever, right? We got the other dumbass RP nigga who came out and talked about the situation. Now the girl appears saying this would happen and this would happen and this would happen. Look, bro, look, my granddaddy, rest in peace, right? Said when I was a kid, the sun don't shine in the same dog's ass every day. You put negative shit in the universe, eventually on that 360, on that circle, it's gonna get you. Let's be real. Pumpkin had a lot of allegations that he didn't maneuver his way out of them. Let's be real, bro. So niggas can't feel too sorry for, what a man chose to do. If they look at this, like, they get arrested, well, nigga got 19 bank robberies. And they come up with the evidence to show this, to show that, and to show this, to show that. The motherfucker backyard full of money. My nigga, don't feel sorry for me, nigga. I was moving, nigga. I didn't feel sorry for me when I got away. It's real shit. We can't turn this shit into some woe is me punk. We all, some of us fuck with Punk. We appreciate what he did for the culture, for the music and all that shit. But there's also victims on the other side. There's victims who have mothers, who have brothers, who have children, and things of that nature, probably right now might be fucked up for the rest of their life, to where now the significant other got to deal with them having dreams and screaming and not wanting to be touched a certain way because of whatever they went through. We have to include them as well. So we can't use it as Punk the music mogul. Yeah, but if Punk the music mogul also had another face, and that face wasn't right, he got to pay for that face, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to pay for that face. This is why I always say I'm a game banger, but I'm from Paru. I can't forget that. Because Paru is another face. And some people remember that face. And that face did things or might have did things to hurt or harm or make somebody feel some kind of way about me. So although I may become this businessman or this and that, I can't say where that face is gone. No, motherfucker, remember that face when they meet me. So I gotta stay in touch and tune with what that is. Right? I hate to say it, but I'm walking on myself. Right? And it's something come my way because of what I did 20 years ago, or whatever the fuck it may be, or somebody I did something to in prison behind this gangbang shit. Look, bro, don't feel sorry for me because I did that. And when I did that, my homies and myself, we celebrate. That shit come with it, bro. It come with it. I try not to add to it. Ain't nobody out there to say that I did something to them because they was the crip or because they was from here, because they was from here. Right? I try not to add to it, but at the end of the day, Pump has done some things that people know you should have been took a fall for. And if you would have took a fall for 10 years, 15 years, would his success be better today?
Nah.
So, that's a blessing that you was able to sit here and enjoy that continually. Now it's time to play the piper, my nigga. It's what it is.
No, you're making some valid points. A lot of people agree with you in the chat. A lot of people agree in the chat. Hey, let me read you. Hey, Diddy's lawyer is going so hard at Cassie, even Dawn Richards. Let me read this. So Agnafilio, which is the lawyer, says, they're talking about, they basically are now painting Cassie, who they clearly have identified this is an important witness for the prosecution. They're painting her as a chick who basically finessed money and got out of a situation. They're saying she got mad at Diddy cheating, so she started cheating, and she got paid for it after the allegations, but the allegations aren't true. Let me just read what was supposedly said in court. By the way, shout to Inner City Press. They're basically, they did the same thing during the 6ix9ine case, type out what pretty much is saying in court.
There's no law against cheating, bro, if you're not married. There's no law. New York, I think it is, but if she ain't do nothing wrong, not by the law, so they can say what they want.
So Agnafilio says these two people are in love, meaning Diddy and Cassie. Victim one ended up marrying the trainer that Combs got for her. They have been cheating on each other for years. But now she got 2 kids with a trainer. Years later, she realized she had a good thing with Mr. Combs. She has her lawyer call his lawyer, say she has written a book. But if you want to buy the rights, you'll have the rights for $30 million. We have the recorded conversation. So now we get to find out when Cassie calls up for the $30 million, Diddy recorded that. They say it did not go well for her and her lawyer. And in November 2023, she sued. When he contacts witnesses, it's not to stop a criminal investigation. It's to not be seen. It's not to be seen. It's not to be seen as one. Why is it depicted as a one-sided thing? There's 30 million reasons, $1 a piece. She said, I'm going to write a book. You can buy the rights. This Dawn Richards lawsuit and Miss Harper from the same band. The lawsuit says he did a couple inappropriate things. Ms. Harper said, that wasn't my experience. That's not intimidation. It's divergent recollections. There's nothing wrong with that. He says, I'm not even sure Dawn Richards is a witness in this case. My client hasn't done a darn thing wrong. We've interviewed at least 6 of these males. We asked, did it seem consensual? Now, that's assumed like the gigolos who were like fucking Cassie. Did it seem like the sex was consensual? Was anyone too drunk or too high? They all said no. Then the defense attorney continues. He says, is it sex trafficking if everyone wants to be there? No. We don't want the federal government in our bedroom. The kidnapping, we spoke to the victim. She did not use that word to us. One day, it may be heard Mr. Combs employs a security company. Mr. Combs got nothing to do with how guns are kept in his house. He needs security. In sector of LA and Miami he lives in, did they do it wrong? That's not for us to say. So they're blaming the security company. It's not his gun. R. Kelly, well, that involved children. They can't consent. So they're saying, why are you mentioning R. Kelly in this case? That considered children. The indictment did not mention kids from what I've seen. So they're saying, why are you mentioning R. Kelly and comparing him to Diddy? They said Jeffrey Epstein, again, children. Keith Raniere, children. We have substantial bail package. Some family members are here. They love it. $50 million bond, secured by $48 million piece of property. And on August 20th, we paid off the $18 million mortgage. One day we're going to have a fair trial. We're going to have substantial defenses to each of these charges. Mr. Combs is handling this head on. He's become a punching bag. He's built businesses from scratch. His father was killed when he was 2 years old. He earned all of it. Mr. Combs has earned this court's trust. I have nothing else to say. The judge says, any rebuttal to the AUSA? The AUSA says the defense counsel has his critique of law enforcement, but has not rebutted the presumption that the defendant should not be detained. 3 days after the lawsuit, the defendant is recorded saying he doesn't want to talk on the phone. It might be tapped. He uses armed security with the face AR-15 stored in his personal closet. Yeah, right. Absurd. For the record, we are proceeding on a theory of lack of consent, that she was coerced to participate in those sex acts. The judge says he wouldn't be in danger, would he, if he only engaged with behaviors in what? He wouldn't be in danger, would he, if he engaged in these behaviors with consenting adults? The AUSA says we have the hallway video. We're thinking still about the Cassie situation. Then Diddy's attorney gets back up and says, this is a slippery slope. The government is going to say she was coerced. She had to say that for the $30 million. We have a serious bail package. I hope Your Honor can see that Mr. Combs has done things to show he's trustworthy. Again, I'm asking you to trust me. I have my eye on him. We speak 5 times a day. I want to thank Your Honor. The judge says, thank you. I'm going to take a short recess and invite pre-trial services to join me in a robing room. Look like the judge is going to consider this bail package. Wow. They're getting that Cassie, man. They're getting that Cassie.
I don't think Cassie could stop him from selling out because they've been separated for quite some time without any incidents. You know what I'm saying? We know that there wasn't any incident that she left where they came. He went over here, stalked her, did this, did that, did this, did that. I think the overall situation is what's going to have him in trouble. They him contacting those people like you just said. Mm-hmm. It's going to have him, that type of shit. They're going to say he has to influence to coerce a witness to send somebody. We need to monitor who he's talking to, what he's saying, all this old type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And that one thing they're going to use against him. If that call was made, I don't know. I don't know if they got a call ready. I don't know how they know. But if that call was made, that's going to hurt.
On a slightly lighter note, because this is mentioned a few times in the indictment, what do you think, or if someone has to get you to think off top, what are freak-off supplies? According to the indictment, they said it was the job of people in Combs Enterprise to resupply the freak-off supplies. So to keep it open.
And like I'm saying, the only thing that could be used against him are drugs or restraint if the people say it's against their will. But let's be real, bro. The end thing that I hear about, I don't know really what the fuck they be talking about. PDXM fucking parties, right? And I just be hearing people talk on my side of the clubhouse. And I hear about all kinds that they do, right? So what is for fun and pleasure and what's really against the motherfucker's will? If you got somebody that their pleasure is to be leashed and walked around, it's pleasure, right? Do they later on say, you put this on me and made me crawl?
Well,
you see what I'm saying?
Well, that's the biggest thing about, obviously sex crimes is that, obviously, consent is the important thing, right? And you're hoping somebody's clear of mind and third one's gonna give consent. But you brought up earlier,
proving you damn near gotta do a fucking contract.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, because even if there's no drugs involved, no alcohol, whatever, and they give consent, you do something, then their boyfriend find out, yo, you fucked so and so at the Fountain Blue after they brought you backstage. Yeah, I've seen women who then, while get caught cheating and trying to explain it to their partner, they say, well, I really wasn't with it. I'm not a whore.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, listen, I'm gonna tell you what the secret is. The secret is you got to have that 11 in 1, bro.
What's that?
11 in 1. You got to have your woman, your girlfriend, your business partner, your best friend, your nympho, your freak. She got to be able to turn into 11 different people in one, then you ain't got to worry about it. Listen, you can't have a fool who just, no, I'm not doing that. Nigga, you got to have 11 in 1. You know what I'm saying? Do you follow R&B? Because Adam 22 follows R&B. If you follow R&B, you got R&B way before Adam on Clubhouse.
I don't like following my homies.
I'm requesting that you follow my queen and you let people know.
Hello, Ag.
Hey, how you R&B? Yeah, no. Hey, listen, I only do it because you're
her name R_ANN_B. I just did it on his own.
No, hold on. You see, I ain't gonna lie. We black, so it's like, I talk to a lot of these rappers, and they all be getting into it over females. I like to stay away. I try to have respect.
Listen to me, right? Do you not have academic number in your phone?
I do.
All my close friends, my woman has their contacts. In the time of need, I may have contacts to say,
What's your Instagram?
R_ANN_B.
Okay.
You get emails and from her all the time.
Okay, but here's the thing, yo, Whack. I never want you to look on your woman's page and be like, why academics comment? Is he trying to be funny?
Let me tell you something. It's real shit, she follows real shit. If a motherfucker does not acknowledge and admire my woman, then I'm gonna call you gay. Because even the gay niggas acknowledge and admire my woman. At the end of the day, she put up a picture of my nigga that's sexy and she's elegant. She ain't gonna never do too much because she my queen. I expect my comrades to like and acknowledge. Or if she put up a quote or she's just doing some talking because she does like coaching, I expect you to acknowledge it's a good look for her. You know what I mean? My field is her field. You know how I go.
Yeah, but Whack, again, clearly you're not like that, and I get the picture now. But how a lot of people in the industry are. Hey,
listen, anybody that's like that is because their woman is like that. That's what your woman. So why you got a woman that's like that? Like, at the end of the day, I expect to support me, support her, support me. If I like it, it's just a picture of her, right? Whatever, it's a quote or something. If I liked it, I expect my comment. The little guy, I ain't gonna call him little guy, but the guy is always in there.
Yeah.
Filters.
Yeah.
You got him. You're whack. You don't follow me. Oh shit. Out of respect to you. Right?
No, you're right.
That's what I'm saying. Right. Unfortunately, fortunately, my queen is, she's an author. She wrote 7 books. she's writing my book on me now. She's gonna offer that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, listen. So, as long as me, I try to play professionally. As long as you give me the permission,
you my brother. You not my brother?
Yes. But again, I don't. Yo, let me tell you this. One thing I never try to do, because I know two men get into it. Hey, well, you know, you deal with rappers, and I talk to these rappers, and they
yeah, but listen, this is real shit. Meet your significant other that I know is significant other.
By the way,
what this is, right?
I met up with
I go through the lobby or I'm going in the club.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over there and say, you okay? You say, okay, look, we over there in that area. You need me, I'm over there. You know what your woman gonna do when she get home? Yeah, in the whack. Oh yeah, he came and asked me, was I good? They told me I was over there if I needed it. If I come outside, bro, she got a flat tire, I'm gonna say, yo, that's your car? Listen, don't worry about it. I got AAA. Take my car, you get up out of here. Get this to you. Tell me I send my love. That's what brothers do, bro. We don't like each other.
Hey, you see, you're a little bit older. Listen, I linked with a rapper recently, and he just told me these are people he collabed. Like he said, one guy who they make great music together. He said, me and that guy might never work together again. I said, why? He said they have issues over. Yo, did you try to talk to my woman? And I don't know what the truth is there, but I said, damn, I realized two men, they will fight and be able to get over it. But if there's any type of a woman, you know, whether it's intended or not.
It's two things, there's two factors here, right? My woman respects herself, so she respects me, and I see as a brother. He respects himself, and I know he respects me. I don't know what them niggas be on. I only got a certain amount of people I call my friends. Right? And my comrades.
Just hit the 5-hour mark.
My woman does have a voice. She's the queen of the 100,000. She helped me build that clubhouse shit.
We're really just breaking down what's going on in the case. I'm just flabbergasted to be honest. Just watching.
Built this day. I'm Rakita Bradford. Right? They out. They resign. I'm building her. She's building me. I'm investing in her, and she invested in me. By all means, I expect 100% of your support. I do not look at the life and what the fuck, like nigga. I look at that as, bro, baby. I did it. He went over there, found it on his own. I didn't know. Yeah, I looked up on the TV, put it up. I said, oh shit. You know, then when I got to the he's like, yo, man, your girl, she did some shit. That make me feel like I don't know where I'm at with my wife, because the way she talk about you, my wife ain't talking about me. She pulled her whole fucking shit, played a whole video. I ain't asking to do this, but he said, I just been paying attention to how she represents you, and I felt like it was respectful, so he put some light on. So I respect all my comrades who have some type of voice to put some light on. I'm sorry to talk about R&B in the middle of the puppy shit, but you know what I'm saying? I was just pretty much saying that our woman does everything in one. She does the freak off with me.
Hey, by the way, what I'm happy you are so. Ever since you've been with this woman, I've heard you speak nothing but glowingly about her. She's making you very happy. Now I'm very happy for that. You know,
it's like if I got a request, you know, one night it was raining. I said, baby, let's go out in the backyard. Even turned the sprinklers off, so I knew they came on at like 3 o'clock. I said, it's raining in the sprinklers. He came out that motherfucker, the birthday suit, the kid was gone. You know what I'm saying? I was in that motherfucker, sprinklers going, it was raining. I was looking up at the stars. I said, shit, he's alive. He's alive. But again, I'm able to say, go to this business meet and she gonna get like that, like whatever it is. My nigga, like, I'm on the freeway, I'm driving to LA or something. I'm looking over there and I'm like, lay back and let me see you. She gonna give me what I want. I ain't not worried about no fucking police being called. None of this shit. This is real shit, bro. If your woman is telling you no about things that you desire, you request, then you need to go work on getting another woman.
Okay, let me throw a monkey wrench into this though. Suppose Cassie was like that until the money stopped coming in. Like she was like Diddy was like, tonight I want to do a free call. All right, baby, I'm gonna get you a free call. Then she leave Diddy And then now she's like, you know what? I really want to do them free. That's the only thing with women. Like you, like consent. You hope consent means consent. Like you're not gonna change your mind later.
You can't expect your woman to do everything. You can't expect. She can't expect you to do everything. Women got some freaky ass fetishes, bro. That you just ain't with, respectfully, right? But at the end of the day, if you looking up, you got a checklist of 10. And 7 out of 10, she don't mind giving you. You know what I'm saying? No problem. Bro, you can't be forcing the other 3. Maybe if you execute the other 7, the more comfortable she get with you, you might can tap one on. I don't know. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't force no woman to do nothing they don't want to do. But if I see your list, you remember you played with me that one day? And I thought you said no. What I do? All systems off. Hey, niggas, hey, everything went off immediately. Like, baby, what's wrong? I heard you say no. I didn't say no. Well, that's what I thought you said. Give me a minute to reset. If I even think you saying no. Now, it's sometimes where she wants to play the resisting game. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that's a dangerous game. She wants to be checked a little bit, and she wants to be, handled a little rough and shit like that. But you gotta know how far to go. Usually you have a safe word. You get what I'm saying? Pineapple. Yeah. Now, that's just what's real. But
Nigga said,
again, we don't indulge in drugs, and every now and then I pour some shot down her throat. You know what I mean? If a bottle of liquor lasts me 2 years on my dresser because I don't drink. But other than that, you got to get somebody, bro, that you satisfied and satisfy you. She's the only woman that got me to dress like a fucking cowboy. I told you that they tried to rob me, right? Did I tell you they tried to rob me?
Yeah. What happened with that?
Yo, we went to this fucking party with friends. We had to be dressed up like cowboys and shit. So I had the Versace cowboy boots with the Versace shirt. I thought I was doing some shit. We was in like the Mediterranean shit out the way. So when we come out, I'm grabbing the little bags and the food she want to take home. She like, let me take that stuff because your hands need to be free. I'm like, nah, you looking too good to be carrying stuff. The car is right here. We come out, motherfucker pull up. I see him. Whip out, give it up. I think they was watching this. I had my cash money, fucking piece, the big one, I had my rolling. I got this ring, right? I got my boy, who's my junior name? Chris Jr. He made me a whack ring. I got to tell you, it's a big ass ring. There's whack ring out of the motherfucker, right? So she starts to panic. So I think, remember, this woman ain't been around me for a while. Since she's been around me, I bought her 4 firearms. I got her CCW. She stay at the range. Good. We do stimulation range with her. And when she's going through obstacles and shit popping out, she's doing her thing or whatever. So when I told her, I said, yo, calm down. So I got the shit in my head. I said, all right, let me this shit out my head. When I went to bend over to put the food on the ground, he said, come out there rolling first, nigga. Well, baby, I got it. She started screaming. When I looked to like, yo, chill out. Bro, the motherfucker looked her way. When the dude took his eyes off me, I heard, all right? I went to grab her, like, what the fuck, the niggas is doing? Whole time, she the one screaming. Get out of there. Well, I think you got right off our ordained minister. Damn. Good God, they would have made use for you. Them niggas would have got away with that black green and that motherfucking tax money west. Niggas, motherfucking people, it ain't nothing but like 4 of them. 4 or 5 of them, you ever exist. Nigga, it would have been pound. I got paid from the insurance people, but it would have hurt me. But guess what? I told you them 11 women in one. They put a little gangster in there, right? Yeah, she built like that then. Or at least what I didn't realize is we was dressed like Western, right? So she had the gun hose thing on, the right, with a gun in it. I wasn't tripping. It was a real gun in the shit. She already had the motherfucker in the little holster. Because she can conceal, like she can conceal or open carry where she at. They can't do nothing to her. Wow. So, at the end of the day, it's like, Fellas, don't force the woman to do nothing. If you married to her, she been your baby mama 50 years. If she say no, respect her. If she don't want to do it, understand one day if you force her to do it or manipulate her to do it, one day you may get caught doing something or piss her off to a point to where she don't want to be your friend and she don't give a fuck what happened to you. Pay attention to Diddy. Read the book.
Hey, by the way, some breaking news, chat. The judge is now returned. The judge said, "Hey, listen, you know, basically asked the prosecutor, do we need to wait for your partner?" The affiliate says, "No, I really appreciate it, but we're ready to go." The judge says, and this is Judge Tafornsky. I'm gonna look that judge up to see how they look. You know, we'd like to see if we got black judge, white judge, whatever that sounds like. You should know. He said, "In this case, I find the presumption that he is not rebutted, so Sean Combs will be detained. There's been significant violence, coercion of witnesses, and even gentle coercion that could be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I thank your family for coming, but I cannot release him."
I told you, bro. What I think, bro, the fact that he contacted those people hurt him bad. All that shit would hurt him bad. See, you did that when you wasn't facing criminal time.
Wow.
Now they talking about this shit carry life. Now, what won't you do?
Now, remember, they got a conference, which is not necessarily a court date.
Well, look like he'll be in jail.
I'm guessing they're going to set some
Yeah,
time. That's I figured out
15 to life.
You know, because obviously they got to set a timeline for when the defense is available, prosecutor is available, when they could do extra discovery, have the formal. I guess this is the formal arraignment. I don't know if it was formal arraignment, but he definitely entered a plea. It's basically almost scheduling out the trial that the judge could approve the dates and stuff like that. So they're going to come back to that, which means Diddy's going to sit in jail for at least a week. Don't know when.
No. Diddy gonna be in that motherfucker for 2-3 years fighting this thing, bro.
You think Diddy's gonna be in jail for this whole time? Well, again, I don't know if
bail out.
I don't know if, well, you know they're gonna try other bail applications, right? Like,
no. You gotta go to the judge. That's the feds.
Yeah,
that's on the judge.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck what you do. That's on the judge, bro. That's the feds.
No, I agree, but you know they try to do it. Obviously, this was state. They try to do it thugs. Be like, oh, things has changed. We could verify that. You know, oh yeah, you guys think you're gonna contact witnesses. We'll make sure he does have a phone or something. They're gonna try, right? But I still think that if the judge denied it on this, he probably not gonna let him out. Like, you can't change your mind. What situations can change for you to believe that? If you thought that you're not gonna let him out because he's gonna contact witnesses, why would you ever?
What's gonna change? What are you gonna do? The guns are still there. Him trying to coerce the witness is still there.
Yeah.
The violence is still there. The intimidation is still there. It's all there in the charge.
Do you think Diddy is shedding a tear? Maybe not necessarily in court, but he gets back to that detention facility holding.
That nigga ain't gonna eat till Friday.
What do you mean? What?
Yeah, bro, his appetite is gone. Listen. Oh, yeah, I don't remember what it was when I was 12, right? You talking about 54-year-old man, he be 55 in November. Heck, this nigga is used to the best of the best. He hasn't had any restrictions. He don't wait in line. He flies private. People wait on him hand and foot. He got his pick of the litter of this, that, and the other. Right? Now, in the signal, when I'm coming out, Wednesday, we'll bring you out Friday for 30 minutes. What? Yeah.
Hey, buddy,
I can't watch TV? No. But on the phone.
I'm going to cut you off. His lawyers and the prosecutors walked out the courthouse. His lawyers spoke to him. His lawyers is addressing the press. Okay. Sorry, my bad. Fast forward. Two cameras out, two entrances. Trying to get to it. Hold on. Over there. Here we go.
So this was the first step. We have a bail scheduled for tomorrow, 3:30, in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case.
So they have a bail appeal for tomorrow. It's going in front of a, which is a district judge that's assigned to the case. You know, the magistrate judge just does the first appearance. So they're hoping that the other judge tomorrow gives a different opinion. But I mean,
possibly have made some friends.
Shit. Yeah.
What you talking about? I'm gonna be real, right? We're gonna see if this graduation, they granting bail. You was absolutely right. I knew they wasn't gonna give you no bail today. Right? Now we know he's at home. I knew they wasn't gonna give you no bail today, but if he goes to this next hearing and gets the bail, he was on point. Straight up.
Yeah, let me hear the rest of it.
I think he made the points that we were wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He did these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just someone who bought a civil case and now is finding himself in a criminal. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore. I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for one day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. He didn't want to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want to turn himself in? Because then it's with attention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest the guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make it as much as we can until we get. So that's all I have. Yeah, tomorrow. What was the question? Yeah, we're no bail. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold them without bail. 3:30, same place. Bail tomorrow, 3:30, same for different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's gonna fight this. All right, I'm gonna do that stuff. Okay. Oh, no.
We heard that same shit with Young Thug.
Yo, they got about 100 people surrounding the kid as they walk away. Wow. The fans and we got security. I'm wondering if so you think Diddy's gonna shed a tear when he gets to it because it's finally gonna sink in, right? Like,
it's so sad.
hey,
for the kid.
this might be your home for the foreseeable future.
It's mine. I'll be out the ball. Get on the phone. Get you out. Take out all this shit. You walk in there. That's the problem, bro.
You can say the phone stand was pretty much hip hop voice, right?
But I mean, here today, they playing the win. They know let him out. Works against him, but then he'll bring it out. I don't think they're gonna offer him no deal.
You don't think no deal?
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah, it looks like he's getting into the car. That's Quincy. Gets into an SUV. They're trying to get that car out of there. There's so much paparazzi that's there. They should shut down. And if you've ever been to that federal building in the Southern District of New York, like
no, what street is it on?
I forgot what street. Well, about it, that's Justin and Justin and is that the sister? Off a big area, there's no vehicles like in like 4 square blocks. So like you got to do some walking to get to where cars can come. They have everything barricaded. You know, obviously because these are federal buildings. They have shit that come up that you know what I mean. Nobody can run a car.
Javits building?
Exactly what's that?
I know they got a Javits building down there. They got a very good marshal.
I think it's Thurgood Marshall on some trip. And this New York. I think it's the Thurgood Marshall. I'm gonna be honest.
It's crazy.
This shit is crazy, man.
Yeah, look, man, you gotta ride, bro. You know, he gotta ride.
How do you mentally prepare yourself?
He can't, you gotta take it one day at a time.
Somebody like Diddy, if we all know Diddy's mantra, he used to say, yo, I don't sleep, he works. He's always doing 20 things at a time. How does he get used to not having a phone, not having his like,
what I'm telling you, he gotta go, bro. One day at a time, bro. The first 100 days,
Kill that man.
you gonna see him walking in that court.
That's sad.
We're talking about maybe 4 court dates within that time frame. First one, you got another one, a couple weeks, a week or so. The second one, that other one gonna be probably stretched out about 30, 40 days. He might have 4 or 5 court days possibly, which is quick too. But end of the day, either he gotta take it a day at a time, bro.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What he gonna do? Think about life?
I mean, you've done a bit before. Like, how do you mentally?
But it's different. I was groomed for it, bro. I started doing time at 12 years old. The time I was 16, I was in the penitentiary. Started off 45 days, 2 months, 4 months, 9 months, 2 years, 5, 6 after that. You know, kind of like you was groomed for this shit. And even at that, anybody did time and they keep it real with you. After so long, it gets old because it's so fucking repetitive. You on the same motherfucking yard 2, 3, 4 years at a time. In some cases, I've seen lifers on the yard 10, 15 years at a time. It gets repetitive. It's the same shit. Only thing different is people coming and going. It was like, it ain't like you're learning something. I mean, you got to deal with protecting your life and shit like that, whatever workout program you got. But other than that, bro, it gets repetitive. And for somebody like Diddy, that's gonna kill him, bro. He can't sit down. That dude can't sit still.
Let me ask you this question, because and I spoke to Tory's people, and I remember when it was reported that he couldn't wait. As crazy as it sounds, if he wasn't gonna get out, he couldn't wait to be sent to prison because
the county jail is fucked up.
Yeah, apparently he was on isolation. Like he couldn't even. He couldn't even.
He was right where Blueface was at. Yeah, the county jail. Man, Blueface called me last week or whenever he got up to the penitentiary, and he said, "Man, I'm glad to be in there. I'm glad to be in prison." It broke my heart when he said it because I had never walked with him, but I know what he meant. This is the first time in 6-7 months he was able to take more than 7 steps without being handcuffed. I'm running into a door. Because they got him in the dorm reception, so now he can walk around. He hasn't been outside under the stars in 7 months. Wow. Not being able to run, right? He just got this little space and as big as one of your bathrooms, not your master bathroom, because that'd be pretty big. A standard sized bathroom. You know what I'm saying? That's how big it is. From that table to that door is about 7 steps, and it's over with. So you are goddamn right. You want to get somewhere where a top line suit don't cost $2 a suit. When you get somewhere where you can go get your hygiene and get your shit. In a radio, a TV or something to watch, and order books and some real shoes for your feet. Yeah. I mean, it sounds bad, but it's an upgrade from county jail and a step closer to going home. County jail, prison, home. Now you're on things too.
Now, so do you believe that? So right now you're saying he's probably not leaving the cell. Do you think that is he having time outside? Probably. Like, okay.
No, if they take him outside, he's by himself. They might be taking him to a room. I don't know how y'all set up, but they take him to a gated area where he's just walking around a little bit. They may give him a handball or a basketball or something if they got that out there. But other than that, go out there, you can do some jumping jacks, some motherfucking burpees, some push sit-ups. Time to go. They usually give you an hour. Usually, after an hour, 15 of those minutes is getting handcuffed, escorted to and from the. So you usually get a 40, 45-minute little run out there every other day.
What do you think his shower situation is like?
You're going to get 180 minutes, 180 seconds.
180 seconds to shower?
30 minutes. Nigga, what you mean?
Nigga, I be taking 30-minute shower, gotta be extra hot water.
Now they might look out for Diddy and, if he cool or some shit, they get a nigga 4-5 minutes, and that nigga 3 minutes.
Wait, 4 minutes to shower?
180 seconds.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, I don't even apply soap in the first 10 minutes. I'm just sitting under the water.
Well, listen, man. Listen, you're gonna get in that motherfucker, you're gonna water down, you're gonna soap up. It's a real rinse off, and then soap up the areas you really need to soap up, rinse off, get your head, your breath, over with. Not you gonna stuns on that.
But at least you'll have a little private shower, right? You get the handicap joint, the big joint.
They probably gonna let him out by himself. He gonna get lucky with that. Because most of the time LA County, boy, it be 30, 40 months. That's me coming in on intake. You know what I'm saying? See, you ain't never going to jail. First of all, you ain't gonna do nothing wrong to go to jail. And if you do, you count it on everybody.
Of course. Yeah, shit. They wouldn't even have to put hands up. Yo, I mean,
they gonna say, "Why? You want to tell it on you?" No, because I only do the same shit what I could do. That's it.
Hey, Woody dropped 60. I know I got to drop 99.
Yeah. And I was watching Woody on the Adams, but Adams Duty. Hey, one thing about the dude He in his neighborhood. It just let you know the direction the streets is going. I ain't mad at it. You know, he got a little girl, so you know I don't want to see that happen to it. You know, I just give my word to it. You know what it is. You can't take it personal because end of the day, he knows flaws in his actions. But nevertheless, he running around that motherfucker in his way, bro. Times are changing.
By the way, Woody said something that was very important. And I wonder a lot of other gangsters from the street don't think like this. He said, I'm not the fall guy. And I think the streets is built on a lot of times some of these niggas who ain't don't got the money, don't got the status. You are the fall guy. You did that shoot to protect everybody else. You got to go sit down on that charge, even though you did that shooting for him, and you got to just take the L. And he says, I'm not the fall guy. I'm not the guy who just go to jail for life.
I heard that. Y'all heard it. Nigga, I put in work for us. You niggas going out telling everybody, and that's how they do it with me. But unfortunately, there's no reason when it comes to the street to justify telling. You can't say he told on me, I'm going to tell on him. He can't say you put me out there, I'll use this to get out. This is the unorthodox, bipolar, weird-ass rules and regulations that somebody who probably had half a brain made up way back when. But it is what it is. That's why I tell the kids, do not get involved in street or gang life. Go to the military, go to motherfucking police academy, go your ass to a trade school, truck driving school, college. Don't get involved in this shit because the very same thing they telling you have to do and can't do, them same motherfuckers, little do you know, I probably already bought it and did and probably won't do the shit they want you to do.
You're definitely right. When I heard him say that, I said, you know, you're making sense, but I remember Wax saying the streets is irrational. And that's one of the best things which is, yeah, they got some rules that don't make sense. It really don't make sense.
That's what it is. And the very same people, a lot of people have been enforcing these rules, have violated them totally. Either you don't know them, or niggas in selective politics and acting like they don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the Max B shit, my man Fox, New Rotel, Fox 914, F4XX 914. He brings the paperwork on him, and I don't know nothing about it. You know, but I'm reading the paperwork. He like, what the dude told on the chick, and I'm reading the shit. Next thing I know, his brother's calling me. Two Sims, he's been calling me because he guess he heard me reading the paperwork. I'm just reading it. But I can't talk about read it. It is what it is. Like, you can't give information on nobody unless it's you. You know what I'm saying? So once you do that, they're going to put you in that lane. But I will say this. He has a strong following. He got fans to where even though all go there reading it, they acting like they don't see it. They see this shit all the time, right? This is what I'm saying. It's like selective politicking. If it's going to be one way, it got to be that way. But that ain't how it works. You know what I mean? If you talk to somebody, you got a little bag, there, people tend to look the other way. If you like any motherfucker, or you really can't do nothing for somebody, they're going to crucify you even if you ain't did it. That's just what it is. They try to put shit on you all the motherfucking time.
Nah.
They be getting that act non-stop, boy.
But yet, there'd be some straight direct paperwork over here, like Fox 914 brought us out of New Rochelle, right? And on Max B, and we read it, and people coming in the room mad at me. I say, yo, bro, this nigga from New York right here, Fox 914, right? This nigga from New York. He brought this in here. I read it. I'm reading it, and when I'm reading it, says what it says. Don't get mad at me. Yo, black fuck, woo. But then I look up, and they try to just pin something on you, and ain't got no paperwork to support.
Oh, that must be the judges in the
Okay. Bro, they do the same shit to me. I laugh at it. We both, because we know what it is. And
they
what
finally
it is.
got him.
Just selective politics. Whoever gets the popularity vote,
should they give him 15 to play?
The other way. With this one, with Trump right now, it's like he's getting the popularity vote on one side, but on the other side, I don't know, bro. With Kamala Harris running right now, female president.
Yeah.
And this shit against a lot of women, bro. This shit can start getting ugly for bro.
And by the way, chat. You know, I just realized. So the magistrate judge is your honorable Robin Tanufsky. Clearly, she's a Caucasian. Nothing wrong with Caucasian. We love white people. We love everybody. But you know, tomorrow, guess who Diddy's gonna be appearing in front of? It's a brother. I googled his name. His name is Andrew L. Carter. That's the district judge that he's gonna go in front of. Now, I'm not gonna say race makes.
Are you doing this when?
Tomorrow at 3:30. So tomorrow 3:30.
And is this for another bail hearing?
Another bail hearing. The guy name is Andrew Lamar Carter. Lamar Carter.
He might be right. I'm telling you, if they let him out tomorrow, you was right. I mean, he did his due diligence. You know what I'm saying? We're doing the right thing with certain people.
Yeah, well, again, if you guys believe in that, apparently this is the brother right here. He looks.
Now, that brother's under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, well, hey,
he's under a lot of pressure. I'm gonna tell you why. If he let Puff out on whatever ground, this nigga Diddy get out, and he looks or even attempts to contact or does anything, a motherfucking accident under the influence, and stuff happens to somebody.
Yeah,
that judge's whole career is over with.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, whatever judge lets him out. This is such a high profile case. Nobody wants to, and that might hurt Diddy, right? Because
yeah, it's the risk.
Yeah, because
even though they should, they might be scared.
Yeah, you got to be first. Hey, obviously, I'm relating to something that's not a criminal situation, but think about 6ix9ine. I remember I talked to every DSP. I was like, why nobody want to? Why y'all want to put him on the playlist? You know what everybody told me?
They want to be the one.
They said we ain't gonna be the first. They said let them niggas do it first. We'll do it second. Nobody wanted to be the first. It takes so who's gonna be the first judge to say Diddy's getting bond? That's gonna, this guy been in office. He assumed office 2011. He's a district judge, district court judge
appointed by Obama.
In New York. He's been there since 2011. That's 13 years. The guy's 55. Maybe he has other aspirations, right? Maybe Supreme Court justice at one point. Who knows? Now, do you think that he wants to put himself on the line to say, I'm gonna give Diddy freedom in whatever mansion, in whatever new hotel he's gonna be in? He's still gonna have the Tusi probably, because I don't think the Tusi gonna stop if they let him out. Right?
Man, I mean, I don't think he got caught with a mouth to where they tripping like that, but we're gonna see, bro. If they let him out tomorrow, dude, on the dice.
Man, oh man, hey, where you getting on Clubhouse talking about it? Because I want to hear you and your people break this down. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm about to go to a room. We got a room right now for 2 o'clock. I'm gonna roll over there. They've been listening to us this whole time. Bring the room back over there. So I'm gonna go ahead on, check it out, break it down. We got a bunch of people in there. I got a few people that study law. My man uptown, a few other people. So we're gonna go over there and break this shit down, man, and talk about it. And keep it moving. I
appreciate you coming on here. I was gonna say, well, whatever you find suitable, schedule a time for me to come show some love over.
I appreciate you, bro. I think they appreciate that too. Keep doing your thing. Shout out to everybody that tunes in. We in 100 South on the 100 side of the clubhouse. Everybody tuning out. Keep tuning in.
And follow my man on the gram, man. It's Queen. Okay.
_THE100 SHOW. And follow the Queen RBR_ANN_P. Appreciate y'all. We out.
Appreciate you, bro. All right, that was a good conversation. I know it was 2 hours, but Wack is just fucking diligent. I love hearing Wack. Not only is Wack older than me, but like Wack has certain expertise and insight that a lot of times I don't think.
He said, "Damn,
like
finally."
To him and how his mind works for certain shit.
Yo.
So, I think we have, obviously we have a friendship, but like, I'm very blessed when these moments. He always extends his time to come over here. So anybody watch from Clubhouse, shout out to y'all. Always love that. Wow, this is crazy, right? We might get Myron back on here. I do know my man Bradford Cohen, the lawyer. I think I might hit him, ask him if he's free. You know, he's gonna be able to really help us.
Bail,
right? Let me see. Again, Diddy will remain in jail. Okay, great. All right. So I hit up Bradford Cohen. Chat again. Bond denied. I can't believe that they thought that again. If you guys don't know, I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, clearly know that. But a magistrate judge is not a judge that deals with the case as it goes along. Magistrate judge usually deals with maybe an initial appearance, and then it kind of goes to a and it works the same on a state level too, for the most part, where if you get indicted of something and give your first appearance to magistrate judge, it's kind of like a hearing judge. You just your charges are read, blah blah. You can put in the plea if you want to at that time, and you could possibly go for bail. But you got to realize a magistrate judge, especially for a high profile case, you're not going to get bail on that, right? That person doesn't want to be on the hook if you go out and go have another freak off, right? At least the district court judge, this judge is going to be the person, and this is going to help people, right? So the district court judge, district judge Andrew Lamar, what's his name again? Carter. He's going to be on this case for a while, I believe, right? He works out of the Thurgood building, but yeah, shit, maybe they'll get a different result there, right? Again, I still think you're taking a risk on this, especially when the prosecutor is coming in with situations and stances and say it is usual that detention is given, like you remand someone when there is these high profile sex trafficking. You don't let the person who's accused of sex trafficking out free, right, on bail. So precedence goes to keep him locked up, but of course these are existential saying that word fucked up circumstances where Diddy's offering $50 million. Not everybody who's charged with that is offering $50 million. It's offering $50 million, 20 other things, give up passports, all my family giving up passports, we'll give you anything, okay? Except the goddamn pink cocaine and a bottle of lubricant, all right? It is what it is. So we'll see if this judge feels differently. And maybe if it doesn't work tomorrow, maybe as time goes on and, they get discovery and they can figure out who essentially, because what we realized about this whole hearing? This whole hearing was based on Diddy's lawyer and even the prosecutor speaking about only one victim of substance, at least, and that's Cassie. It doesn't seem like there's 20, there are probably other victims, clearly, but that seems like the star witness. And Diddy's lawyers took that approach because all they talked about is Cassie. They even brought up the fact that Cassie cheated on Diddy with the trainer that led to them falling out, and basically saying that, she regretted doing that because later on she wanted to write a book, and then they was trying to shake Diddy down for $30 million. They had that recorded, so they basically attacked Cassie. And again, I know you might be like, because we are sensitive to Cassie in terms of her being a victim, because goddamn it, we see her get her ass beat on a thing. But Diddy's whole situation, if he's going to be proven this case, is that she's not a victim. So he's going to call her a liar. He's going to say that she's a manipulator. He's going to say she's money hungry. He's going to say that, hey, the freak off, she was equally with it. And, to explain the civil suit, hey, she needed money. She put me onto some drugs. She was the one who wanted other men, and I allowed her to. I didn't participate. I was jerking off though, but I wasn't like, in there. She picked the men. She booked them. I never booked them. We're gonna probably hear that if we eventually get to a trial, right? Let's see what's popping with law and crimes right now. I know they probably got some good shit going on. 12 minutes ago, here we go.
But it seemed to take some time, and the feds usually do take their load with more allegations. And U.S. Attorney Damian Williams says Combs and his team are how powerful in the indictment. The parties are just, it's a really appalling thing. They were going on for days in some instances. Explain to the audience what the crime is here with the freak-offs.
Yeah, so looking through the indictment and reading it carefully, just basically definitionally in the indictment, the freak-off is defined as an elaborate and produced sexual performance that was arranged by Combs and members of what is termed in the indictment his enterprise, which is a word that is used when racketeering charges are alleged in a federal indictment, as the group of people around, in this instance, Combs, the allegation is, that were working together in service of advancing the goals of the enterprise, which here it's stated are Combs's businesses, basically. So that's just definitionally to start how the indictment defines that term.
And some of these parties, I guess, I hate to call it a party because it doesn't sound fun, but they went on for days. And we're talking about people being recorded. The allegation is that this was all for Sean Combs's sexual gratification. Sex workers were hired in some instances. People were forced, they felt like, to take part in these things. They were videotaped, and then coercion was used, almost like blackmail was used to keep them quiet about it. And the part that gets me is the fact that IV fluids were given to participants. Talk to me a little bit about that type of thing. I mean, where's the federal crime there?
Well, there's some interesting parts of the indictment that build on public reporting that we heard a couple of months ago when there were public raids or search warrants executed at the homes of Combs. So just speaking to the IV fluids, that's alleged in the indictment to be one of the things that members of the enterprise did to assist Combs in setting up these freak-offs as they're defined in the indictment. So some of the things that the indictment says that were done are setting up hotel rooms, buying supplies, which include baby oil and lubricant, making travel plans for the sex workers, as well as Combs, and then delivering IV fluids. And when we talk about and think about what we learned, what was publicly reported, which is not very much back then about what was taken out of the homes, but now we learn in the indictment at least some of the things that were taken out of the homes, which they include the baby lubricant, baby oil and lubricant. I believe it says more than 1,000 bottles of those between the homes. Now, how probative or how important and helpful that evidence will be for the prosecution were this to go to trial, that remains to be seen. But certainly we see what some of the search warrants yielded. Indictment, it looks like.
Yeah, the prosecutor, the U.S. attorney, I should say, mentioned that in his press conference that they seized 1,000 bottles of lubricant / baby oil seized during the raid. If you're Sean Combs' lawyer, I assume you just say, look, this is a guy who has an active sex life. This is something he stores, whether you like it or not. He has a lot of this stuff. Is that kind of where you go in defending that type of thing? Because if you hear that, you hear 1,000 bottles of lubricant and you just think to yourself, oh my God, why does anybody need 1,000 bottles of that stuff?
Yeah, I think that could be an argument for the defense. Other things that were seized that are named in the indictment are interesting to talk about, including a couple of guns and that piece and how it's connected to the enterprise and to the way they are describing in the indictment, the prosecution is describing the indictment, the freak-offs. There's an allegation that there was sometimes managing and use of these weapons, not necessarily weapons in general. for the purposes of intimidation and threats. And so that evidence weaves into the proof of the indictment as well that was recovered from the search warrant. So that's, I hear you on the possible defense argument for the lubricant, and I think the question of why there were guns in the house, that will be something else that the defense has to contend with moving forward.
They say that the allegation is that he kept videos and he filmed a lot of this stuff. Basically, he did this to keep people quiet about this. You know, it's almost blackmail material. It kept people obedient to him and compliant to him. So is there a federal crime in that? Or is the crime more in that they're saying he transported sex workers across state lines? He was using some type of coercive things. You know, he was coercing people to take part in these things. Is the crime really in the transporting of sex workers across state lines for these parties?
That's part of it, yes. There are three crimes that are alleged in the indictment. There is racketeering conspiracy, there is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and then there is transportation to engage in prostitution. So the racketeering conspiracy charge is the most robust and far-reaching. The charge of racketeering in general allows a prosecutor to put in evidence of the enterprise. In this case, the enterprise is defined as the Combs enterprise, which is defined as basically everybody around him and working with him. As the evidence unfolds with the prosecution, they'll be able to put in evidence about the way that his lifestyle was, the way that his businesses ran, the way that the people that worked for him operated. And just two things I noted from the indictment that were interesting. To your point, the discussion of video evidence. You know, it doesn't say, from what I read in the indictment explicitly, that there is video evidence different from the recovery of the lubricant and the firearms, but it does suggest, from the way that it's written, that there is potentially video evidence of that Combs retained for himself of the freak off. So it suggests that. It doesn't go as far as saying that, but I feel it's probably possible that the prosecution does have that kind of evidence based on reading this indictment.
And the part about giving drugs out at these freak-offs to the participants, I'm assuming that's to keep people kind of engaged in this activity. Drugs can cause people to lose their inhibitions, as we know. What part of the crime does that include? Is that a coercion part of it?
It's not clear from the indictment what piece of that entirely it will be, how it will be woven into the prosecutor's case. Certainly, we can conclude logically that using drugs could be have a coercive element. There was a note, apart from the firearms and the lubricant that was found in the houses, were also narcotics. I did not see what type of narcotics that they were, whether they were personal use, weight, what kind of weight we're talking about, whether it's a personal use narcotic weight or whether it's something larger that could be distributed to more people. I think we'll learn more as the evidence unfolds and as the case kind of moves forward.
Yeah, there was ketamine, GHB, and some other things, ecstasy, which were named as drugs by the U.S. Attorney in his press conference. But it's all, as far as the freak-offs go, are the freak-offs really the meat of the case here, in your opinion, with Combs using his company, the enterprise, so to speak, to organize these parties? Is this really the meat of the case?
It's hard to say. When we're talking about a racketeering enterprise and proving that up at a trial, there's many things that can come in. So it sounds like, because they're alleged so explicitly in the indictment, that is something that the prosecution would intend to put in as a centerpiece of evidence at trial. Whether or not, as the case continues, that is what we will see if it were to go to trial, remains to be seen. Certainly from the indictment, it sounds like, particularly with the detail of the IV drip, that there are witnesses to the things that are being alleged in the indictment, and that was returned after a vote by a grand jury. So we can imagine that there may be more that will be learned from those witnesses should this go to trial.
Well, it will be certainly something to watch. Rena Paul, do you anticipate more coming out of this? That's really the big question. The U.S. Attorney says, this is ongoing. If you have information, call us. Are more dominoes going to fall? And will we see possibly a superseding indictment? Because we have 3 charges here. I think people maybe expected a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll see. Many times when a racketeering indictment is put out, it is with multiple people in it, because there have to be multiple people that engage the crime in order for it to be a crime at all. You can't. There's only one person named in the indictment is something that I certainly paid attention to when I read it, and we'll see if there are more and whether or not anyone will be publicly named along with him or superseded into the same indictment as him.
It will be very interesting to see. Rena Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Jeanette Levy. Thanks so much for
trial. This new development coming after Combs appeared inside a Manhattan courtroom today, where prosecutors unsealed the indictment claiming the hip-hop mogul used his media.
I hope you know he muted.
Where prosecutors unsealed an indictment claiming the hip-hop mogul used his media empire as a criminal enterprise.
Diddy pleading not guilty to federal sex trafficking, racketeering, and interstate transportation to engage in prostitution charges. Today's indictment coming after Diddy was taken into custody last night here in the city, and roughly 6 months after federal authorities conducted a sex trafficking investigation that included searches in his Miami and Los Angeles homes.
All right, Fox 5's Lisa Evers live outside federal court in Lower Manhattan with more on today's indictment. Lisa.
Well, Stephen Bianca, those are just some of the stunning developments in the last 24 hours at his arraignment, which happened this afternoon. His attorney said that Diddy came to New York about 2 weeks ago because they knew that the indictment was coming down. They just had a feeling. His attorney is also, by the way, a former federal prosecutor. So Diddy was here in New York in anticipation of the indictment. His lawyer says he was planning to surrender himself and turn himself in once that indictment became unsealed and became official. Instead, the lawyer says federal agents raided his Midtown Manhattan luxury hotel room, took him away in handcuffs. Prosecutors said it.
That makes sense that Diddy's attorney is a former prosecutor. Those make the best attorneys, right? Like they're gonna have a little bit of, brotherhood with maybe the other prosecutors. That used to be their job. There's almost a synergy there. So, Diddy's definitely going with the right person, right?
This very same arraignment that they found what looked like pink cocaine in that hotel room. Now, his attorney pleaded for him to be free on a $50 million bail package, which included electronic monitoring, but the judge wasn't buying any of it and ordered him back to, said no bail, and ordered him back to jail. Now, earlier today, family members, including his sons, walked into federal court to see him for the first time since he was taken into custody Monday night. Once the king of a vast global empire of music, fashion, and entertainment businesses, Diddy is now in the fight of a lifetime for his freedom. Diddy was indicted on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges resulting from his free.
Why they got his face looking like this, bro? Oh, nah. Why they got Diddy's face looking like this, bro? Bro. Why they got Diddy's face looking like this, bro? Bro. What the fuck? Oh, they got the Tversky. They got the judge looking cute. The drawing of the judge look cute. Diddy look crazy.
Jail. Now, earlier today, family members, including his sons, walked into federal court to see him for the first time since he was taken into custody Monday night. Once the king of a vast global empire of music, fashion, and entertainment businesses, Diddy is now in the fight of a lifetime for his freedom. Diddy was indicted on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges resulting from his freak-off parties. Prosecutors allege.
Every time I hear it.
They went on for days, were funded by his businesses, and involved forcing drugged-up women to engage with male sex workers in exchanges that were often videotaped and forced on the women. Here's what U.S. Attorney Damian Williams had to say.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways.
Now, there were also some stunning revelations about those raids on his Los Angeles and Miami homes last March that made so many headlines. The indictment states that agents found an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and a large capacity 60-round magazine. And
by the way, I want to send some love to Lisa Evers. Lisa Evers, you have been so amazing in covering and being an advocate for hip hop, you know, obviously while doing your job as a reporter. Just want to send you a lot of love. You've covered so many of these cases where, you know, you've humanized, and not saying this is one of these cases, but especially the RICO cases, you've humanized a lot of these rappers.
They always keep stopping on the guns, bro. Stop stopping on the damn gun.
You've always done a good job of being fair, but understanding the culture as well. I only say that because if you don't know Lisa Evers, she's been at this for a really long time. And she hosts, I think on Hot 97, she hosts a show called Street Soldiers. She lives there.
in his Los Angeles home, along with 1,000 bottles of baby oil and personal lubricant. In the Miami home, the indictment says they found 2 AR-15s. Diddy's lawyer, Mark Anifilo, says they will fight all the charges. Here's what he had to say just a short time ago outside of this federal courthouse.
We made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name.
Now, at the bail hearing, which happened just a short time ago, the prosecutor said that Diddy being free meant a threat to women and that he was a danger, especially to witnesses, and that there had been evidence in the past of him intimidating witnesses. The judge, that apparently weighed with the judge. But the attorney for Diddy, Mark Anifilo, says that a lot of these charges are based on one victim who sounded very much like his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and that these were the result of a 10-year toxic.
I agree. I do believe everything we're hearing so far sounds like one victim. It doesn't sound like 20. Sounds like one. Yes. Are there other victims? Like, for example, Kid Cudi technically is a victim, right? His car got torched. Also, someone else got held at gunpoint. Those are victims. But it seems the main situation is Diddy was in this toxic relationship with Cassie, did a bunch of crimes, and that's coming back to haunt him.
Relationship and somebody out there with a certain agenda. So we'll see what happens. But the judge ordered Diddy held back to jail, held without bail, and his attorney says that he will be back here at this federal courthouse at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon to fight that bail and present new evidence and a new case for releasing Diddy on that $50 million bail. We're live at the federal courthouse. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Lisa.
Shout out to Lisa Evers. She's really done a good job of covering hip hop. All right. Wow. Let me see what else. We played that already. Yeah, you guys are up to speed with everything that we all know. No bail for Diddy. He's gonna stay with no bail. Wait, hold on. We have another.
Yeah, we're joined right now by Lisa Bonner, who's a former litigator and now an entertainment lawyer from New York. She's joining us now to explain exactly what's next in this case. Lisa, great to see you. So Combs has been in front of the judge, as you heard right there from Nicole, for more than an hour as lawyers kind of argue over setting bail or not for the singer. Prosecutors seem to be fighting very hard to keep him in custody. What does that tell you about where this case is and what they're building?
This tells me that the case is very serious. The allegations, again, the indictment are very serious. Apparently, his lawyers had offered a $50 million bail, and the prosecutors turned that down. So they are still in a bail hearing, which has been going on for at least the past hour. And that means they are vehemently fighting against letting him out and remanding him back to jail for the duration and holding him there until trial.
Lisa, let's talk a little bit more about the indictments. You've read plenty of indictments over the years, including from other stars throughout their careers. Talk a little bit about this one. How damaging is this for Diddy?
Well, this is very damaging because they have charged Diddy with a RICO charge, which is very serious because RICO is basically when you have two or more persons conspiring to commit a criminal activity. And the crimes that they are alleging are sex trafficking, forced labor, drugging, bribery, kidnapping, distribution of narcotics, obstruction of justice. So there are so many charges here that are so serious, and that they are alleging that this has been going on for over a decade and a half. And
I ain't gonna lie, somebody just sent me some proof. They said, "Act, why the hell you so surprised by the 3-day free golf?" They said Diddy didn't say it. They said, let me see. They said
The people don't.
You know them.
I know, but the people don't.
Okay, so
I'm
what's the
asking
answer?
people.
What's the answer? What's the answer?
Baby, let me tell y'all something. I know what y'all. This thinking I'm gonna sleep. I'm like, God. For real, I really thought that I was gonna like make him tap out. Like I really thought he was gonna be beating off no chance. This nigga don't go to sleep. Like, I be like, nigga go to sleep. You gotta be energized, you gotta be charged up like a Tesla.
You going off the grid with me, you gotta go to sleep for a week.
Yeah, it's definitely giving us sleep.
Damn. That's crazy.
So the fact that it has taken so much time to come to light, and this has been going on for so long, mandates that there are a lot of people who have been involved in this cover-up. And so this is a very serious allegation and an extremely damaging indictment that they have leveraged against Mr. Combs.
Now, as soon as I learned about the indictment, I spoke with you last night, and we didn't know exactly what was in the indictment, but you immediately knew that it was a racketeering case. Why is that?
Well, because when you are alleging sex trafficking and you are, it's Cassie's suit, let's start with that, which is something that really lit this in firestorm into action. And so you have so many people that are engaged in helping to facilitate these crimes, to cover up these crimes. So no man acts alone. And so when you have, all it takes for a conspiracy and a RICO charge is 2 or more to engage in a criminal activity. And from when reading Cassie's indictment, which I want to be clear was a civil suit, but like I said, really indicted this firestorm. When I read that, I immediately knew that there was going to be a RICO charge levied against Mr. Combs, and I was right.
So federal prosecutors say there's more to this investigation. From what you've been able to gather, could there be more charges in play or coming to surface and other people kind of named and facing charges?
Absolutely. In the indictment, it clearly states that Mr. Combs and others were involved in these criminal activities. So the fact that they have brought this indictment against Mr. Combs alone at this time does not mean that they are going to keep it only in the realm of Mr. Combs, but that means that they are really looking to bring this indictment because it has taken, let's say, 6 months since they raided his 2 homes. And so they really wanted to get this on the record, right, and get the ball rolling with this case. But that does not mean that others had not been charged, had not been threatened to be charged in this case. So I do believe that that charges will be forthcoming with others, and I absolutely do believe that people had pled out and really cooperated with the prosecutors.
Yeah, prosecutors saying the investigation does keep going. They're asking.
That's very important. By the way, shout out to this lawyer who came on to try to explain. I think I seen someone else say that. What Bradford Cohen said on Long Crimes, it's a possibility that maybe Diddy's co-conspirators are now unindicted co-conspirators, where they have flipped on Diddy and they have taken some deal, maybe some immunity, maybe some, they have some type of protection where they won't be pursued, but they have to cooperate. That could explain why we're only seeing Diddy charged right now. Obviously, the ability of a superseded indictment is still on the table, and that's just one of the things that we're going to see what happens. Really quickly.
Joining me now is former prosecutor and MSNBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden. She famously helped prosecute the case against Bill Cosby. MSNBC legal analyst and former prosecutor Christy Greenberg prosecuted sex crimes as an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. And NBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin is with me here on set. Let's talk about the charges, and I think related to the depth of them is that we just learned the defense is proposing a $50 million bond in an attempt to get their client released.
Well, I think the fact that they're proposing a $50 million bond speaks to how serious the charges against Sean Combs are. So let's go through them from top to bottom. The first is a racketeering conspiracy charge. And I'm sure when some of our viewers hear that, their eyes glaze over. But essentially what that means is that Sean...
By the way, it appears that we might have our own guest. Okay. Okay, Bradford Cohen is gonna be on shortly. We'll probably get Myron on as well. I would love to get them both on at the same time. I just gotta tell Myron's a little bit fucking slow when it comes to like technology, but because Bradford Cohen does Zoom, I'll get both of them on Zoom. It'll be perfect. We get an agent, a top defense attorney. At this point, who else do we need? You have we would just probably need like a former prosecutor. No, I actually really need that because the fucking lawyer is gonna do all that. What else will we need? I want to get like the super panel of like experts that I could just chill and just ask questions. I like doing that.
Sean Combs built an enterprise consisting of his businesses, but also of personal employees and people loyal to him to help him basically accomplish these sex crimes with which he has been charged. And not only did they help him accomplish these sex crimes, they did a bunch of other criming with him, according to prosecutors, in order to cover it up or to keep his victims silent. He's also been charged, Chris, with sex trafficking under force or coercion or transportation with the intent to engage in prostitution. And critical to the allegations are the severity of the violence alleged, use of guns, forced drugging, arson, and kidnapping, all alleged and suffused throughout not only this indictment, but the detention letter that prosecutors sent to the judge today, where they outline in 16 pages why Sean Combs should not be released from federal custody prior to his trial. That's why you see Sean Combs and his lawyers saying, hey, we'll put up a $15 million bond package consisting of a $48 million home that I own outright and other things.
So, Kristen, I want to play some of what we heard earlier from prosecutors.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
So to me, honestly, Kristen, that sounds pretty straightforward, but then I read the indictment. And the level of depravity that's just alleged there, that's described there, it's certainly nothing I've ever seen, but you have the experience. Put it into context for us.
Yeah, so what happens is, and I think one of the things that's interesting, Chris, and he was actually asked this at the press conference about, okay, if you have this indictment that outlines this depravity, how is it that just a year prior you give him the key? How is it that we didn't know that any of this was going on? And one of the things that I think is really important is that throughout the pre-detention letter that Lisa was alluding to, they talked to, I think they said they gave around 300 grand jury subpoenas, spoke to around 50 victims and witnesses who are able to really substantiate or corroborate one another with the allegations that are set forth in this indictment. So I think one of the things is, well, then how did this go on so long? But you have to remember that sexual assault, particularly when it's against someone as powerful as Puff Daddy, particularly when you have the facilitation of some type of intoxicants, you're talking about ketamine and all of those drug-fueled parties, and then you go up against someone whose reputation is such that he was awarded the key to the city, you have a very large power imbalance, which further levels onto that coercion and further forces victims to be silenced. So that level
level of gravity, even though it's so horrific, can really cause it to be silenced when you have someone as powerful as Puff Daddy.
Yeah, Christy, to be honest with you, again, when I read through it, it was like, how did this go on for so long? Again, allegedly. And no one spoke up, or, I mean, there have been other cases in the past related to him, but let me ask you what you, as someone who has prosecuted sex crimes at the SDNY, what stands out to you in the indictment?
So one thing I would say in prosecuting sex trafficking cases, oftentimes they are undetected for decades, like this one. I unfortunately have prosecuted sex trafficking cases that have gone on for decades. And a lot of the reasons why the victims don't say anything earlier are, even when the facts are different across cases, the ultimate reasons tend to be the same, because these traffickers know that they can instill a culture of fear. And that culture of fear really prevents them from speaking up. Here you had force, you had violence, you had U.S. Attorney Damian Williams saying that these victims felt they could not leave because their own security was at risk if they did. And there is actual video evidence of that when one of the victims was trying to leave a hotel room, trying to leave one of those freak-offs, and what happened? Sean Combs violently beat her. That is on tape. So to the extent any juror, any member of the public questions, well, why didn't she leave? You can see the evidence of why she didn't leave sooner. It's right there on tape. I will say that in terms of looking at this indictment and looking at the detention letter that was submitted by the prosecutors here, this is among the strongest sex trafficking cases I have seen, because you have the conduct on tape. These freak-offs are on tape, found in videos, in Sean Combs' own personal devices. You have recorded calls where he has been trying to have them and engage in a false narrative to conceal his the evidence of the crime once it was determined that the law enforcement officials were looking into this. That evidence is damning. In addition to having the victims coming forward and corroborating one another's accounts, the fact that you have video.
They say the strongest shorty's going in.
For any member of the public questions, well, why didn't she leave? You can see the evidence of why she didn't leave sooner. It's right there on tape. I will say that in terms of looking at this indictment and looking at the detention letter that was submitted by the prosecutors here, this is among the strongest sex trafficking cases I have seen, because you have the conduct on tape. These freak-offs are on tape, found in videos, in Sean Combs' own personal devices. You have recorded calls where he has been trying to have them and engage in a false narrative to conceal his the evidence of the crime once it was determined that the law enforcement officials were looking into this. That evidence is damning. In addition to having the victims coming forward and corroborating one another's accounts, the fact that you have video evidence they can see and hear Mr. Combs threatening and hurting victims, I mean, this case really seems incredibly strong.
So given that, given the details, given the strength of the case that the prosecutors say they have, Lisa, what will the judge consider if they offer this $50 million so he can be free while this case is going to trial?
Well, you know, as Christy and Kristen know well, the dangerousness of the individual to the community, as well as the likelihood that they will and have the capacity to flee, are two factors that a judge considers. One of the things that Sean Combs' lawyers have told the judge is acknowledging that he owns a plane. They say that there's a letter of intent to sell that plane, and as part of that, he won't take the plane right now. But where you have a defendant who owns private aviation, the capacity to flee is there. The other thing is that the dangerousness of Sean Combs should not be underscored. In addition to the allegations of literally hitting, dragging, kicking his victims, I'm reading from the detention letter now, there's an incident where he and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint to facilitate breaking and entering into the residence of another. Approximately 2 weeks later, according to prosecutors, co-conspirators then set fire to that individual's vehicle, and that multiple witnesses would testify to the defendant, meaning Sean Combs, bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car.
This is not a white collar defendant who has committed alleged securities fraud. This is a person who is a danger to the community and a danger to women, according to the Southern District of New York, Chris.
So we have less than a minute, but let me ask you, Kristen, what happens today? What happens next?
So today the judge will most likely determine whether or not he will detain Puff Daddy.
All right. We get to understand what that is. Wow. God damn. We're clearly still in a state of shock. Harvey Levin.
Thank you very much. That's some breaking news.
We are expecting some sort of news conference, I believe, in less than an hour from New York. But what are you?
Narcotics offenses, arson, bribery, drug charges, including during the raids, they found oxy, GHB, ketamine, cocaine, MDMA. They found AR-15s. There is clear reference in this indictment to that Cassie video where she was brutally beaten at the Century City Hotel by Diddy in March of 2016. They mentioned that prominently in this indictment. Also, they mentioned these freak-off parties, these sex parties that Diddy had, and they say that he had pressured women into having sex with male commercial sex workers, freak-off parties, which they say he often recorded. So there are just a variety of charges here. His lawyer says not only is Diddy not guilty, his lawyer says he's innocent when he walked into the courtroom. And like you said, the U.S. attorney is going to be laying this out at 8:30 our time in a news conference.
Harvey, the arson charge that you mentioned, is that in any way connected to the when he allegedly blew up someone's car in a driveway?
It could be. The only thing they reference with respect to arson is that it occurred in California. So we don't know, but it well could be.
TMZ also reporting on a cryptic post from Aubrey O'Day, who was a member of Danity Kane, which is one of the pop groups that Diddy put together.
Yeah, I don't know, Melvin, that it's cryptic. I mean, we interviewed her for our documentary, and she is thrilled that this indictment came down and said more to come, and there would be women coming forward. She has spoken with some of them, and this is a day she has been waiting for many years.
I know it's so early in this, but given the heaviness of the charges and how many charges, federal charges he's facing, what does this mean for possible jail time? Decades
and decades in prison. Right now, the big issue is, will he get bail? We're told he has surrendered his passport, and I think they're doing that to show he's not a flight risk because they're trying to get him bail. We will see.
And even his attorney, I believe, said that Diddy had gone to New York knowing that this was coming.
Yeah, I mean, it was really clear this was coming. Now, we were told that this was supposed to happen today. And for some reason, the feds accelerated it and did it last night in Midtown Manhattan. I don't know whether they found out he was going to leave or what, but we're told it was supposed to happen today.
What about the implications for what's at stake here in the state of California?
Well, it's a good question whether California would file charges. I don't have the answer to that. I have no idea whether the DA is looking at that. But I will tell you, when you read this indictment, they threw in everything, including the kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm. In this indictment, these charges and the allegations go back decades, even back to the 90s, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that he was in a conspiracy with his group to do all sorts of things. And again, they lay out, bribery and all sorts of allegations, some of which involve violence toward women, but also involve money. They say that this has been a decades-long criminal enterprise. That's essentially what they're alleging.
Which brings to mind the issue of perhaps statute of limitations, especially
So while you've been watching that, me, I'm trying to See what's going on, what's going on. I'm looking at all the chicks Diddy used to fuck. Anybody saying anything? Any baby mamas? Any kids? Nobody saying shit. You know who just deleted their Instagram? I don't know if somebody can fact check me on this. I don't know if it was deleted before, but you know whose Instagram is deleted? Shorty here, bro. So she's out here. Okay. Gina Hill. Her Instagram, remember I played her like not too long ago, like a week ago. I said, yo, she's starting to, I see why. Remember I was like, yo, her twerking ain't good. Remember she was twerking on the gram, right? She's socials off. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. By the way, this is her page. Currently, if you look it up, unless you block me, I'll look it up on my other account. Maybe she blocked me. I didn't clown her. Yeah, maybe she blocked me. Let me look at what. Y'all be roasting these chicks, and they'll hit me with some like shit. They be tight. Now maybe she just blocked my account, but this is not even my real account that I use on the stream. Gina Hill. Nah, she's out of here. She's out of here, people. She's out of here. The house of free call cards is crumbling. She's out of here.
Damn. They getting the fuck out of here.
I don't know what this means. This could mean she's a potential witness, a victim, or she could mean, nah, that's my sugar daddy. Fuck y'all niggas. I'm blocked. Some people say I'm blocked. Nah, I think she out of here. Jen. I'm gonna read donations in a second. Everybody who donated, I'm gonna read that in a second. By the way, sorry for the shameless plug. I don't ask y'all for much, but I do want y'all to, if you're following, if you're watching on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button to the page. We're trying to get to 1 million followers on the King Academics. Trying to get to 500,000 on the Academy. If you're following on Twitch, please subscribe. If you're following on Rumble, please become a member. Okay. The last thing I will say, shameless plug. I'm sorry, I don't like to do ads, but we just dropped our new line. Okay. If you don't got to donate to me, you don't got to do anything. But if you could cop something from the merch store, really appreciate it. The academy.shop. That is the only thing I have to offer to y'all. Other than that, I'm very happy with just your time. But we got some new shit we just released. I love this shirt right here. I'm about to wear it next week. I still got a compromise shirt out here. Shout out to my boy Kenny. We got an air freshener for your whip. Got a mystery box. Got a keychain. You need that Scorpion keychain right there. Got the shirt popping. We got some George Varsity jacket, little trucker hat. We got y'all. Okay. This is our new drop. Please go support if you can. Okay. And also I think we still got a chat nigga hoodie on. So go ahead if you could support. All right. Otherwise, it's okay. I value your time and I really respect that. So yeah, Gina V Hill. Am I saying her name wrong? Gina V Hill. Am I saying her name right, chat? Hill. Yeah, she's out of here, people. Now, what we do know her for, and this is the thing, they're saying Cassie's victim number one. We get that, but let's go to Gina Hill. She did an interview back in the day where she was exposing the shit out of Diddy. Right? Listen to this. I'm wondering why this is not included. She did an interview with Tasha K saying that, yo, Diddy forced me to terminate 2 pregnancies. He was putting the beats on me. Again, the feds need victims. They need witnesses. She's not a part of it, but maybe she is. She just hasn't been named yet. Regardless, she disappeared from social media.
As to why she's, telling her story, because when we spoke the other night after the video went up and it went viral, everyone was shocked, like, whoa, Diddy has a new girlfriend, has a new boo. You guys were like tongue kissed.
Wait, I'm blocked? Why you keep saying she's still on IG, you cat? Check Janelle Monáe. Must have actually on blocked. Oh my God. I clouded turkey. I'm twerking. I'm like, am I blocked? Real talk. No way I'm not blocked. She on Instagram? No. I gotta go on extra burner. They gotta just open a tab on incognito mode.
Nigga said incognito mode. Nigga had to make a whole new
Load. I think I'm blocked out. I think Shorty hit me with a wild block button. Y'all hear Pluto upstairs crying like a baby? By the way, Pluto about to get he got implants into his foot. He about to get him taken out. Am I blocked?
Yes, nigga, you're blocked.
Oh, she did me dirty, huh? So good. Thank you for blocking me. We're still gonna play this video. Somebody says check Janelle Monáe first. Let me look on her Instagram. What's going on there? Why Shorty block me for?
Because she knew your ass.
I'm not the one that got your sugar daddy caught up. This is what she said. Oh, it's about it. What the fuck is this? That's not anything. Why y'all tell me to go look at Janelle Monáe? What's up? He had implants to stabilize his leg, but like, they're not permanent. Like he's walking on it good, but we got to get them out because there's also lack of bone growth, and I think that the implants are fucking it up. So they're gonna have it. Now he walks without a. Come on, this ain't time for Pluto all day. Come on. Now Shorty blocked me. Why she block me for? Actually, I'll be able to tell she blocked me. I'll go in incognito mode on her ass. Gina Hook. But why incognito mode don't load the pages no more? Nigga, I will go on Safari. Yeah, let me go on Safari. Yeah, I'm not logged in on Safari. You know Instagram got that block now where they block one of your accounts, all of your accounts blocked. They got the ill block. I ain't gonna hold you. I just open up a Safari tab. Gina V. Hill. Am I saying her name right?
Yeah, man. It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah, now the new Instagram block is dire. I don't know what's going on with her page, bro. Maybe something's going on with her page. I don't think it's me. I think Mark Zuckerberg fucking with her shit. Anyway, why y'all tell me to go to Janelle Monáe page? What? She don't fuck with Diddy? So I'm blocked. I'm not fiending, nigga. Who sent in $100? Yo, Lord Hybrid. My boy got the bands, bro. Appreciate you, Lord Hybrid. Everybody spam on big W's to Lord Hybrid in the YouTube chat. He sent in $100. He said, bro, maybe Diddy was coming out with his own brand of booty lube. That ain't no fucking federal crime. All they got on Diddy is an AR-15 with a serial number scratched off and arson for burning up Kid Cudi's car. The rest is bullshit. Diddy gonna take it to trial. Well, if they so vehemently are going against what they believe Cassie is saying, they look like they would take it to trial. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Shout out to Lord Hybrid though. Okay. All right. Since I can't pull it up, here we go.
And there were some photos, and I know you got followers from that, because when Shade Room got it, it was over.
Mm-hmm.
Once they get it, it's over.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I want to start from the beginning, okay? Because we discussed a lot over the phone. Some very, very intimate details.
Chat, no disrespect to her. I seen why Diddy dropped her from the roster. Y'all seen the twerk video. We all seen it. Once I seen the twerk video, I said, yeah, you could be like a fourth stringer with that ass. You know what I mean? You can string, no disrespect. But anyway, fuck all that. I'm joking around. Is she cooperating against Diddy or not? We got to get to the fucking real info about it. She cooperating against Diddy or not? Anyway, back to this.
Details and things that just kind of made me go, wow. Okay. About the specifics of you and Diddy's relationship. So I want to start from the beginning, okay?
Okay.
How long have you known Diddy?
I've known him for 5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Do you mind like telling me what year?
I met him February 2014.
Again, she would be a subject of who the feds would want to talk to. I'm wondering what happened.
Technically, the very first time I met him was September 2013, because I was at a fight in Vegas and I went to the Palms and he was hosting there. So I kind of met him there, but he says he remembered it vaguely. And then like 5 months later, I ran into him again in Miami, February 14th, 2014. So that's when we like officially met, I guess.
And what was that encounter like? When you met him and like you remember him, but he didn't remember you. Of course, everybody remembers Diddy. It's like,
yeah. Well, I think he saw me and then he was like, this was at the Palms. He saw me and he asked who was I with, and I pointed to the guy I was with, and he kind of left me alone after that.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So that nothing really.
She skated on her old guy for Diddy. Diddy, you slime ball, man.
Yeah, no.
During that meeting in Miami.
No.
Okay.
No. In Vegas.
In Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was trying to holler in Vegas.
Yes.
Okay.
But then I told him I was with another man, so he kind of left me alone. But then I ran into him again.
By the way, real quick, and again, I'm sorry for shameless plugs, but I gotta do it. Gotta shout out my people. Hey, big shout out to Michael. Damn, I think it's dropped like $200 on like mad items. Shout out to my boy Michael Vanham. Oh, damn, I'm seeing something. My bad. He just copped a whole bunch of stuff. Like, if I buy things, I'll give you a shout out. I'll say your first name, Mike. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Right?
February 2014.
Okay, and this was in Miami.
In Miami.
All right. And so, what was that conversation like in Miami when you guys met up again for the second time, and you were with a man?
I don't think when we met in Miami, I don't think he remembered me from Vegas.
Okay.
He doesn't remember that.
Okay.
Until I told him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did he say? It was like serendipity or something?
He said he remembers it vaguely, but not really. So, but I don't know. I was with a friend. I was visiting a friend in Miami. She had moved to Miami from Nebraska, and I was visiting her, and we went out the night before I met him. So we were out all night, and me and her.
Yo, chat, completely unrelated. Who cares about this? But I'm asking anyway. I think Diddy got riz, or like I think Diddy's rizzing these girls up, or he's showing out with cash, lifestyle, money, and using his name like I'm Diddy, right? Or you think he's saucing them up like, what's up, girl? You know what I mean? Damn. Like, you think he's kicking game, or you think he's just like, I'm Diddy, fuck out of
here? We were with a couple of guys, and they were like, let's go to Puffy's house. So we were just like, okay, whatever. It was like 9 in the morning.
Wow. Puffy's house at 9?
By the way, shout out to Ayeli. Thank you for the shirt purchase, by the way.
I mean, no one was there, but he was up too, though.
Okay.
And So we went to his house at like 9 in the morning, and when I first walked in, I'm very like a chill person.
I can tell.
And so like I could walk into a White House and still be chill, but like inside I'm like screaming, oh my God. But when I came to his house, obviously I was kind of like, I don't know, guess like starstruck in a way, because I'm from Nebraska, so I'm not around none of this. So but I'm chill though. And he came, so when I came, he was like, "You not happy to see me? Oh, you at Diddy's house, that mean you made it."
The cockiness.
Yeah.
Okay, Daddy.
I was like, but yeah, that's
And how old were you at the time?
I was 21 or 22.
Okay. And you're how old now?
I'm 27.
Okay.
Maybe 22.
So a long time.
Yeah.
These dates are crossing over. We'll get into that in a second. Okay. We're gonna get messy in a second, all right. So you're at the house, you meet Diddy. So obviously he made you feel comfortable. Of course, we've seen it. Diddy seems to be this like very just kind of inspirational, always just kind of over the top, DJ Khaled kind of personality. And so I take it did you guys like hit it off that initial encounter at his house, or did it take some time?
No, not really. We were there probably for like an hour, I'd say. And he was talking to the guys that we were with.
Okay.
They were artists, so like they knew each other.
Okay.
So he was like talking to them most of the time, and then by the time we left, I had already gotten in the car, and then he like walked over to the car and asked for my number.
Oh.
And so I gave it to him.
How'd that make you feel? Did he asking for your number?
It made me feel I don't know, it made me feel good, kind of.
Really? You didn't see him as like this old pervert asking for
no, not at all.
I know, because I see a 50-year-old number. That's your ex?
I mean, I knew he was older than me, but I've always hung out with older people in general, so it didn't.
See, this is the problem with Tasha K. Tasha K is not a genuinely beautiful woman. You don't understand how beautiful women look at rich men. I mean, look at Tasha K. You know what I'm saying? This chick don't give a fuck how old Diddy is, nigga. Diddy got them billions. Fuck that. She with it.
It made me. Yeah, it didn't bother me.
Okay. Now, from that time of you meeting him and you give him your number, how long did it take before you guys actually made it official? Well, you made it official.
What you mean knock it off? Listen. I'm sorry to tell you this. Niggas, you could be as ugly as sin. If you got the bread, you're basically a bad bitch. If you got the bread and the fame and the status, you're a bad bitch. As a woman, you could have $1 billion. If your face still look like that, yeah. I mean, there's a couple of niggas who so fuck, but like you're not gonna get nobody else who's successful that won't fuck. Like men and women are a little bit different. Well, we all know this, right? Like, you know what I mean? Women don't care that much about men looks as much as they care about men pockets. When it comes to men, we give a lot of fucks about how women look. Like that's the number one thing. We rather a 10 working at McDonald's than a 4 that has a salary job paying $60,000 a year. Let's be honest. Right? 10 working at McDonald's making $20,000 a year, or a 6 making $60,000 per year. Like, bro, come on, like like men and women, we're just different. Men, we love looks, we love women. I don't got to get into it.
Sure. But he was off, of course, doing other things. The way these dates are kind of.
We never okay, let's be official. We never ever had that conversation. We just kind of knew, like we just felt like we were together.
Okay. So you spent a lot of time together.
We did.
Okay, so you were at the house.
Yo, y'all think Diddy fuck on the first night? Like real talk.
No.
Did you meet his kids?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. Now, when we spoke the other night, you said that things had gotten serious, that you became pregnant. Not once, but twice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was the
Now
first
she
time
finna just
you
be
became
messy. She's
pregnant
so
with
aggravating.
Diddy's child?
The first time was October 2014.
Okay. So this was like what, a year after?
No, not a year, but because I met him in February and I got pregnant in October.
Also the same year.
The same year.
Also, I hate when y'all start getting on this righteous shit. Yo. You know, this is only I gotta pull up niggas y'all look up to. Jay-Z. Listen, there was a time Jay-Z was late 30s, Beyonce in early 30s. No, late 30s, Beyonce in her mid 20s, right? And I mean, stop with this. Oh, okay. Like, granted, if I don't know what age. Actually, she probably didn't say. I probably missed it. Now, if Diddy's 50 and meets her at 21, it's like, damn, goddamn. But she a grown ass woman, bro.
Okay.
By the way, also, here's a funny thing too. All of us, y'all talking about age and shit. Bro, I keep telling you, Shaq is hitting every 21-year-old alive. Shaq, you know you next, right? Shaq been fucking 20. Yo, y'all see this picture? I didn't mean to snitch on. I didn't even snitch on Shaq. This is reality. Y'all seen this picture with Shaq, bro? Yo, Shaq is diabolic, bro. Shaq is like diabolic, bro. I gotta show you this. Like, there's this one joint. This girl, let me see. I gotta show you this. Shaq, listen. Shaq made like Diddy look like they ain't trying. The thing is, a nigga like Shaq, he a millionaire, so like whatever the fuck you talking about, it don't matter. Like he a millionaire for real. He ain't a billionaire. Look at this shirt. Look at this. Bruh. Yo, hold on. Like, look. How old is Shaq? But I'm gonna be honest with you. If you win 5 rings or 4 rings and you're the greatest basketball player, like you're the most dominant, like you could still fuck 20. It's unfortunately, that's just kind of how the culture looks at it. Right? Like again, I'm just telling you how culture looks at it. Right? Yo, Shaq took a picture with this chick. Like, bro, come on, dog. This looks crazy. Nigga, like, bro, you're so taller than her. You're so old. Like, bro. Like, this shit look crazy. Bro.
I seen it on my Facebook. I was like, bro, what?
You feel this? Is what I'm saying? But niggas like, you gonna get a statue outside of the Staples Center. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? That's just reality. You know what I'm saying? It's reality. So, well, y'all be mentioning, yo, this chick look like she might be 19. Come on. Anyway.
And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
I told him, and he was like, you're gonna get an abortion, right? And then I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet. And then he offered me 50,000 to get rid of it, but I turned it down because I just loved him, and and I was like trying to prove that I wasn't the girl that wanted him for money. Okay. I just care about him, and I just wanted him to be nice to me. That's it. I was like, I don't want your money. I just want you to be nice to me.
Whether you decide to keep the baby or not.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be fair to say that he was an asshole about it? I mean, offering somebody $50,000 to abort a baby, whew, he must really want it gone bad.
I mean, in the beginning, like the first 3.5 years, like the first 3 or 4 months, he was really nice. But then after that, he started being an asshole. So like I say, like the first 3.5 years, he was like mean to me.
So when you say mean, describe
it. He was abusive. He was like always belittling me and always like he was like mentally, emotionally, and physically abusing me.
Words out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the first time we've heard that.
Mm-hmm.
There was an incident, of course, with Cassie, when reporters are saying that the police were called because they got into an altercation. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me some of the things.
Let me see something real quick.
Y'all see the shit was just posted. Yo, tell me why. Tell me why Shaq is online. Shaq said, "Nope, it's not the kid." Wait, hold on, let me see. Wait, where is the post? The shade room, 23 minutes ago. Shaq said, "Nope, not the kid." If somebody tells Shaq, "Yo, you 50 something, nigga, you can't call yourself a kid anymore." Like, I'm about to say the same thing with Drake. Yo, Drake, you finna hit 40. You're not the boy. You're the man. You're a grown ass man. Shaq, you 60, nigga. You're not the kid. Okay? You're the grandpa.
We're going to come back
not
to
the
this
granny,
real quick.
not the grandpa. That's what we want to see. Also, I'm gonna be honest with you. I still.
Case so unusual, even the judge at first appearance seems surprised. According to the report, a master and his mother seem during
Let's react to this.
I see people searching for a new home. You've been taxed, nice enough, to spread this value to new hands. For this is the credit card of Mr. Beast, and it yearns to spend. Spend on the masses. Spend in the stores. Spend until you spend more. And when the spending is through and the streets are full of wealth and new, the money will be happy to have left the plastic home for new hands and homes, and to no longer be so alone.
Yeah, so look, based on the last clip, you guys can see that Mr.
Taking a break, y'all,
has given me
on the P. Diddy stuff. We're gonna
Right now we're in Vegas, and the first stop we have
react to this, and then we're gonna hop back over
Look
here.
how much people don't know I have Mr. Beast's credit card right now. If they knew I had his credit card right now, everybody would be shut up. You think I should tell everybody? Everybody! I got Mr. Beast's credit card! Hey, everybody want anything? Who just told me to shut up? You shut up!
Why do you just randomly do that, bro?
Alright, you guys. Okay.
My boy in Compton.
Okay. Come on, Kai. I'm not gonna lie. Today's a big day. We are in Compton, California, with the one and only Mr. Beast credit card. We're gonna be like Robin Hood, okay? We're literally gonna be giving back all day today. Jimmy, you have messed up by giving K3000 your credit card because now we're gonna have to run this goddamn thing up. Why would you give me this, bro? It's GG's. I don't care this hit for a private jet. I don't care this hit for a house. I don't care this hit for some cars. If they want it, they gonna get it. Also, keep in mind, whatever is on this credit card, I would also be having to matching it personally from my credit card. So it'll be me and Jimmy getting back. So it's gonna be fun. I wonder what they people gonna want. I wonder what I'm really gonna purchase today. They're going big or go home. Let's get into it. Yeah, so listen, we are.
Y'all going to the wrong places, man. Y'all need to come to Tallahassee.
Was TVs, like simple TVs that can make anything better. We're watching movies, we're playing video games, to watching a basketball game, whatever it is. And this is what the big boys right here. This is exactly what I wanted. So we gonna cop a whole bunch of these. I don't care how much we get. We're gonna just get a bunch. Go to the front desk and just swipe. How much is TVs? All right, man. So 11 TVs is gonna run you 50, 38, 30. 50, 38, 35, $5,330? $5,038. $5,038. This is Mr. Beast card. I'm that ass. Mr. Beast card is up. So I'm gonna see what that. Let me know if it'll go through. And it went through. Oh, damn. Oh, he done messed up. Jimmy, you done messed up, Jimmy. Jimmy, you done messed up. Oh my gosh. This nigga done messed up. We about to run this nigga shit up. Crazy. Nigga car, bro.
Let them up, let them up, let them up. I got this car, y'all, don't worry, y'all. Yeah, speaking about giving stuff away, that boy over here looking like he going through it right now. Let me go give him like 150. Hey, bro. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. Got you, bro. God bless, all right? Top of the day. It's top of the day. My God. You know what we got to do this? Mr. Beast's card is back. Mr. Beast's card is in there. I am literally bringing Mr. Beast's card to the hood, and the only thing that I wore when I was younger and I was in the Bronx was sneakers, shoes. Like, I wore one of my sneakers all my life, like all the way up until like high school and all that stuff. So, what you got for me? What y'all got for me, bro? Right? Yeah, what y'all got for me, bro?
Damn.
All right, so this is a tough photo right here. So, straight now, he's blessing the kids, he's giving back, you know, cool kids love giving back. So I'm gonna give him a chance for $5,000 store credit. I'll take off of that number. He has to make a jump shot though. Back, come on, let's get it. $5,000 jump shot right here. It's for the kids. That's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's for the kids. It's bigger than you.
Bro, if you missed it. Thank you for following.
Mr. Beast. Did it go through? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Damn. Load the truck up, y'all. Receipts for the TVs and then receipts for the sneakers. All right. Load the truck up and then we're on to the next step. Let's go. Let's go, you guys.
Nah, I like this. This is genuinely
So
good.
look, yeah, we're in T-Mobile right now. I would like to buy 50 iPhone 15s. Is that possible? Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Damn, look at this shit. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. Wait. God damn. You know something? I don't even have the iPhone 15. This is crazy. Look. iPhone or iPhone or iPhone or iPhone. Look at this, bro. Thanks to T-Mobile. This is gonna be crazy. Appreciate you guys so much. I love doing stuff like this. And I also, you know me, I use T-Mobile too. So I love T-Mobile because they just like showing off for their customers, just like how I do showing up for my people. You feel what I'm saying? So let's go it up. Let's go see what this total is, man.
Ready?
Yes.
Let's do this. All right. 49,875 with 48 cents.
Okay.
Ready? All right, you can remove the card. All right, ready?
Oh my gosh. T-Mobile.
Thank you for visiting our store here in Compton. T-Mobile got your back.
Yes, sir. They all come with a year plan too. That's so far. They all come with a year plan. T-Mobile hook them up with everybody who gets a phone, get the year plan. So once they get it, they're good for a year. That's so fire. Thank you, T-Mobile. Alright, so I'm the last one to the giveaway. Shit went left, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ended up on the goddamn news for something in Union Square. This time we're in Compton. We're at the local park right now. There's a whole bunch of people here already, so this is perfect. Everybody outside.
Me, who am I? What?
Holy crap. Shout out to parent with the kid. Hey, bro, look. This is some heat. Okay? How do you write this name? You this niggas or not? You know these is? These right here. So you'll get the first one. So here. All right. Some heat too, right here. Look. The new ones that came out. Yeah. I want to take a TV.
She said, yeah, we could take a TV.
It's fine too. Who are these niggas? You a 10? You play ball? So first you call me. Yes, sir, Skate. Yeah.
Yes, Sirski. What size are you?
2.5.
Thank you.
He said, "Sure." Nah, that's crazy.
I'm sweaty. I'm tired. Look, we about to go on to the next stop. Everybody who's been copping that was in the just now. Appreciate everybody. We did it from our bare hands. You feel what I'm saying? From phones to TVs to the sneakers, all of that, bro. Everybody we trying to get it as done as possible. That's only one stop of the major 3 places that we're going. So we got one more stop to somebody's friend that I know. To one of my friends, his mom can use a phone. So we're gonna stop at her house, chop the phone off, and then after we're gonna keep it moving and see what's the next place that we gotta go. Ski. Where she at? I'm not Duke Sat, man. How you doing? I just came over here. I was just getting back to the neighborhood, and your son told me that it'd be great for you to have a brand new phone. He made sure to call me, so I just stopped here before I leave. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. No, you good. It's brand new, and also we put this out right here. You get the whole year of services for free with T-Mobile. Yeah. Why don't she believe you? I don't know, bro. It's a joke. No, it's real. I can't even. They even pulling too much pranks, bro. Nice to meet you, by the way. Today I got 20 hood niggas competing for some.
Oh, this nigga got Hellcats. Bro.
I need you guys to get into 4 groups of 5. I have 5 minutes to do it. Start it out.
It's the winning group right here. Yeah.
Groups will not have to decide for one captain on each team.
We're gonna be faced with adversity. We need to know motherfucker that's ready for it. Step to that motherfucking plate.
First things first, the captain.
He went from giving out stuff to motherfuckers competing for it.
Bring out the cookies, please. So what? Squid Game. Now look, your captain will have to decide which shape you guys get. All I'm gonna say is if he give y'all an umbrella, you don't really fuck with y'all. Two. Who will you be giving the circle to? Okay.
No.
I'll give it to my one man right here in front.
Bruh, he should have got the circle, bruh. How y'all gonna get that man? He only got 1 finger. That was dumb as hell. Y'all gonna lose just because of that.
This shit broke in half. Damn, so I don't know how to. Oh, damn. Who got it? He's gonna stick with the Pittsburgh. Triangle is completed. And bro, you draw all the lot today with a kick. You want to give me a second umbrella? You don't give me right. Okay,
He said, I don't want you to get wet.
Hands up. All right, just like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people are. Everybody come over here real quick. 8. Hey, camera front. Congratulations, you guys got the next round. We got something left. The next challenge is musical chairs. 1 minute. All right. Good luck, y'all. 3, 2, 1.
They don't broke the chair. Niggas fought the Hellcat.
What the hell? This nigga not supposed to. This nigga not supposed to be here, bro. Look, you never tried that. I tried. I got you.
This nigga almost got.
1. Who was the Hellcat? Who was the Hellcat? Who was the Hellcat? Who was the Hellcat?
Oh. Oh, he almost fell. He laid on the chair.
His twin skis. Hi, move the chair. This is the next challenge. For this challenge, there's a box in the middle. I will have to go around and tap one person on the shoulder. They must then place the box on someone else's desk. Once they have sat back down, everyone will take their blindfolds off, and the person with the box must guess who placed it on their desk. If you guess correct, you stay in. If you guess wrong, you're out, and you don't get no goddamn Hellcat. All right, here we go. All right. Where the box is placed on your desk. Now, put the box on your desk. Guess correctly, they are out. Guess wrong. What's that?
Oh. He slapped that table. I didn't know this was going to be a 7-hour stream, guys.
Who got the box? If you choose correctly, they are out. If you choose incorrectly, you are out. Get up. Feel free to go around. Any questions? For some reason, I think it's something. It's something he said earlier. Oh, this is hard. Yeah. It was not.
Poker face. He had a poker face on. He pump faked him.
All right, blindfolds off. Is that your final answer?
Oh.
Fortunately, Andre, you have lost this one. Damn. How you feeling right now, bro?
Gotta work hard, man. I need the help, Cat, but I gotta work for it.
Come up for Andre, guys. Nice meeting you, guys. Ah, yeah, blindfolds on. Here we go. Blindfolds up. Monte, you know what this means, right? This means that you can either clutch it out with this 3-pointer, fourth quarter, 5 seconds of your clock. Make sure you really study what's going on. Your ass go home. Your ass go home. Yeah, I have to make a video right now. Is that your final answer? It has to be. You placed it twice. That's a good answer. All right. Monte has got it wrong. That was not.
Damn. But you knew this. He literally said it twice.
It's time for the next round. It is now time for the final round. For the final four.
Bro literally played did 3 different games in one stream.
3 Hellcats. Bring in the first 2. Stand right here. Stand right here. You got Gray. You got Burson right here. Gray and Bird, how y'all feeling? How you feeling?
Should we react to the PO box opening?
It's getting serious now. So here's what we're gonna do. I have a coin here. You guys are gonna select
We just taking a little break.
Whoever ends up winning the heads or tails have the privilege of deciding which side they would like to go on. Heads or tails. You got heads to go tails? All right.
Dude, Dennis, this is AMP.
Which side?
Castanet calls him out. Oh, I remember that. Okay. Diddy is a clown.
Box is the green card and the other is a red.
All right, y'all. We'll react to the Castanet live up next.
What's in the briefcase first? The other contestant now may have to choose whether they want to steal or keep their briefcase. Whoever gets to keep their briefcase with the green card in it last is the winner of the Hellcat. You shake hands. You gotta understand, right? Okay. All right. Gray, you have the opportunity to open your box a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Hold it. Just look at it. Close it. Look at it. Close it. Close it. You could. I mean, you could. So, what you mean by you're staying 10 toes? So you're not stealing it. Is that your final? He said he's staying 10 toes. He is not stealing it. You got confidence. He has a lot of confidence. He said he's not stealing it. Go ahead and open that box. You have lost, which means
Damn.
How you feeling right now? Crazy. I'm great. It's almost 50. I'm sorry. Look, yes. Hey, all love, bro. All the way down. You was one step close. But second one. It's real, right? Yeah, just do it. Just do it. It is now time.
It is real, right?
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come right next to me. One on this side, one on this side. Listen to me, y'all. Okay? This is it right here. This is literally the final round. You guys are 1 win away from a Hellcat. So, as a tails, y'all. You want tails? It is tails. Which side would you like to go to. Trust your hood nigga instincts, bro. Okay. That's the bottom one. All right, here we go. Just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, look, you got it? Now, it comes down to this. Would you like to steal or no steal? They used to be plastic.
Now, I'm not a man that steals and takes from others because I chose my wrong. Looking in your eye, telling me I might need to steal it. So, I'm stealing.
You're stealing it?
Yes.
Congratulations for coming to the finals.
Oh, he mad. He mad because he know he got it. He mad. He mad as hell. He is mad. He is mad.
Go ahead and open up your briefcase. If there's a red card, you are eliminated. If it's a green card, you have fun. Okay?
That poker face is crazy.
You have lost it. You have won it. Open up your briefcase. Open up your briefcase. Oh, you're gonna give him a ride. Come on, follow me. Let's take the keys out.
Nah, that was intense. Should we play some games tonight? Oh,
I got a rock, paper, scissors for the red eye. Oh, right. All right, you got the red eye. You still got your now look, okay? Also, with a pricey car like this, when it's getting somebody who has the taxes to be very big. So I'm gonna cover the taxes for y'all, all right? So whatever the taxes and shit, I got y'all a free car and shit like that and all that. But for now, it's your fucking Hellcat. I hate my hair. You want to the driver first. Hold on. You want to the driver first. Oh shit. Come on now. Want to drive that motherfucker? Come on, Pat. Get in there, man. Thank you, T-Mobile. Also, appreciate you, T-Mobile. They helped us out with this too. Man. Oh, shit, you have been in my heart. Go ahead.
Oh, I know they happy.
Now listen, we just gave some Hellcats out. Our boy got a Hellcat. He went from the Hellcat real quick. Our boy got a Hellcat. And now it is time for the final destination. The Bronx, New York. My hometown. I am on the way right now to you. Let's go.
Nigga done went broke. He done went to 3 different states in one sit.
We in New York. You gotta go first up to the deli. You gotta make the first ever free deli in a while. It's free, you heard? Yo, I'm free. Who gave you the job? What's up, my heart? Look, y'all, look, okay? Hold on, look. For the next 2 hours, everything in this deli is free. Wow, Jesus, you. Yeah, Arizona. Yeah, baby, you know, something for your mom, y'all. Come on, y'all free. I'm gonna be free.
Niggas like free.
Damn, I forgot when that happened. I'm taking everything in the store. You a real nigga, man. You other cop, gangster. Remember what I said? I'm to leave, but everything is for free. Everything in here is free. Next up, we gotta give away some more stuff. Let's go.
Now that's
So my
love.
boy Ray with me.
What the fuck?
Go to another park and give it a whole bunch of Apple iPods for free. Let's see what happens. You want an iPad? You want an iPad? No, iPad. Give me my iPad. You. Bye. What music are you listening to? Did I listen to music? It's a fear pop, just because. Of course, my boy. You took my name? How do you know me? Here's AirPods.
Ray don't know what to do.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and let me reset the talk today. Okay, please, man. I just spent all my money. I gotta make sure this all goes away. The last one I had to give away, shit did not go right.
Bro, they stay putting this in here. They are so funny.
I bought for you. I bought for you. I bought for you. I bought for you. Oh, you short? Yeah. I'm short too. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Let me walk. Let me walk. I love what y'all doing. Y'all have a great day. What am I doing? What you doing? There you go. You already got one, right? I got you, man. So fuck that fucking nigga.
Kyrie Irving. LeBron James. Hakeem Olajuwon.
Anybody? You open it hard out
Ray over there talking about basketball on God.
here. For some reason, I think I deserve it. So here you go. Just because. Hey, sir. Hey, sir. Hello? Sir? 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 All right.
Did he die?
It's all you right here. Thank you. Yes, sir, Ski. And it's the last one, all right? It's all you right there, my boy. All right, bro, Ski. I give away my first match. That's about it.
Who's my match?
Yeah, please. I love white women. I love black chicks, though. Listen, I came back to a more in the Bronx that when I was younger, I went and it went crazy. It went crazy? No, I don't know. There's some more that I went to growing up and I couldn't get shit. So I gotta come back and we just giving away bad iPads. We have like a whole bunch of boxes of these. Yo, go in there and give out iPads. Let's do it. Whoever, kids, whoever got to need an iPad. No, in front of my league. Look at all these thugs right here. Whoever this says my name, I'm gonna get in my iPad. What y'all doing? Y'all shopping? Yeah, sir. What you got for your girlfriend? Who your girlfriend? Okay, what you got for your girlfriend? Let me see. What's that anniversary? It's her birthday? Okay, give her an iPad. W.
Nah, that's
I've been
clean.
here in years, bro. I literally haven't been in the store for years. Here, watch this, watch this. Here, an iPad. You know what I iPad? Yeah, it feels so good to be here, bro. Okay. Oh, man, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Hey, look. Are you okay? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Sick already. What the fuck? Are you okay? Are you alright? Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you alright?
Nah, that's crazy.
Please don't grab me. Please don't grab me.
He made dude got held hostage.
Bro, that was a few seconds, bro. Red, that was 3 seconds. I can't do shit. Oh my fucking gosh. Oh, this is so bad, bro. We're not, oh my god, they're surrounding the vehicle. They're literally surrounding the vehicle. Oh my gosh, I don't know what's going on. This is why we can't. Now we're gonna do shit, bro. We can't do shit in the Bronx, bro. This is my home. I love everybody, but I've never seen a mall, the whole mall packed ASAP down the fucking. Oh my god, bro. Who the fuck is that? Who's that? Let me talk to him real quick. I'm getting up out of here. I apologize. I just walked in. They making a record. I apologize. So thank you so much. I'm just giving some stuff back, and that's it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, bro. Oh my gosh. All right, so look, I obviously cannot get out the vehicle, so I'm just allowing the security. I'm just allowing the security to get the sneakers and hand out to everybody and to just do the right thing. Free sneakers, there's a whole bunch of shit in there from Nike, Jordans, everything in there. So they're getting a whole bunch of stuff, and everybody's having a good time. They're gonna get their stuff, and then we're gonna try to get them out of here. I don't want a part two of anything. We out, bro. Hold on. Stop this look. Let me get on right here. Is the iPads? Let me get on right here. iPad for you, okay? Thank you. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We out. Hey, guys. We out with an iPad. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just out here giving some free iPads. Yeah, for sure. You're smart. No, bro, you can't take a picture with me, bro. Hell no, but you can get an iPad. Nah, it's okay. Come. Yeah, bro. For sure, bro. Come here, bro. No problem. You got a new iPad. You good. What's up? Yeah, you get an iPad here. Make sure you guys put on that iPad on fire. Yeah, for sure, bro. Excuse me? Will she like an iPad? For real, yes. For her. For her, yes. For sure. Yo, ready? What's up, buddy? I just think you called the kid. I want to get him 2 iPads. That's cool with you. Hell yeah. Just it up. Yeah, for sure. Just it up, bro. I got you. Hell yeah. And so look.
Nah, that's love.
I used to grow up at. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I used to go to school and everything. I'm about to go in this grocery store with my mom used to shop at. And I'm literally just about to pick some groceries real quick. Wow, nah, you're good. Don't pay. I got it. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I love how he always give back though, real talk.
Of course. Yes. Just free vibes right there. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
What's good, bro?
Chat, this is my first 7-hour stream, bro. First 7-hour stream.
What's up, bro?
And it's intense.
What's up, bro? What's your name? Hey, look. I gotta hurry up and match my card. So this is gonna do, all right? All right, look. What's on? Whatever you touch in the next minute, we gonna buy. Starting now. So I'm gonna touch this. Okay, SDR. Xbox. Come on, but that's the controller. Yeah. That one, all right. Okay. PC. PC. Okay. 40 seconds. 40 seconds. He said he's doing it. He said he's doing it. Let's knock it up.
Damn.
No comment. We should subscribe, sub up, you know, that's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, you gonna get my that's what? Welcome to more. You did that. Yeah.
We was not expecting that.
Chilling. I'm like, that's time. That's time. Shout out. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Really appreciate y'all for real.
I'm so excited. I didn't know it was you. Yeah, I don't know really see people like this.
You want a PlayStation? You have a PlayStation? You want one? I'll get you a PlayStation. Come on, yeah. Where's the parents at? Go get them. I'm going to answer.
Nah, that's love.
Ma, I know you're not crying, Ma. I know you're not crying, Ma. I know you're not crying. Of course, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, for sure. No problem, bro. Nice
You know it's
to meet
crazy?
you. Nice to meet you, Ma.
My phone be dying so fast whenever streaming.
Yeah, of course.
course, no problem, no problem. My boy right here about to get a PS5. What you want to play on a PS5?
Spider-Man, I don't know, to be honest. I'm watching Streets of Good One.
Really? Appreciate that. Appreciate that. PS5? I gotta get him a PS5. I got you, bro. Can I get 3 more PS5s? These thugs, man. Yeah.
No, that's lit. That is lit.
Yeah.
Let me get a PS5. Shit.
That shall be good though.
I really need a streaming.
We good. I'm out. Okay. Come here, bro. What happened, bro? Tell them your story.
My name is Ben Alexander.
And I see that. I see. Stop doing that. Harm is not the key, all right? No. Harm is not the key out to anything. All right? Don't try to kill yourself. None of that. For real. It's always gonna get violent. It's always gonna be.
Prostitute. My father's South Dakota from the Dominican Republic. I'm my number one fan of family.
Yeah, family. Yeah.
Love New York. I was looking for help.
Yeah. Okay. So look. Just focus on whatever you want to focus on and do it. What do you need right now?
I just want to rent an apartment.
You want to get an apartment?
Yeah.
You have a number of somebody I can contact?
No, I don't have a phone.
You don't have nobody I can contact?
I only got these clothes. I don't got clothes. For real. I'm saying inside.
Okay, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Alright, bro. Make sure you remember what I said, alright? Here. It's your room card. You good? Don't get cleaned up. Don't get do this thing. Put on some drip.
Yeah.
Go outside. Remember your money for when you hungry.
Yeah.
You'll be good, alright? Alright, buddy. Alright, be safe, alright?
Nah, that's love.
She said you don't need no help, so be good. And look,
That's love.
y'all don't ever know what somebody else is going through. You feel what I'm saying? I seen his notes in his little journal and stuff like that, and it was like a lot of negativity and stuff. But I felt good to come back here, especially and help out everybody that I could. It's a lot of stuff that I didn't make the video because I got able to like sit down with everybody and stuff like that. But we came back here. We went to Compton. We went to Atlanta. We put it all in one video, and everything that Mr. Beast card spent, I matched. So hope you guys enjoyed the video. Smash like button, press the subscribe button, and I will see you guys.
We're gonna watch this last one, y'all, and then we're gonna get up out of here.
Chat. Welcome to the PO box. 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 Welcome to the PO box.
We will get back to the P. Diddy stuff, though. We will get back to the P. Diddy stuff before we get off.
What can it be? What is it? Framed hats? A movie?
Peanut.
What purpose on it? W out. It's cool. Framed hats? W out. What up, chat? I hope that this letter finds you well. I have written to you for me, for today. How did the letter find you well? I have written to you from me second time because after you read my first letter, I was under the impression that you would reach out soon after. I don't know if I understand anything, even if the answer is a hell no, so I don't have to stress myself about if you're actually gonna call me or not. Oh, what's in here though? A monkey? A monkey? World's smallest battleship. W! Oh, it's a sloth. Because your mama, I'll show you. Do you want to play a game with me? Come on, let's play a game. Can't be sending me perks through the pill. Chat, y'all can't be sending me perks and drugs through the PO box, bro. Come on, man.
Viagra, like, bro, nobody could pop a Viagra, bro. Forgot to give you these during the celebrity football game in Vegas. If you ever have time here in Vegas, pull up on us. What the? Why would you just wanted me to take a Plan B before a game? Why the would you need me to do that? What the? Bro, what? Dark spot remover patch. Turmeric brightening soap. Just send me a shower kit. Mad products, I'm not gonna lie, I'm very specific with the products I use on my skin and my body. I do CeraVe for the face, and I also do, native for body like this. I don't know if we're trying to say I stink, but I appreciate it with the African black flow. Shout out to you. But I'm very sensitive on what CeraVe is bad. It's good for my skin, right? It's good. It's good. Okay. Appreciate that. We'll put it right here. My mom or somebody might like that. Next one. Sammy Rumbo. Did you give me any rare cards? Are any of these rare? Are any of these rare?
No.
They just make it. Not bad. I have never beaten the kid allegations, Shaq. Oh my. What? I have never beaten the kid allegations. Hi, guys. This is 10-year-old Sandy and Pumpkin Figs. Also, I made a pumpkin figs and added some other grease. Hope you like it. Thank you, Sandy. Love you. Sandy,
Bruh.
thank you so much. From Ronald, look at him. Open from this side. What is this? Do not close the toilet. Enjoy my. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. It's a black.
Nah.
What else? It's not me, dumbass. If anybody this is Davis. What the? What the?
The dude sitting on a toilet. Okay.
And where do I put this? Chat, where do I put this?
Bro, what?
Wait, what? Is it weird I put this in my bathroom? Yeah, that's no weird. What? Is it fire? I don't know what's up about it. I don't know, bro. What the W's in the chat, bro? W's. W chat. W.
He don't even know what to do with it, bro.
We got another one. Why did the nigga send Duke shoes again? What? What? Duke shoes? Bro, ain't nobody reading all these shit. Nobody. I could not find this because of shrimp application. It was good. Bro, your handwriting is so bad. Bro, his handwriting is actually terrible, bro. Bro, what is this, dude? Okay, are these my size? Oh my gosh. Wait.
He actually got him his size. Now that's fire. You just sent him random shoes in the box.
You was 11.
I used to have.
Is this normal for me to fit chat or no?
Bruce Lee, Kobe,
It feels good.
Kill Bill.
Chat, dude, that's what my size up. Another woman's. Hey, he's fine.
You gotta keep
Where
him.
am I got these? Chat, what are these called? Like, okay, like if I'm like a Bruce Lee's, chat, if I'm like chat, if I'm like a 9, right? What should I get in basketball sneakers? Because sometimes it'd be tight, sometimes it'd be cool, but what size should I be getting in a 9? If I'm 9.5.
Bro, what?
Oh my gosh. Oh, man. Man.
You shouldn't do that. Like,
Man, that's Nike for the Bruce Lee Kobe's. Hold on, let me ask Nike right now. Let me go to the side real quick. Yo! Show your face, bro. Shave your face, bro. Bro, stop looking at my face. You looking at my face for fast. Yo. Yo, like, yo. Yo. I am me. To Continent. What's the packaging? What's this? IMB card? What? I got that green on right now. I so love the it's like spider though. I so love the though. Just because I got green on. Just because I got green on too, you are.
Oh no, that's clean.
Just because I got that green on right now.
I like that jacket.
It's St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day. Just because I got that green on, bro. www. Chat. W. Chat. W. Chat. W. Nut. Right here. So I have my AC running again. Yeah, I feel bad for y'all, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Y'all back in school. Chat, fuck that. No, I'm joking. Stay in school. I don't know. They can be saying like stay in school, but shit, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like I do high school and college. Really choose wisely on that. I mean, make sure I don't get in debt. Or just oh my God, I wish this give me a system, chat. The opportunity outside school right now is so huge, bro. It is what it is. Paint it, come on now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. God.
Cardi.
This is actually tough. This is going in the office, my new career. Imagine here. No. I can't wait. I can't read.
We know you can't read. It's very unfortunate.
Check the other sides and sheets. But we go iron up for a little bit and then come back. Oh man, now I think it's wild, bro. Should I get that? I got that. Go right now, bro. Take my foot. Yeah. Boy. I know there's a spider on me. Not like I'm gonna get to the check.
He said, nah, it gets to a point, Chad.
Are these Asics? Can I wear Asics? I can wear Asics, right? I'm sorry tonight. I can wear Asics, right? It's not an athletic brand, right? Wait. Is it? I don't think there is, bro. They're just shoes. It is an athletic brand, but is it a Nike competitor? Oh my God, I think it is. Let me just see it though. Bro, there's no way. They just sent me some, bro.
Oh no, them clean. I'll rock them.
Wait, am I?
They sent bro a bunch of shoes.
I'm not sure no reaction.
You better not show no reaction. They gonna fry you, buddy.
Check. Yeah, besides a Nike, I gotta get confirmation. I gotta get confirmation. Those is crazy though. Let that drip on me.
Oh, I like that. I really like that. That jacket though. That jacket is fire, bro. For real.
Achieve my goals.
With the spiders on it.
Yo, my name is PJ. I'm 14 going on 15 from Memphis. The reason why I sent you this letter is because I am not a beggar. But I wanted to ask if there was any way you could hook me up with a PC. Then said, I'm not a okay. Let me see. A PC, not as a gift, more as an investment. It doesn't matter what PC it is. I just need anything to get me started because beggars can't be choosers. I am serious about this, God. This is you contradicted your whole self.
You sure did.
Yo, I bet. Next time I do a giveaway, bro, I got you. Finally done, finally ready. It's about some revising and making sure it's good. It's not like the normal video chat. It's a little bit more high production and like a little bit more like sorted out. 3 p.m. in the every cup has its own personal message. You can either read it on stream or off, whenever you prefer. Don't forget your straws in the box.
Oh no, that's clean.
Is it gay if I drink out this? New cup. Wait, finish the top. What?
No, that's clean.
What? Agent? What? Where's Davis?
But everybody got one but you?
Nah, niggas really be going out their way and going crazy. Now, what the chance that I chose everybody's names before mine? Hold on. Chris?
I like that Chris one. That Chris one clean.
Where's my cup? Ain't no, wait, chat. Ain't no, you're lying. You're lying. Nah, this package says my name on it. Whoa, this package say my name on it, bro.
Oh, he got trolled.
No.
Oh, I was gonna say he got trolled so bad. Hey, yo.
Okay. Okay.
Silky.
Should I be eating this or no? Look, I got this. Grabba. Where's the grabba? Where's the grabba? Where's the grabba? Jeff, if I place the kilo, how long do you think it's gonna take me to beat it? From a real gamer perspective. What? Propose to me a week on God. Dunkin' Donuts. What does that mean?
Nah, that's clean.
Why is that actually hard? Yo! What's that really? Avalanche? What's that really? Avalanche? Oh, God! That's tough. I fuck with these. That's actually tough. W! Chat. Come on, son. When does it expire? Please. I need it. March 21st, 2025. W. Oh my God, this is OD. Water my mother, this is OD. What the? What the? Oh my. What the?
I like
Hold on, let me
that.
show you something I can open though, chat. This is crazy. Oh, never mind, that camera's different. Wait, this is the only good one. Spider-Man hat. Wait, hold on. Game. Phantom. Hold on. Phantom in a thong nigga? I know you ain't just sent me.
No, they wildin'.
Oh my. Hey. Water, Brodo, this hat is crazy. Word to my mother, this hat is crazy. Camo, brown on green. Order my mother's doing it. Last box. 3W. 3W. 3L. It can either just be a close or it could be a PC. And it's closed. What is this? Unis?
That's that Zaza. This nigga always getting sent Zaza.
But it's not right. Oh, it's not. What CBD mean? Pre-roll. Is it like a cheaper version of an actual one? I don't even know. Chris smoked pre-rolls. Ryan, what is this, Ryan? Ryan, I know. Ryan, I know you. Me. Smoke it. It's real but fake. Did it send me weed packs? Did they want me to hit a blinker? Look at my pants I got. Animals. No. No.
Nah, somebody sent bro Zaza.
Yeah, Ryan, I got you. Ryan, you literally about to reach out to these bro and get you free packs on behalf of me. Send my Ryan the pack of death. Look, what does it say? Ryan, what does it say? Modus? Ryan, look. Ryan, hit these up, bro. Wait, what is this? Here, Ryan, hit it on behalf of that. Get your Ryan. Oh my gosh. And match. What? No. It needs to be illegal.
Nigga sent him Mozart.
Look at the drugs I got. What are these? Vapes.
Nigga got so much shit.
1,000 puffs. 10,000 puffs. I know all the vapes. Like, I'm robot. I'm robot. I'm robot.
That shit crazy.
That was a crazy way to end the P.O. box.
Hey. We're gonna go back to the pedophiles.
It could cost the billionaire hip hop mogul everything. He faces life in prison, and prosecutors are asking for him to forfeit any property or assets used in the commission of these alleged crimes. He could also face additional charges. Prosecutors showed pictures of the weapons and ammunition taken during the raids, including a drum magazine and AR-15s.
We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant.
With a good result for Mr. Combs. Okay. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Where's the video? Is it this? We're gonna get back to this.
It really?
Ooh, yes. We're gonna play this. So there's a legal expert who's gonna be trying to break this down really quickly. Sorry. Yo, for all the people who just caught merch, I just want to give y'all a shout out really quickly. Yo, Christopher, thank you for the you cop like 2 items. Most you cop 3 items. Thank you. Boubacar. I never heard a name like that, but salute to you. You cop 4 items. Raheem, my boy, cop 2. Hansel, cop 1. T1C3. He's the guy who actually did the intro for Rumble. He cop 3 items. Appreciate you, my boy. And Gene Kofi, oh shit, dox you. That's one of the guys. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's one of the guys who helped this whole machine go along. So I want to say who you are. Say your name. Sorry. All right. Anyway, thank you. If you guys do want to support, you know, again, I only ask you for a sub, a follow. That's it. Otherwise, just cop something for the merch store. You can get some value. You can get a varsity jacket. You can get a hat. Get some shorts. And that's why be fall. Get a shirt. This is my favorite shirt out of the whole thing right here. You got this, and then you can get a keychain if you want, a little air freshener if you got a whip. If you don't got a whip, you know what I mean, just put that shit, use that shit as deodorant, bro. Compromise shirt still here, and mystery box, which if you've ever missed out on merch before, we'll give you that. It's a random assortment of it. Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys who you're helping out the effort. Okay. Let's get into this real quick. This is, you know, another breakdown.
All right. I think I'm gonna
also, you know, we're gonna transition.
Stop at 8 o'clock, guys. We literally legit been screaming for about
won't get much more out of this. But,
7 hours
you know, we're gonna get more
today.
tomorrow in terms of
Diddy files, lots of just a lot of just stuff going on, man.
So we want to get into Rich Homie Quan thing. So Quan's ceremony was kept today. You know, I know some of you guys, I hate funerals too. We're trying to celebrate people who spoke or people who spoke some positive words that we could probably go listen to them. But that was streamed. If you guys. Anyway, let's play this. This is a legal expert breaking down these bombshell indictments.
It made me think of R. Kelly when I read this indictment and I saw exactly what the allegations were. The conduct is very similar. You're talking about coercion, threats, cover-ups, and everything for the sexual gratification of the individual, in this case, Combs.
First, tell me about the severity of things when the feds, especially the Southern District of New York, arrest you.
When the Southern District takes a case, it has a specialized unit that deals with the most severe cases. Also, Southern District, 99% conviction rate. When the federal government is the one to investigate and ultimately make an arrest, they really are meticulous and they make sure that they have sufficient evidence. They cross their T's and dot their I's. And by the time you get to an indictment, the investigation is thorough.
8 hours going strong, guys. Holy,
Set up how this is a grand
the
jury
longest we've been
indictment
streaming,
and not
no
just a
cap.
prosecutor going after Sean Combs.
When someone's
I think
indicted,
we could
it
pull
means
a
that a
24
grand
now.
jury has made a determination that there's probable cause a crime was committed and that the individual being indicted is the one that committed the crime. Probable cause is the lowest level under the law. And when probable cause is found, that means an arrest can be moved forward and the case will go to trial. The grand jury process, though, is a prosecutorial process, meaning prosecutors present evidence to the grand jury. The defense does not get the opportunity to respond.
So we know Sean Combs was arrested at a hotel last night. His attorney said they had been in New York in anticipation of the charges. What does that tell you?
Couple of things. That means that they were in communication, the defense attorney and prosecutors, regarding the impending charges and that they were going to be coming down imminently. This isn't surprising because we saw these raids play out in May. It's likely that his defense attorneys believed that this was going to come at some point. And instead of him being going down the perp walk and being dragged out of his home, there are times when you can coordinate between prosecutors and defense attorneys to give yourself up willingly. Another aspect of this, it helps with an argument about bail. It says that this person is not a flight risk and they're willing to come when they have court appearances and when it's necessary.
His attorney also made a statement before the news even broke about being disappointed with the charges and stating Sean Combs was innocent. What is your opinion on that statement?
No surprise his defense attorney is saying that Sean Combs is innocent. He conceded that he's had some problems, but ultimately he's not a criminal. Something I did notice, though, the statement really was a litany of accomplishments of Sean Combs, as opposed to really talking about the merits of the case. That's something that never really seems like a good thing because it's not focused on the actual allegations or underlying defenses. It relates to the person in general. That being said, you have to be so careful what's put out there in the public sphere when you're defending a case.
And feds have been pretty silent to this point. How is that telling?
The feds were silent to this point, but that's really the norm in a case like this. First of all, you have intense media interest on this case. Second of all, you have a high-profile person with a lot of means who could potentially flee the country, get out of town, go to a different location. And in addition to that, they are very, very strategic about collecting the evidence, taking witness statements, protecting those witnesses so their identities are not given up early on in the investigation, and moving forward with an indictment without making much of a public statement so that the indictment speaks for itself.
So tell me, what are prosecutors claiming?
Prosecutors are claiming that Combs abused, threatened, and coerced women around him for the purpose of furthering his sexual desires. He also used his employees and others close to him in his sphere to cover up his conduct and actually engage in other crimes like kidnapping, arson, and obstruction of justice.
Which is quite serious.
It's incredibly serious, and it's far broader than we anticipated when these raids began.
So what exactly is Sean Combs charged with?
Combs is charged with racketeering, sex trafficking, and sex trafficking over state lines to engage in prostitution.
And what do these specific charges tell you?
These specific charges signal a criminal enterprise. It means that Combs is not the only one involved.
Is Sean Combs like a mob boss?
Interestingly enough, the racketeering statute was actually started because it was going after those in the mob. Oftentimes, you couldn't get to the higher level individuals in the mob, and so the racketeering statute says that there's a criminal enterprise. Basically, he's like a mob boss.
Can you explain how this is like organized crime of the mob?
It's like organized crime because it's a meeting of the minds of various conspirators in furtherance of committing and covering up other crimes. So the allegations in this indictment relating to Combs is that he's the one that everything was in furtherance of. It was his sexual desires, covering up crimes he was committing and utilizing those around him to facilitate those crimes. That's how he really is in a criminal enterprise as far as the prosecutors are concerned.
So how long is he looking at? Should he be convicted? Is he looking at life in prison?
The most serious
15 to life.
Carry life in prison. There's also an amplifier in this particular indictment, which says that he could be subject to a harsher penalty if he were to be convicted. That's typically based on a prior criminal record. Other factors that are looked at, just the nature and extent of the conduct and the amount of time that prosecutors allege he was engaging in this criminal enterprise.
I noticed there's a special sentencing factor mentioned in the indictment. Can you explain that?
The special sentencing factor means that he could face an even harsher penalty than what is under the federal guidelines as far as a sentence. It means that at the end of the trial, the judge could actually impose additional time. This could be because of a prior criminal record, or it could be because of the severity of the guilty verdict.
In terms of evidence, how big of a role do you think the Cassie Hotel video played in everything?
The Cassie Hotel video seems like it played a pivotal role in the case. And that's because in the indictment, while Cassie isn't specifically named, there are references to what we saw in that video. In fact, it seems like video evidence played a central role in the prosecution bringing this case to the courtroom.
How does this video show what Sean Combs is capable of?
This video shows that Sean Combs is capable of violent conduct. And that's a lot of what we saw in the indictment. It also is going to be a factor to his credibility. Remember, he initially denied that any of that conduct took place when he settled a civil lawsuit. Then the video became public. That really undermines whether or not we can believe anything he says, and is something the prosecutors will exploit.
What could he have to forfeit because of all of this?
Noticeably in the indictment, there's a whole section that relates to forfeiture. That means that the federal government, if he is convicted, can come in and seize property, bank accounts, anything, any of his finances, anything financial, if it was an ill-gotten gain from the criminal enterprise. So basically, all of his possessions, all of his property, all of his money, and maybe even his ownership to his song catalog could be at stake.
He and his team have long denied the charges. What do you anticipate his defense attorneys doing at this point?
Right now, keep in mind, this indictment was just unsealed. So defense attorneys are now going to be engaging in what's called the discovery process. The prosecution has an obligation to turn over every piece of evidence that they have collected. The defense attorneys are then going to review it, analyze it, and set forth to have the best defense for their client at trial.
Was there anything that specifically stood out to you in the indictment?
The mention of freak-offs is used all throughout this indictment. These are allegedly elaborately produced sex parties that were allegedly recorded. Interestingly enough, it also said that sex workers were actually brought in from over state lines, and in some cases internationally, to participate in these. That's what makes this a federal crime.
Really explain what a big deal this is and how it factors in.
The freak-offs is a central part of this indictment, and that's because we're talking about federal charges of sex trafficking. In order for prosecutors to prove that, they have to show that something is happening over state lines, that there's coercion, that there's force of having individuals participate in these freak-offs under coercion, and also that people are moving over state lines or potentially internationally. That is something that's required in order for prosecutors to be successful for a conviction.
Can you talk about how these freak-offs basically sound like R. Kelly on steroids?
It really made me think of R. Kelly when I read this indictment and I saw exactly what the allegations were. The conduct is very similar. You're talking about coercion, threats, cover-ups, and everything for the sexual gratification of the individual, in this case, Combs. It really mirrors a lot of what we saw play out in the R. Kelly trial. With Combs, though, it's even to a higher degree than we saw with R. Kelly.
What? How long do prosecutors allege these freak-offs would last?
Prosecutors allege that these freak-offs sometimes lasted for days, involved multiple people, and some of the people involved were drugged, according to prosecutors.
What else did they allege Combs would do to make victims participate?
Prosecutors allege that Combs subjected the victims to physical and emotional abuse to participate in these alleged freak-offs.
They said in the press they aren't done. Tell me what that means to you.
Because there's a racketeering statute involved, that generally indicates that there's co-conspirators. We don't know whether or not the individuals that were in Combs' sphere, which are referenced to security guards, other people who are close to him, who apparently helped facilitate his conduct as well as cover it up. We don't know if they're witnesses or if they're individuals that are ultimately going to be charged in this case. It is likely that we will see more charges as this case goes on. Allegedly, victims who participated in these freak-offs were drugged. Not only that, in order to help them recover so that they could participate in one the next day and the day after that, they were given IVs against their will.
Can you talk about the claims that women had to sometimes hide for days after these alleged beatings?
The claims that women had to hide for sometimes days, by the way, first of all, incredibly disturbing. But the reason that it's relevant is that, remember, all of the conduct relates to covering up this criminal enterprise, and that Combs was a violent person. Some of the underlying conduct which make up the racketeering charge are kidnapping, abuse, arson. So there's multiple facets to this, and that is a factor that's really going to be relevant for prosecutors as the case moves forward.
Could we see future charges for any potential accomplices in these alleged crimes?
It's likely that we will see charges against accomplices because we're talking about a racketeering statute that involves conspiracy. We've also heard that others helped him cover up his conduct. So it's likely that others are involved. Whether or not they will be charged, only time will tell. But even in the indictment, there were references to other underlying state crimes. Just because this federal action is moving forward, there could be other analogous state charges as well.
Specifically, his sons, could they get caught up in anything down the road?
While his sons were not charged in this indictment, and there's no indication that charges are coming at this point, we know that they were a part of the raid. We know that investigators were looking at them at the time those raids were conducted. So it's certainly possible that we could see something relating to them, whether it be charges or whether they're witnesses down the road.
What is the likelihood Sean Combs gets bail or is released today?
It's really up to the judge and within the judge's discretion. Here's what the judge takes into consideration: dangerousness, risk of flight, the fact that obstruction is a charge, and the severity of the allegations. Right now, prosecutors are saying there is no amount of bail that will be sufficient, that he should remain in custody, while defense attorneys are saying $50 million and home confinement with a device that will keep track of Combs. That's the argument before the court today.
Do we have any idea of a timeline of how long he would be kept?
Every defendant has the right to a speedy trial, but oftentimes these trials do not move forward within the 90-day parameters of the law because there's so many pretrial motions and issues in the legal world that need to be decided before you get in the courtroom. You're talking about a year to 2 years before we see a trial.
Dang.
Hold on, give me
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams.
No, that's crazy.
I'm doing a search on Diddy. Apparently, we know where he's at. If you're wondering how Diddy's going to be spending the foreseeable future, it's going to be spending foreseeable future like this, people. Okay, he's going to be spending in MDC. I believe they call this the Tombs, if you ask me. It's called MDC, at least MDC Brooklyn. It's not Star Island. He's going to be spending it in this building. Yes, this is a prison. Not prison. It's a jail facility, detention facility in the New York metropolitan area, located in Brooklyn. And I'll read it. It says, Diddy's feeling severe reversal of fortune right now, locked up in federal jail. That's helped plenty of famous people, but is also as far from the lap of luxury as the embattled mogul has been in the last 30 years. On the heels of the judge ordering Diddy to be held without bail, the feds shipped him out of Lower Manhattan Federal Courthouse and off to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Facility notorious for its brutal, sometimes fatal, conditions. MDC Brooklyn has been a temporary home of several celeb inmates in recent years, including R. Kelly, Betty Wap, Michael Cohen, which was like Donald Trump's lawyer, Allison Mack, don't know who that is, but Ghislaine Maxwell, we all know, Jeffrey Epstein's like mistress or his madame. Now, Diddy will be selling into his new surroundings. Horrifically stark difference from his Miami and LA mansion lifestyle. Federal judges have called out the Bureau of Prisons for alleged inhumane conditions at this facility. Back in June, an inmate was murdered there. And then there's the food. This is what his menu is going to be consistent of, chat. Wow. Chat, play this. I'm not 1/50th as rich as Diddy. Not 100 as rich as Diddy. But, bro, come on. Imagine what Diddy's going through. So this is what breakfast is. So today is Tuesday. Tomorrow, which is Wednesday, you'll get fruit, cereal, breakfast cake, sugar substitute.
No.
I know it sounds good on paper. It don't look that good. Okay? His lunch is gonna either be a hamburger or a black bean burger. Baker. This is like school lunch, if you know what I mean. Lettuce or tomatoes, sliced onions, ketchup. Why is it ketchup? Ketchup or mustard. Whole wheat hamburger bun. These are options you can choose from. Fruit and beverage. And then for dinner, pasta with marinara, chef salad or tofu chef salad, beets, dressing, assorted, and whole wheat bread and some type of beverage. Pretty much this is about the same. He gets pizza on Saturday. Pizza comes in he gets cheese pizza on Saturday. But you know, you ever had school lunch pizza back in high school? Tastes like cardboard. That's what he's getting. Okay? We're gonna get pasta with meat sauce. I used to like that shit back in the day. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like the lunch, the school lunch version. I don't know if that's exactly like prison version, but that was alright. But that was definitely before. That was like when I was a kid, right? Friday, he gets chicken fried rice or tofu rice. Okay. Thursday, beef and broccoli. That's not that bad. This actually don't look that bad on paper. Now, we need pictures of these food. NBC meal plan has dinner options flavored with meals like turkey roast and tofu rice, boiled potatoes, beets, and whole wheat bread with beverage, not which sure as hell ain't a fine Italian wine.
Cafeteria food.
Far cry from
Cafeteria
Diddy's normal
food.
diet, which we hear typically includes things like duck, steak, organic veggies, shrimp, salmon, crab, and cheese platters. Beats. That's a tough intro to jail life as you can get menu-wise. Have you ever seen his crib before? Sure, it's Star Island. This is his life in Star Island. I'm sorry.
So we are getting a look inside Sean Diddy Combs' home in LA. Look at this mess. After the feds raided it, this is the video obtained by TMZ. They also
started to make sure ads. This is his crib in Star Island. And this is after the raid as well, but still. Okay, come on.
Still came with
They're
an
getting a little ad off, but essentially it looks like this. It's on the water. It's Miami. It's a gated community. It's accessible via bridge, close to downtown, minutes away from the airport, which is ideal for Fortune 500 celebrity tycoon owners to want the action, but yet have privacy and exclusivity. Doesn't get any better than Star Island. People have said. Let's see if we can.
TMZ also reported that this Shows Combs with federal agents at the Miami airport on Monday.
So this is where he was staying
in LA and Miami. And Homeland Security appeared to be.
This is when they ran into his house in Miami. But still, even though it's gonna look a mess because they ran through it and ransacked it, but it's more comfortable than a jail cell. I think his jail cell is not gonna look like a penthouse suite or a presidential suite.
Looking for evidence, photos, videos, emails that could substantiate charges of sex trafficking, sexual abuse of a minor, taping people without consent, and forcing people to have sex as a condition of employment.
I think clearly the feds have taken notice of the kind of raft of.
This is Chris Brown's lawyer, Mark Garagos. He's the one who saved Chris Brown in many cases. Yeah, I don't know why I know all lawyers now. This is Chris Brown's lawyer. Right?
Lawsuits that have been filed, they're using those as a roadmap.
He's an expert power attorney when it comes to LA. If you got money, get Mark Garagos.
Combs' lawyer called the raid an unprecedented ambush, paired with an advanced coordinated media presence, leading to a premature ill-police.
Anyway, I'm trying to get y'all a tour of how we used to live. Let's see if we can find that. Tour Diddy Miami Star Island. Okay. This is pretty.
Sean Diddy Combs has recently been looking to offload one of his 2 Los Angeles mansions. While the rapper is hoping in these videos we putting the Toulouse is traditional fully a chef's kitchen.
That's not
Large property of.
Here we go.
There's an attached dining area with a 3,000 square.
This is Homely Hill.
With a detached guest house complete with a compound on my next door, a luxury suite. The original mansion cost him over $14 million. 2 side-by-side mansions. First is his 13,000 square foot estate he bought back in 2003, and the other is a $35 million house next door he snagged up Gloria Estefan this past summer.
Remember, his son said the feds didn't know we owned the shit next door.
The rapper's original mansion cost him over $14 million, and it's a 2-story mega mansion formerly owned by music mogul Tommy Mottola. Inside, there's over 19,500 square feet of space with 9 beds, 12 baths, and features like a luxury swimming pool and boat dock. Now Diddy snagged the property next door, which was the famous conga singer Gloria Estefan's property. She and her husband Emilio Estefan still live on Star Island, but this was their second residence and used for family members. Inside, the entire mansion is white-themed decor to match the sunshine and ocean surrounding the home, as well as the exterior, which is also a crisp white. The home was built back in 1940 and upgraded since, featuring hardwood and marble floors, elegant arched doorways, and open patio spaces. The house sits on 1.2 acres of land and inside boasts 8,000 square feet of space with 6 beds, 10 baths, and 240 feet of sparkling waterfront. One of the living rooms featured a white fireplace and large windows for plenty of views, while the kitchen is spacious with a long center island.
Okay, anyway, so this is Star Island. This is the other property. You know what's so funny? Diddy party backyard bed. Diddy used to have like this big ass bed that he would put in the backyard. Look at this. Diddy has a 40-foot bed. Every nigga that was in his bed ain't not one. Look, this is a fucking bed in the backyard, bro. I don't want to copy. Look at it. It's a 40-foot bed. God damn. Imagine the freak offs on this shit. God damn. Wait, is that Christian Combs? Yeah, this is him jumping on it before this shit was soaked in semen. You feel what I'm saying? Look at this. Oh, this is another. This is a Diddy part. Is that Jay-Z? Every nigga was at this nigga Diddy party. They act like they don't know that nigga. Let's pause it when we see somebody we know. Mary, you know you was damn well at a Diddy party. Stop the cap. Mary, you see, you love you though. Carisha. Sean. We gonna get everybody. Who are these people? Is this Quincy? Oh, Tiana Taylor. Hey, how you doing? Oh, you in the Drake song. Who's this? Who's this? Okay. I noticed that OT Genesis in the back. Who's this? A lot of people can't this. Ain't this the nigga Lil Meech's son or Big Meech's son? Am I tripping? You're Travis Scott here. It's lit. French. Ain't that C Breezy? Okay. Is it Sweats? Not gonna lie, I expect Odell Beckham Jr. to be at some free throws. I ain't gonna hold you. Who's that guy right there? Who's this? Yeah.
Briefcase.
Yeah, okay. Nah, Diddy had everybody in this party. Niggas acting brand new. Diddy got Chris Brown to jump on his bed? Pause. Diddy. Is this Jermaine Dupri? Yo, chat. I'm salty as hell. I ain't get to do this shit, right? Say me an indictment, huh? Let's go into my boy's condition.
This office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that.
The feds take Sean Diddy Combs into custody, accusing him of racketeering and sex trafficking. The music mogul spending the night behind bars with his attorney, vowing to fight for him.
I'm going to fight like hell to get him released. And should be all that he's done and some give voluntarily.
I take a look at what life behind bars could be like for Combs and why prosecutors want to keep him locked up. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Telling you that Sean Combs has been indicted on racketeering and sex trafficking charges really isn't a shock. We've been telling you for months that he was under investigation by the Department of Homeland Security, which investigates sex trafficking. But for someone like Combs to go from living in the lap of luxury to being behind bars, that has to be an absolute shock to him. Combs has apparently been in New York since late last week in anticipation of the indictment. News Nation obtained exclusive video of him talking with his attorney and one of his sons in a park over the weekend. Here's Combs' lawyer, Mark Agnefilu, outside of court.
This is what we've been expecting since the surface in March. He proved great credit. We've voluntarily came to New York. Not a lot of defendants do that. He came to New York to basically engage the court system to start.
So I said, all right, start beating Cam and Mace. No, y'all right. We gonna get to it. I said we've been doing Diddy for 8 hours. Pause, my nigga. Sound like you're trying to give me an indictment, nigga. You're not gonna do Diddy for 8 hours. What are you talking about?
So Mark
You're right. I'm gonna cue those up. I guess.
Agnefilu said he believes Sean Combs should be released, but federal prosecutors wanted him detained. They claim he's a flight risk, and they wrote in a detention letter. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk of obstructing justice. Indeed, and as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, the defendant has attempted to bribe security staff and threatened and interfered with witnesses to his criminal conduct. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation of this case, repeatedly contacting victims and witnesses and feeding them false narratives of events, as described in detail below. Federal prosecutors claim Combs created and ran a criminal enterprise through his businesses, including Combs Global. Here's U.S. Attorney Damian Williams.
The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present.
I just want to hear about his conditions. What conditions will Diddy face? That's it. Other than that, we're going to Cam and Mace, and then we got to go to Richmond.
Thanks. Justin Paperny is a prison consultant. He often advises people on how to handle going to prison. So Justin, first off, your thoughts on Sean Combs being scooped up on a Monday night at a hotel when he was expected to turn himself in on Tuesday?
Well, he's in real trouble. This case has gone on, or the conduct has gone on for a very long time, 2008, and continuing till today, according to the government. Clearly, they think he's at risk to the community, which is why they're going to ask that he remain in detention. And I know part of the reason they like to arrest defendants who very willingly would go and surrender and turn themselves in. They like headlines, they like attention, and they want people to know if you break the law, we're going to come and get you, regardless of the time, day, or how much privilege or wealth you might have, we're coming to get you. They like to show that a company is arresting people, especially in high-profile cases.
Even if Sean Combs knew he was going to be walking into a courthouse on a Tuesday, it still has to be a little bit of a shock. Maybe he thought, I'm going to walk into that courthouse, I'm going to surrender, I'll make my initial appearance, I'll make bail, maybe I'll get a GPS bracelet. But the U.S. attorney wants him to stay behind bars, and I'm assuming they will get what they're asking for. So this has to be a shock to somebody like Sean Combs, who is used to living in the lap of luxury.
It's a shock for anyone, whether you're rich or not, but certainly when you have that level of wealth and things have gone your way for so long, and you tend to have, when you're rich and famous, a lot of enablers around you who tell you what you want to hear, including potentially lawyers who are telling him what he may want to hear. Make it seem like it's a formality he's going to get bond. He may still get bond with very heavy restrictions and leave New York with ankle bracelet monitoring at all times in his mansion. Some people make fun of home confinement because you can be in a mansion. This is not like a white-collar crime. When people get indicted in a white-collar crime, the headline will say they're looking at 40, 50 years in prison. Then they get sentenced and it's 18 months or 2 years. They love the headlines. In this case, with racketeering and fraud and arson and everything that's been alleged, when they say 30 or 40 years, that's no joke. It could be 30 or 40 years in prison if convicted. And not in these cushy minimum security camps. He will be on a higher security prison labeled a sex offender, which presents a whole slew of problems. So his only goal right now is somehow, some way to remain free, because the risk of serving time in that detention center, being isolated because of his status, would be devastating. And I'll also say part of the reason the government is arguing that he should be confined immediately is the obstruction charge, which alleges that after he knew that he was a target, he continued to make choices that exacerbated his struggles. They say he's a menace, Your Honor. We need him in custody.
The racketeering conspiracy charge alone carries a life sentence or a maximum penalty of up to life in prison. So, I mean, this is about as serious as it gets. I think a lot of people, though, after this long of an investigation, I mean, it had been going on since March. The feds have more than a 90% conviction rate, so they always have their ducks in a row when they issue an indictment. I think a lot of people were wondering, wow, 3 charges. It's 3 charges. Maybe they were expecting more.